Chapter 121 The Supreme Treasure Nightmare Armor, Stepping into the Realm Lord Level. The Great Axe Universe, the Origin Land. Jiang Luo had just unleashed the grass character sword technique, when he was suddenly teleported out of the absolute Fang world and arrived at the familiar origin of the universe. Although it was only the core of a small universe, it was still vast and boundless in his eyes. The founder of the giant axe smiled and sighed, "I'm afraid even that senior didn't perform this amazingly well at your age." That senior, Jiang Luo thought to himself, could it be the primordial ancestor? The founder of the giant axe lost his smile and became serious. "No matter what kind of fortune you have obtained, do not tell anyone, not even the slightest bit. For a domain lord to create an ultimate secret technique, even with the assistance of the Holy Blood Divine Crystal, is something that has never happened in human history." His previous expectation for this young disciple was merely that he create a supreme ultimate technique, even if it was only in its rudimentary form. Regardless of the origin of that ultimate sword technique, the founder of the giant axe realized that his disciple's fate had completely exceeded his previous expectations. Jiang Luo lowered her head. "Yes." The founder of the giant axe laughed and said, "I will naturally not renege on the reward I promised you before." As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of light suddenly appeared. Inside the sphere of light, sealed was a strange plant, entirely white, with tens of thousands of filamentous tendrils swaying in the breeze. Jiang Luo suppressed his excitement and touched the ball of light. The next moment, he put the ball of light into his world ring. This young succulent was his prize as the ultimate victor in this trial of the Absolute Tooth. Its value is far greater than that of major treasures or even ordinary supreme treasures. Even rare treasures that are hard to come by. Think about it, from the beginning of the universe to now, including this one, only 6 snow vine plants have ever been born. Besides that, there's also the Path of Eternity. You should know about this special plane, right? The giant axe founder asked. Jiang Luo nodded. Disciple has heard that as long as one can inscribe a unique skill or secret technique on the Path of Eternity, one can obtain a corresponding reward. Essentially similar to the Tongtian Mountain of the Virtual Universe Company, except that it tests one's own unique skills and secret techniques. The founder of the giant axe said, "By engraving the ultimate skill on the eternal path, one can obtain 100 billion points. However, you should not imprint the sword technique you used in the world of Absolute Fang on the Path of Eternity. Although I have ordered the news to be blocked, and the geniuses from various forces have all been eliminated by you before this, they did not see this sword. But we still need to be careful." The founder of the giant axe sighed, "Your creation of the ultimate secret technique is of great importance. Once this news gets out, the insect race and the demon race will definitely do everything in their power to assassinate you." 2. Jiang Luo nodded. "The example of my senior brother, Lord Lanzong, is right before my eyes. There are even examples of teachers who were the founders of the giant axe. Although creating ultimate techniques before achieving immortality does not necessarily guarantee reaching the level of a cosmic master. But the probability is much higher overall. In the original timeline, Luo Feng spent over 30,000 years creating his ultimate martial art after being recognized as the master of the Star Tower. Although I won't let you imprint that sword technique on the Path of Eternity, you will still receive the rewards you deserve." The founder of the giant axe laughed and said, "According to the rules, the reward for creating a peak ultimate skill is capped at 100 billion points. There is no rule specifying how much the reward should be for creating an ultimate skill. However, when your senior brother, Lord Lanzong, created the ultimate secret technique at the World Lord level, I rewarded him with a supreme treasure. The same applies to you." The giant axe founder reached out and summoned a small, dark gold rhombus-shaped crystal from the vast primordial ocean below. It exudes an aura that makes one's heart flutter. "It's called the Demon Armor, a supreme treasure of the soul type," the giant axe founder said, pointing to the dark golden crystal. Jiang Luo was surprised and doubtful. This dark gold rhomboid crystal was only the size of a marble. Could it actually be a battle armor? And it's a treasure of the soul type. Soul-type treasures are the most precious and top-tier category among all treasures, even surpassing flying palace-type and domain-type treasures. A single ordinary soul-type treasure is comparable to 10 or 100 other ordinary treasures, and is even more precious than high-grade treasure weapons and armor. The founder of the giant axe sighed, "I obtained this demon armor on the primal star a long time ago. I have never used it, nor have I given it to anyone else. Fortunately, with your willpower and consciousness, you have already been able to imprint your spiritual mark on this treasure. The greatest function of this demon armor is soul defense. Even if the Lord of the Universe launches a soul attack on you or tries to enslave your soul, you can withstand it for a second or two. The 1 or 2 seconds you gain could be enough for you to commit suicide." The founder of the giant axe stared at Jiang Luo and said, "Once you step into the realm of Lord, you will inevitably have to undergo trials and tribulations. Even if the alien race doesn't know that you have created the ultimate technique, you will definitely be ranked number 1 on their assassination list. If you encounter a trap, whether it's a cosmic venerable or a cosmic master who takes action, remember to commit suicide immediately. If you can't commit suicide with your body, then commit suicide with your soul. There are many secret techniques for soul suicide in the treasure trove of secret arts. You can practice them. Don't underestimate the methods of the alien race. Just because you have clones doesn't mean the alien race can't do anything to you. Once a powerful alien race enslaves one of your clones, your other clones and your original body will also be affected." Jiang Luo nodded emphatically. Although the demon armor was valuable, the creator of the giant axe saw it merely as a tool to facilitate his suicide. The founder of the giant axe said solemnly, "The demon armor has a second function. It can disguise the aura of a soul and even simulate the aura of immortal divine power." Jiang Luo's eyes lit up. This function was indeed very useful. After he put the demon armor into his world ring, the giant axe founder laughed and said, "Go back and break through to the realm lord level as soon as possible. It's pointless for you to bully other domain lords with your understanding of the laws and your strength." After teleporting Jiang Luo back to the giant axe secret realm, the giant axe founder fell silent, a captivating glint flashing in his eyes. The sword technique that Jiang Luo used in the world of Julia reappeared in his mind. This sword technique seems to contain something even higher. It's probably not just at the ultimate level. Although the ultimate secret techniques of the Cosmic Venerable, the Cosmic Overlord, and the Cosmic Lord differ in strength, they are all ultimate level secret techniques. Even the strongest secret technique of the Lord of the Universe is still the ultimate, only the strongest and most perfect secret technique among the ultimate. However, the founder of the giant axe vaguely discerned a higher level of artistic conception from that sword technique. That was a path of swordsmanship he had never seen before. However, the artistic conception was too faint, and even the creator of the giant axe could not be sure. If that's really the case, then Jiang Luo's path to becoming a true god has a direction, the giant axe founder murmured. Virtual Universe, Star Island. Congratulations, Your Highness, on winning first place in the trial of the Absolute Fang. Issa, accompanied by several elite guards, offered her congratulations with smiles on her faces. Most of the events that occurred within the world of Julia, as well as the information about Jiang Luo's final display of the ultimate secret technique, the grass character sword art, were all blocked by the martial arena and the other 4 giants. However, the news that he became the ultimate victor was not deliberately suppressed. After all, every time the Absolute Fang world opens, a winner will inevitably emerge. Deliberately concealing the truth would only alert the alien races to the suspicious activity, and they would most likely suspect Jiang Luo or Luo Feng. Your Highness. Quote. Issa was about to continue speaking when she suddenly paused, startled. Your Highness has broken through to the realm lord level. Jiang Luo nodded. Just broke through, prepare the nutrient tank. Issa and the other elite realm masters stared blankly as Jiang Luo walked into the lakeside villa, their expressions becoming complicated. She was even planning to accompany His Highness on his overseas mission. Generally speaking, sending out missions is the best time for the guards and the Prince of the Giant Axe secret realm to develop a relationship, but this relationship isn't romantic. It's not about fighting side by side, but about the bond of camaraderie. As His Highness's status rises in the future, the guards who accompanied him during his time in the Giant Axe secret realm will naturally become his trusted subordinates. Issa smiled wryly. Indeed, His Highness has already crossed the 15th level of the heavenly bridge. Suddenly she froze, as if she had received some news. His Highness Jiang Luo has just inscribed a new, self-created peak-level martial art on the path of eternity. Issa was dumbfounded. The trial of absolute truth doesn't always produce geniuses who create ultimate techniques. Once someone creates a supreme technique, even just a move or two, they can sweep away the other geniuses of the 5 giants in the world of absolute Fang. So even though Jiang Luo won first place, Issa never expected that Jiang Luo had created a pinnacle technique. Of course, she never imagined that 3 people in this world of absolute Fang had created ultimate techniques, and that a native expert had cultivated an ultimate secret method. This is arguably the strongest trial of the absolute in nearly 10 million epochs. Even our clan ancestor couldn't create a supreme technique, Issa said in disbelief. Her ancestor, the illusionary spirit king, was already a powerful figure at the pinnacle of the king realm, yet he still failed to create a peak secret technique. Chapter 122,100 billion points, 3rd Starfield Battlefield. In a lakeside villa. This book is being published for the first time, providing you with a reading experience free of errors and disordered chapters. Jiang Luo checked his account, where 100 billion points had just been deposited. His performance in the world of absolute Fang, apart from the final use of the grass sword technique. Many of the geniuses from the 5 giants have personally witnessed him unleash his self-created ultimate technique, Beast God Seal. Even if the 5 major giants have issued a gag order, this matter may still leak out. That's why the founder of the giant axe didn't stop him from imprinting the ultimate technique, Beast God Seal, on the eternal path plane. The significance of doing this is actually similar to the geniuses of the virtual universe company breaking through the heavenly bridge of the Realm Lord level. However, he was previously considered a peerless genius who surpassed Cody. It's not too exaggerated to say that a pinnacle martial art could be created under the influence of the absolute tooth stone carving and the holy blood divine slaying crystal. Anyway, the alien race had already made him their #1 assassination target, so they weren't worried about having too many enemies. Moreover, the creator of the giant axe bestowed upon him the demon armor, a supreme treasure of the soul, so that even if the lord of an alien universe came, he would not be able to enslave him. Sigh, the points that just arrived are about to be spent. Jiang Luo sighed. The ultimate martial art, Taihao, is a money-devouring beast. Even just mastering the first chapter would require at least tens of billions of points. To master the second or even third chapter would be something even an ordinary cosmic venerable might not be able to handle. So we still have to resort to robbery. Jiang Luo's gaze was deep. Moreover, the plan to devour the life essence of all races and elevate the genetic level should also be carried out. He obtained a young Cephalotaxis fortunae. However, there is only one snow vine, which can only allow one of his clones to be upgraded to 1,000 times the level. He has 18 clones. If each of my individual clones could be elevated to at least 1,000 times their original life level using the devouring heaven demon art, I wonder what level one could reach if the clones were to merge into one. Whether it's mastering the 3rd level of Dao Wu's 18 gods and demons, or cultivating the one true one. For all the individual bodies to be unified, each individual body must have a similar level of life. Jiang Luo thought to himself, so we need to find a suitable hunting ground. Traveling through the universe is too slow and unreliable. He doesn't yet have the strength to invade the territory of a human clan and wreak havoc. Even though he has engaged in rampant slaughter and devoured the very essence of human life, he has not yet descended into such chaos and evil. There aren't many hunting grounds to choose from. Extraterritorial battlefield. Above the netherworld sea and sky, countless stars shone brightly, and within the temple on one of the most dazzling stars. You're going to the 3rd Starfield battlefield to hone your skills. The ancient Wheel Kingdom Lord frowned slightly. Jiang Luo was somewhat surprised. Teacher, is there a problem? After reaching the Realm Master level, one does not necessarily have to undergo life or death trials immediately. You can also practice for a period of time. It can even go to the initial universe to study the Chaos Monument for a period of time. This is true for most of the geniuses in the arena after they have just entered the Realm Master level. However, Jiang Luo was already itching to learn the devouring heaven demon art. If he relies solely on luck to find special life forms, it will be an eternity before his 18-point body can be genetically upgraded. Moreover, cultivating the Taihao technique requires a large amount of resources. Does the teacher think the average mortality rate on the third starfield battlefield is too high? Jiang Luo wondered to himself. Of the 11 battlefields, the 7th battlefield, which possesses the Star Tower, ranks only third in average mortality rate. The third front had the highest average mortality rate. It reached 98.5%. The reason for such a high average mortality rate is that the three major factions have the most powerful warriors in the third battlefield. It's like a meat grinder. And that's exactly what Jiang Luo wanted. The ancient Wheel King shook his head slightly and sighed. Do you know about the divine continent of the third battlefield? Jiang Luo nodded. I know, the information says it's one of the battle areas with the most powerful warriors in the third battlefield. Because in the center of the continent lies the desolate Candle Mountain, the place where the three great divine generals passed down their lineage. In the past, the four dominant clans fought countless battles and clan wars in order to seize the third battlefield. A major reason is the desolate Candle Mountain in the center of the ancient continent of Chieftain. The Demon Mountain in the primordial secret realm has two sides, the Frost Mountain and the Demon Sound Mountain. It is the place where the Frost God General and the Demon Sound God General passed on their legacy. The third battlefield, the desolate Candle Mountain of the ancient continent of the divine realm, is even more formidable, possessing three sides in one body. It is the place where the three great generals, Desolate Calamity General, Brahma Candle General, and Prison Mountain General, are passed down. Even the most powerful clans can only control a limited number of divine general inheritance sites within their territory. Within the entire Hongmeng territory, there are only 3 places where divine generals can inherit their legacy, offering the opportunity to inherit the legacy of the 4 great divine generals. The opportunities for inheriting divine generals held by the third battlefield alone are almost equal to those held by the entire Hong Alliance. The ancient ruler sighed. That's why the 4 major factions have deployed so many powerful warriors to the third battlefield. It's all for the opportunity to inherit the divine generalship on the ancient continent of Chieftain. Each divine general's inheritance has 32 inheritance palaces, and Desolate Candle Mountain has 96 inheritance palaces, 96 inheritance opportunities. How many powerful individuals can be created from just this one mountain? Many powerful humans have received the inheritance of the divine general in the third battlefield. For example, Luo Feng's teacher, True King Yan, received the inheritance of the Desolate Calamity divine general. However, each batch of divine generals must be passed down every 10,081 epochs. Therefore, every time the third battlefield is opened with the inheritance of a divine general, a large-scale war will break out among the 4 major factions. The victorious faction will gain the right to allocate 32 inheritance slots in the heritage palaces. Therefore, even many powerful individuals outside the alliance of the 4 major clans who want to obtain the inheritance of the God General will choose to join a faction and participate in the war. To win, you must help the faction you join win and make enough contributions in the war to earn a chance to inherit the legacy. Even the merits of one war are not enough. Many powerful people have to participate in several wars to accumulate enough merits. Every major war was almost equivalent to a small-scale tribal war. The difference is that the Universal Venerable One is not involved. The high mortality rate in the third front is partly due to the large-scale warfare. After all, for many powerful beings who have remained in the immortal stage for countless epochs, receiving the right divine general's inheritance is one of the few opportunities they have to break through to immortality and become a cosmic venerable. The divine generals inherited by one's own clan and power may not be compatible with one's own path and laws. Therefore, no matter how low the probability is, it's worth risking everything. Jiang Luo was taken aback. Could it be? The ancient Wheel Kingdom Lord nodded. That's right, there's less than 1,000 years left before the inheritance of the Brahma Candle God General begins. Every time a divine general's inheritance is activated, the 4 major factions will forcibly conscript all soldiers from the third battlefield to fight the war. If you are still on the third battlefield at that time, you will also be forcibly conscripted, and of course, your military merits will be doubled. Even a peak-level king-level expert could perish in such a war if he is not careful. Jiang Luo hadn't noticed that the inheritance of divine generals would be activated within 1,000 years when he read the information about the extraterritorial battlefield. The ancient Wheel Kingdom Lord thought Jiang Luo was frightened by the war and laughed, "This is still mild." The crimson ruins of the third battlefield have a passage connecting to the origin of the universe. Every 100,000 epochs, a top-tier primordial treasure core material is born, which is even more precious than the heart of space and the heart of time. When the core materials of the origin treasure are produced, that's when things get really exciting. There have even been instances in history where cosmic overlords forcibly entered the third battlefield to seize the core materials of the primordial treasures, leading to a great war. Chapter 123. 1,000 times the level of life, secret technique, transplantation. For reading Taiwanese novels, choose Super Smooth. 3 months later, in the dark universe, an ordinary E9 class spaceship is traveling at 10 times the speed of light. Inside the modular safety cabin made of G-grade metal, the Wanjia Hunyuanti clone sat cross-legged on the ground. Above his head, dark light flashed and intertwined rapidly, transforming into a black treasure bottle. Before me stood a snow-white juvenile snow vine with 10,081 tentacles. The young snow vine was swallowed into the mouth of the great Tao treasure bottle. Then, with the bottle opening facing downwards, the ancient and exquisite bottle completely disappeared into his body, becoming one with him. The life essence of the snow vine continuously flowed into every part of Jiang Luo's body. The devouring heaven demon art was in operation, constantly altering his genes. The genetic transformation took a full day to complete. Jiang Luo opened his eyes, frowning slightly. It's only about 1,005 times. His body had previously devoured the life essence of the Duco crystal embryo. It already has a genetic level that is hundreds of times higher. However, after devouring the essence of the snow vine, which was 1,000 times the life level, it only increased to 1,005 times. As expected, the advancement of one's life level is not a simple addition. Jiang Luo sighed. His original genetic level of 12 times only increased to 1 after absorbing Ko Jingtai's life essence. 3 times. Even though Ko Jing's embryo is not yet fully developed and is only at the 95th level of life. Even 95 times plus 12 times doesn't make it more than 103 times. This time, after consuming 1,000 times more snow vines on top of 103 times, it only increased to 1,005 times. It is likely that a significant amount of life essence was consumed in the genetic modification of the chaos entity. Jiang Luo sensed the fundamental laws in the void with a strange expression. It's not simply that the clarity of the fundamental laws has improved. After successively devouring Ko Jingtai and Qianqiumu, which were at a life level 100 times higher, his clarity regarding the laws of space, time, water, and wood had long since reached its limit. In particular, he has already reached the level of a world lord, and his consciousness can enter the origin of the universe at any time. This feeling, Jiang Luo murmured. He had a strange feeling that he could merge the laws of water with the laws of space. He clearly had not studied any classic texts on the principles of water and space fusion. Having mastered the second level of the path of the beast god, the fire-void fusion law, whose rate of improvement had begun to slow down, suddenly generated many inspirations. The difficulty of comprehending the fluctuations of other fundamental laws also seemed to have been greatly reduced. It seemed as if it were within reach. This is more like enlightenment, or an increase in one's comprehending the origin of the laws. Is it because of the fusion of all paths? The chaos body is favored by heaven and earth, and is not suppressed by the laws of the great Tao of heaven and earth. It can evolve all things, and it can also destroy all things. Their ability to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth far surpasses that of ordinary people. Of course, he could sense that he had not yet become a true chaos being. However, they only possess, or rather awaken, a portion of the abilities of the chaos body. 1,000 times the level of life seems to be a threshold for reaching the acquired chaotic state. After that, a small part of the mysteries of the chaos body will be revealed. However, the path to becoming a chaotic entity will become increasingly difficult. In other words, the amount of life essence that needs to be absorbed will increase significantly. Jiang Luo's expression was complicated. On the positive side, the semi-finished chaos body allowed his law talents, including his beast god path talent, to take another significant step forward. However, the quality and quantity of special life forms he needs to devour to achieve a perfect chaos body will likely exceed his previous expectations. Unless he is given a dozen or more genetically superior special life forms that are thousands of times stronger to devour him. Otherwise, reaching the level of a true chaotic being, which is at least 10,081 times the life level, would be a distant dream. Even within the ancestral god cult, such extraordinary life forms are extremely rare. Moreover, each of them was heavily cultivated by the ancestral god sect. Even if Jiang Luo joins the ancestral god sect and tries to devour them, the beast god and the three ancestral gods probably won't agree. Even with the devouring heaven demon art, it would take an unknown amount of time and countless obstacles to achieve a true chaos body. Jiang Luo thought to himself, it seems I still have to try merging my clones into one. The evolution of the chaotic entity consumes too much energy. At this rate of consumption, even if he were to devour another special life form with 1,000 times the genetic level, he would probably only be able to increase his power to 1,500 or 1,600 times. Once the level of life exceeds 1,000 times, it becomes extremely difficult to even double it. On the contrary, the merging of his 18 clones into one might allow him to directly achieve the chaos body. This is also one of the reasons why he came to the battlefield outside the region. It doesn't matter if we can't find special life forms with a genetic level that are hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times greater. By devouring a large number of low-level ordinary lives from various races, one can also elevate each clone to a level hundreds or even thousands of times higher. There are many alien races in the extraterrestrial battlefields that are genetically superior to humans. However, most of them are only 2 or 3 times at most. Even the demon royal family is only 5 or 6 times stronger. But as long as there are enough of them, it's fine. While the number of immortals may be limited, the number of realm lords and domain lords in the extraterrestrial battlefield is thousands or even tens of thousands of times greater than that of immortals. It was the perfect hunting ground for his many clones. Other clones and entities entered the extraterritorial battlefield as realm lords, hunting down a massive number of alien realm lords and domain lords. The strongest clone, the Myriad Tribulation's primordial body, which devoured the young Bo Shui Tang, was responsible for seizing resources to supply the cultivation of Tai Hao. Jiang Luo thought to himself, if my plan can truly come to fruition, the transplantation of the snow vine's innate secret technique that I obtained, will be of great use in the future. The transplantation talent of the snow vine is somewhat similar to the golden horned beast's talent of creating clones, but there are differences. It can graft a part of itself onto other plant life, thereby cultivating up to 2 special life clones of the same life level. Although the grafted clone is smaller than the original snowvine, its genetic level is the same. He now has 18 clones, making Bo Shiteng's innate secret technique seem somewhat useless. But Jiang Luo didn't think so. If one day, whether through the One True Self, or the third level of the Dao Wu 18 gods and demons, the 18 bodies can be merged into one, achieving a perfect life level 10,081 times greater. By then, this transplantation technique will be truly miraculous. The innate secret techniques obtained by devouring the essence of special life forms using the devouring heaven demon art will not disappear. This means that even if he achieves the chaos body, his transplant talent will still remain. Therefore, using the 2 clone slots for the transplantation technique now is a waste of resources. After making up his mind, Jiang Luo took out many precious materials and metals that he had purchased from the World Ring. There are G-grade metallic star tear gold, void stone, barium eclipse crystal, etc. Each piece is worth millions, or even tens of millions of points. There are also a large amount of F-grade metal materials. These were all purchased by him based on the precious materials mentioned in the first chapter of the manifested Tai Hao. It cost a total of over 70 billion points. These precious materials are enough for him to cultivate the first chapter of Taihao to perfection. Chapter 124 The Third Battlefield, Will You Form an Immortal Team? Hong Yuxing, one of the 8 major logistics bases within human territory. An ordinary E-9 class spacecraft slowly docked in the docking port. The entire Hongyu star has tens of thousands of docking ports, with countless spaceships entering and leaving every moment. The Myriad Tribulation's primordial body clone looked at the magnificent virtual scene outside the control cabin, without feeling any shock or tremor. Jiang Luo's eyes flickered, and a smile appeared on his face. Please remember that Taiwan Novel Network has a large collection of books. Visit tkan.com anytime to see the fastest chapter updates. Qianqiumu's clone, along with its 2 sub-bodies, also teleported into the 11th battlefield through the Lunyao star base. He and his 17 clones acted separately, each disguising themselves and heading to different logistics bases to enter the extraterritorial battlefield. At this point, all the clones and entities entered different extraterrestrial battlefields as Realm Lord level warriors. There, they can hunt alien realm lords, domain lords, and even universe-level beings at will. Only his strongest main combat clone remains. There's nothing wrong with calling him the real person. The 18 sons of Dao Wu's 18 gods and demons were originally the same, without distinction between the original and the clones. Or rather, whoever is stronger is the true master. He devoured Ko Jingtai and Bo Shui Tang, possessing thousands of gene levels, and also cultivated the Myriad Tribulation's primordial scripture. After being upgraded to the 9th level of the Realm Lord through the nutrient capsule, his basic strength had already reached 1105 times the power of a 9th level World Lord. The 1005 times power of the World Lord was provided at the genetic level. The additional 100 times the peak power of a Realm Lord was provided by the 3rd layer of the Myriad Tribulations. Primordial Scripture. If the secret of all is triggered, one can obtain up to 10 times the amplitude, reaching 11,000 times the peak power of a World Lord. This is already comparable to the power of a newly crowned king. However, the secret of the character, Jia, not only relies on triggering, but can only be maintained for a relatively short time. Jiang Luo shook his head slightly. Moreover, once an immortal achieves immortality, they can precisely burn divine power, but I don't have any divine power to burn. The immortal army lord has not yet achieved immortality and lacks sufficient control over his divine body. Once his divine body is ignited, he will be unable to control it, which is no different from self-destruction. Only by achieving immortality and preserving divine power can one precisely burn a portion of their divine body. Therefore, my current combat strength is at most only enough to disguise myself as a marquee-level immortal. While I was pondering this, the spaceship docked. Jiang Luo took out a small, rhombus-shaped, dark gold crystal from his world ring and pressed it to his brow. It was the demon armor, a soul-type treasure bestowed upon him by the founder of the giant axe. Immediately, dark golden threads spread out from within the rhomboid crystal, instantly covering his entire body. Dark gold threads spread rapidly, interlocking and combining to form scales the size of buttons. Even the head was encased in a dark gold helmet, with small rhomboid crystals embedded in the helmet on the forehead. His face was also covered with a dark gold mask. With a thought, Jiang Luo's mask disappeared into her skin, thus changing her appearance. It transformed into another young, almost boyish face. The aura of his soul has also undergone a huge change. At the same time, the shape and color of the dark gold scales changed, turning into a pure white battle armor. Behind him, countless dark golden threads spread and grew, condensing into a long, scaly tail. Jiang Luo's thoughts stirred again, and a restrained, inward-looking divine might emanated from him. At this point, even a cosmic sovereign could not tell that he was a realm lord. This demon armor is indeed powerful, it can even weaken physical attacks by 90%. Jiang Luo nodded in satisfaction. As for soul attacks, they can be weakened to 1/10,000th. It also has the effect of preventing one from being enslaved by the soul. Even the soul enslavement of a typical cosmic lord can only be stopped for a second or two. This was also the main reason why the founder of the giant axe gave him this treasure. Jiang Luo was also very satisfied with the effects of the demon armor. With his 18 bodies and souls connected, even if a powerful alien race wanted to control Jiang Luo's clones in other battlefields, they couldn't bypass the consciousness of the original body. As long as there is no risk of being enslaved by one's soul, the worst that can happen is death. Unless all 18 of his offspring are destroyed, he has a way to regenerate the killed offspring. This is also why he dared to send all his body parts to the battlefield outside the region. An immortal god. A man in standard combat armor watched in astonishment as a boy wearing white armor and a helmet, with a long tail, flew out of an E9 class spaceship. An invisible pressure spread out. That is the divine power of immortality. An immortal deity piloting an E-class spaceship seems a bit too simple. Sir. The staff member in standard combat armor quickly and respectfully came forward. Immortal deities are rarely going to the outer battlefields for the first time, so they usually don't need his guidance, but respect for immortal deities is still essential. Sure enough, the boy didn't even glance at him before walking straight towards a wide, transparent glass passageway in the distance. At the plaza at the end of the passage, several thousand people gathered there, most of whom were domain lords, while a small number were world lords and universe-level beings. Upon seeing Jiang Luo's figure, especially the wisp of immortal divine power emanating from him, they were all secretly alarmed. At the same time, many people showed signs of excitement. According to the rules, teleportation will only be activated if there are at least 100 world lords present. Either an immortal god appears, in which case the teleportation will be activated immediately, regardless of how many people there are. An immortal ape man with golden fur all over his body paused for a moment when he saw Jiang Luo, who looked like a young boy, and asked gently, "Which battlefield is this brother going to?" Warriors below the level of Realm Lord are not qualified to designate battlefields, they are randomly teleported to any battlefield. Immortal gods, however, have the privilege of being teleported to specific battlefields. After all, many immortals have been to the extraterritorial battlefield before, whether for revenge, military merit, or for treasures and resources from specific battlefields, and they will return to serve in the extraterritorial battlefield. The third battlefield, Jiang Luo said. The immortal ape man was taken aback, glancing with some pity at the thousands of realm lords and domain lords level warriors in the square. The third battlefield has the highest average mortality rate among battlefields outside the region. Of course, there is no essential difference in the mortality rates of the top few. How big is the difference between a 98% mortality rate and a 97% mortality rate? However, the inheritance of the Brahma Candle God General in the third battlefield will soon begin. By then, soldiers who haven't accumulated enough military merits to retire in the third battlefield, whether they are immortals, realm lords, or domain lords, will be forcibly conscripted. That would mean a mortality rate that's almost 100%. After quickly granting permissions to the thousands of people in the square, the immortal ape man commanded, "Move out." The internal teleportation passage at the number 091 barracks base in the third battlefield. Haha, the new recruits have arrived. We have new recruits. Why is this batch coming so quickly? And the quantity is small too. The tall, immortal deity in white robes looked at the obviously small number of new recruits who had been teleported in with some astonishment. To gather 100 realm lords, there would usually be at least tens of thousands of new recruits. The white-robed immortal's expression changed slightly as he focused his attention on Jiang Luo. So another immortal god has arrived. The immortal in white robe swiftly appointed 4 guides to lead the new recruits to 3 different pathways, the universe level, domain lord level, and world lord level, each leading to a different camp. Then he walked up to Jiang Luo and asked, "Are you going to the realm lord's camp or the immortal camp? If we form an elite squad, it will be more convenient to go to the lord's camp. If you want to join the immortal team, you can go to the immortal camp." Jiang Luo calmly replied, "The immortal camp." The immortal in white robes politely said, "Regardless of whether you have been to the third battlefield before, if you have retired and left the battlefield for more than an era, you must complete military merit tasks before you can gain your freedom. The same applies to immortality. Jiang Luo nodded. I know that. The immortal in white robes led Jiang Luo along the circular corridor, saying as they flew, joining the Legion directly is the easiest way. Once you join the Legion, you must strictly obey orders and have the least freedom. In addition, you can also join the Immortal Elite Squad. However, the minimum number of members required to form an Immortal team is 7, so there are not many teams with vacant spots. After all, the mortality rate of Immortal gods is much lower than that of World Lords and Domain Lords. Most of the Immortal teams have been training and fighting together for a long time, and they will not easily introduce new players. Moreover, most of the Immortals are fighting outside, and when they return to the base, they can only rest for a short period of time. So if you want to join the Immortal squad, you might have to wait a while. Regardless of whether Jiang Luo knew about these things beforehand, the Immortal in white robes explained them to him in detail according to the rules. What's needed to start an Immortal team? Jiang Luo asked curiously. The white-robed Immortal was taken aback, and looked Jiang Luo up and down. You want to form a new elite Immortal team? Chapter 125 The Power of Taihao, 2000 times the power of a realm lord. The white-robed Immortal shook his head slightly and said, to form an Immortal battle, one must at least have the strength of an Immortal army lord, but even so, it is difficult to recruit enough members. Generally speaking, the captain of an Immortal team must have the strength of an Immortal army master at the peak, or at least close to the peak. Moreover, one must have extensive combat experience, especially long-term experience in the third battlefield. Sometimes, experience may be more important than strength. Without these, it would be difficult to gain the trust of the Immortals. Immortal gods possess eternal life, and most of them cherish their lives far more than world lords. Even if they come to the battlefield outside the region and are prepared to die in battle, no one wants to die without knowing why. Therefore, the captain of an Immortal team usually needs to have the strength and experience to convince other Immortals. It takes quite a while to see these things. As they spoke, Jiang Luo arrived at an elegantly decorated hall. Although it's called a lobby, it's more like a restaurant. Several hundred Immortals sat in 2s and 3s inside the restaurant. However, judging from their auras, most of them were not military leaders, with only a few seemingly powerful individuals who had achieved the rank of Marquis or Immortal. Jiang Luo understood that most of the Marquis-level Immortals and even stronger King-level experts were probably active in other levels. The Immortal camp occupies the largest space within the god base. Based on rank and the distinction between active duty soldiers and free soldiers, the area is divided into different recreational areas, restaurants, gathering areas, and soldiers' quarters. This restaurant is likely mainly for soldiers serving under the Immortal Army Lord. Jiang Luo attracted everyone's attention as soon as she appeared. Is this guy new here? Hey, I've been in the third battlefield for nearly 2000 years and I've never seen him before. He's probably a new face. Brother, could you introduce your background and achievements? We're different from those Realm Lord teams. Our members are more stable, we prefer quality over quantity and don't accept newcomers casually. Jiang Luo glanced around and calmly said, My name is Taihao. I want to form an Immortal battle team. The members must have at least the strength of an Immortal army lord. Who is willing to join? The hundreds of Immortals in the restaurant were all taken aback. A giant, whose body seemed to be made of blood-red rock, laughed loudly. Kid, do you think the Immortal team can be formed by just anyone? I've never heard of the name Taihao before. He has no experience in the third battlefield. Who would want to join your team? Unless you have the strength of an Immortal military lord at the peak, then I might have to think about it. No sooner had the rock giant finished speaking than another Immortal chuckled and said, Kid, when we go up to the Immortal arena in the virtual universe later, if you can last 3 moves against me, I'll recruit you as a member of my team. How about that? Jiang Luo shook his head slightly, and with a thought, he activated the demon armor, which released an even stronger aura of divine power. Divine power filled the entire hall, and the terrifying pressure made people tremble. This is to be granted the title of Marquis and achieve immortality. Inside the restaurant, hundreds of Immortals from various races stared wide-eyed. The rock giant who had spoken earlier was even more alarmed. This divine power and pressure, it's definitely at the level of a Marquis or an Immortal. Even if he hasn't achieved immortality, the strength of his divine power is definitely 1,000 times that of a world lord. The main difference between a normal immortal and an immortal lies in the strength of their divine power. The higher one's understanding of the laws of space and time, the stronger one's divine power. Jiang Luo displayed an aura of immortal divine power comparable to a 9th-level world lord, 1,000 times stronger. But Taihao, I've never heard of such a marquee-level immortal. Could it be that he has just entered the marquee-level realm and hasn't yet achieved immortality? A new marquee-level expert has arrived. I must inform Wu Hun and the others immediately. I've finally waited for this. The other teams led by immortals and marquises don't lack members, but I've waited thousands of years and still haven't been able to join. The rock giant looked somewhat embarrassed, inwardly cursing himself for never being able to change his temper. However, he quickly made up his mind and walked up to Jiang Luo somewhat embarrassedly, respectfully asking, "Lord Taihao, would you mind telling me which battle zone you plan to go to after you have assembled your team?" Jiang Luo said in a deep voice, "Star Mist Sea." The rock giant's enormous single eye suddenly lit up, the Sea of Star Mist. 2 months later. The living quarters for serving soldiers. Inside a villa, Jiang Luo looked at the 6 figures standing in front of him with a satisfied expression. As a serving soldier, the rest time at the base cannot exceed 1 year. However, he did not expect to find suitable team members in just over 2 months. Of course, it doesn't mean that only 6 immortals were willing to join his team in 2 months. Instead, he selected the best of the best, choosing 6 team members. "Boss," the rock giant exclaimed excitedly, "Whirlwind has joined the team, so the team is officially formed now." Jiang Luo nodded and smiled, "The military system just sent me an email. The Immortal Squad, numbered 091142, has been formed." The rock giant was the first member he recruited, named Flame Horn, who came from the Gentong clan, a powerful race within the Hong Alliance, and was a rock-type life form. His strength is close to the peak of the Immortal Army Lord. Demon Fang and Phantom in his team were both recommended by this Flame Horn. Wanmei is beautiful, with a slightly translucent divine body, wearing a layer of emerald green armor. However, like Yanzhao, she is not human, but an immortal of the Hongmeng Dark Mist clan. Moya is a human immortal who looks like a child, with black fur all over his body and a tail like an iron whip. He has a good relationship with Yanzhao and Wanmei. It is said that the 3 had fought side by side in an immortal team for hundreds of epochs before being slaughtered by powerful alien races, leaving only the 3 of them alive. All 3 possess strength surpassing that of an immortal army lord. Aside from Flame Horn, Illusionary Charm, and Demon Fang, the other 3 team members, Star Wheel, Kui, and Whirlwind, were immortal powerhouses he had carefully selected over the past 2 months. Each of them is stronger than an immortal military lord. Among them, Xinglan and Shuangguang both reached the peak of the immortal army lord. Moreover, they have already completed their military service and are now free. "Let's go," Jiang Luo said with a smile. The military system has set a military merit quota of 1 trillion for him after this life or death ordeal. It is the upper limit of the amount of military merits that can be awarded the title of Marquis and the title of Immortal. This is equivalent to the military merit gained from killing a peak-level Marquis. However, it is not easy to kill someone at the peak of the Marquis level, and even it is not easy for someone at the high level of the King level. Even if he triggers the secret of the word, all, the amplitude will be 10 times greater and still not kill him. Let alone the peak of the Marquis rank, even the initial Marquis rank would be difficult to kill, since he cannot burn his divine power. Unless one unleashes their self-created ultimate technique, Beast God Seal, or even the ultimate secret technique, Grass Sword Art. However, both the founder of the Giant Axe and the ruler of the Ancient Wheel Kingdom instructed him not to use the Beast God Seal and the Grass Character Sword technique unless absolutely necessary. In particular, the Beast God Seal was a unique skill that many geniuses among the 5 giants had personally witnessed him use. It could easily arouse suspicion from other ethnic groups. After all, the alien race also knew that once he reached the Realm Master level, he would definitely have to go to the secret realm of the universe or the battlefield outside the domain to undergo life and death trials. Even if it's not a life or death ordeal, you still have to go through some trials. Human beings are never made in a greenhouse. Generally speaking, only a king-level expert should use their ultimate technique to avoid drawing attention and arousing suspicion from other races. In this way, to quickly reach such a military merit quota, one would probably have to kill a lot of immortal military lords to accumulate enough merit and gain freedom. Rather than joining another team, he should form his own team, so that he can have the greatest decision-making power. Moreover, with the cooperation of other immortal powerhouses, it was even easier to slaughter the alien immortal teams. Of course, the 1 trillion military merit quota is just the service quota assigned to him through the military system. The arena set a life or death test for him, requiring him to accumulate 100 trillion military merits. Even if you were to kill a peak-level marquis, you would still have to kill at least 100. In the Dark Universe, an E9-class spaceship is flying at high speed. Inside the not-so-spacious recreational area of the safe cabin, the tall-winged youth, Zhongguang, still couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. This safe cabin is actually made entirely of G-grade metal. The vice captain, Starwheel, wearing a silver mask, also looked serious. This safety pod alone is probably worth several 100 million chaos units. The 4 immortal powerhouses, Yanzhao, Wanmei, Moya, and Kui, all noticed the excitement in each other's expressions. Kui, with 2 flexible antennae extending from his forehead, looked at the door to Captain Taihao's rest room and thought to himself, the captain is definitely not an ordinary marquis. He is likely the son or disciple of some powerful figure. It seems that the decision to join this team was indeed the right one. Although he had long since completed his military service quota and was now a free man. But as a pharmacist, working alone is not his forte. Joining an immortal team is the best option to maximize your benefits. The stronger Jiang Luo is as captain, the more at ease he feels. The winged youth, Zhongguang, chuckled and said, "It seems that although our leader lacks experience in the 3rd battlefield, our team definitely has great potential. The captain's financial resources are clearly beyond what an ordinary marquis could have, and his trump cards and methods are likely to surpass those of other marquises. Having such a captain at critical moments greatly enhances their ability to cope with powerful dangers." Vice Captain Xinglan said in a deep voice, "Don't be careless. This time, the battle area we're going to is the Star Mist Sea. It's close to the Bloodfire continent, and the competition there is fierce. There are quite a few powerful individuals who have been granted the title of Marquis. Among us, only Yanzhao, Wanmei, and Moya have ever fought in the Star Mist Sea." Speaking of the Star Mist Sea, the rock giant Yanzhao's expression became solemn. "In the Star Mist Sea, the detection range of the detectors will be greatly reduced. We must remain vigilant at all times while fighting there. Even with the captain present, we must proceed with caution. In that battle zone, there are many alien forces led by the immortal Marquis. Our squad isn't considered particularly strong there either." Jiang Luo, however, paid no attention to the team members' discussion while in the rest room. He devoted all his energy to cultivating the Taihao. "It's done." Jiang Luo opened his eyes and put the precious materials in front of him into his world ring. After more than half a year of cultivation, consuming several tons of precious void stones and star-tier gold, he finally mastered the first chapter, First Transformation of the Taihao Manual. With a thought, countless white rays flew out from his body, crisscrossing in a dazzling display. Its flight is winding and unparalleled in its sharpness. It is the power of Taihao cultivated through the practice of Taihao. It is said to be the power of Taihao, but in essence it is more like an alternative world power. However, its strength is far more terrifying than the power of the world. As expected, its strength is similar to that of an early-stage marquis, roughly 1,000 times that of a 9th-level world lord. With the blessing of Taihao's power, Jiang Luo gained an additional 1,000 times the power of a peak realm lord. Add to that the power brought by 1,000 times the body's genes. A total of 2,000 times the power of a realm lord. Chapter 126 Star Mist Sea, the ruins left by the Dream Demon Ancestor. This is only the first turn. Each chapter of Taihao is divided into 4 sections. The first turn is the entry point, the second turn is the minor achievement, the third turn is the major achievement, and the fourth turn is the perfection. The first chapter, once mastered, grants the power to rival that of a second-level celestial god, thus achieving the title of Marquis and Immortal. Upon reaching the 4th stage of perfection, one's power will be comparable to that of a peak Marquis. Jiang Luo thought to himself, after mastering the first chapter of the basics, I can try practicing the chain technique. Chain technique is a secret technique in Taihao. It can entangle and bind opponents, and is both offensive and defensive, making it a very powerful means of suppression and restraint. Master, we're almost at the Star Mist Sea. The voice of the intelligent life form Wu Hei echoed in the lounge. Jiang Luo's gaze sharpened. We've finally arrived. The reason he chose the Star Mist Sea battle area was not only because there were many powerful alien warriors there. It is a suitable hunting ground for him to use without revealing the Beast God seal, given his current strength. More importantly, the Star Mist Sea surrounds the Blood Beacon continent. Blood Beacon continent is considered a relatively high-level combat zone in the 3rd battlefield. It was also once the home of the Bloodbeacon beasts, the descendants of the Fire Sky Beast God. After the heavenly Fire Sky Beast God was surrounded and killed, the Bloodbeacon beasts were also wiped out by the powerful beings who had surrounded and killed the Beast God. At that time, the progenitor of the Starry Sky Beasts had not yet become the strongest being in the universe, nor had he been able to protect the Bloodbeacon beast. Jiang Luo really wanted to go to the Bloodbeacon continent, where powerful kings gathered. However, you can first hunt weaker alien immortals in the Star Mist Sea while cultivating the first chapter of Taihao. The spaceship gradually reduced its speed and soon escaped the dark universe. Jiang Luo walked out of the lounge and into the safe cabin hall. Team leader, boss. Team members such as Xinglin and Yanzhao stood up to greet them. Please sit down, Jiang Luo said gently. During this period, he has been practicing Taihao in the rest room and has not spent much time with his teammates, so they are not yet familiar with each other. Through the virtual exterior view, Jiang Luo saw a dust cloud stretching as far as the eye could see in the distance. It's like a wall completely blocking out the void. The rock giant with fiery horns wore a complex expression. That's the Star Mist Sea, said to have been created by the battles of great beings in ancient times. Jiang Luo's gaze was deep. He actually knew more than Yan Zhao and the others. This was caused by a powerful figure who was besieging and killing the Fire Sky Beast God. At that time, that powerful figure was still a subordinate of the progenitor of demon beasts. After becoming a true god, he was called the Dream Demon Ancestor. Its single strike not only annihilated all the Bloodbeacon beasts, but also nearly shattered the Bloodbeacon continent. Numerous fragments of the Bloodfire continent were scattered around the continent, eventually forming the Star Mist Sea over time. Even today, traces of that attack can still be seen on some meteorites and stars in the Star Mist Sea. There are countless stars and meteorites in the Star Mist Sea. Some of these stars and meteorites will naturally form mysterious law patterns, which are called star patterns. Yan Zhao sighed. Comprehension of these star patterns can help in creating unique techniques and improving one's understanding of laws, which is why they have attracted a large number of immortal experts to come and study them. There may even be immortal kings who come to comprehend the secret runes of the stars. However, there are not many king-level experts in the Star Mist Sea. Most of the king-level experts are on the Blood Beacon continent, where there are more secret patterns and treasures. As they were talking, the spaceship drove into the dust, and visibility immediately decreased. Jiang Luo and the others could only see the scenery tens of kilometers away with the naked eye. Starwheel, wearing a silver mask, suddenly frowned. The detection range of my detector has suddenly shrunk by half. Wanmei said, the dust in the Star Mist Sea is very strange. It's not the interstellar dust found in ordinary cosmic secret realms. It may be related to the great beings who fought and killed here in ancient times. Dust will not only hinder the detector's detection, but also weaken the spread of divine power. The outer perimeter is fine, the dust density isn't high, so the detection range is reduced by at most 1/10. But in the depths of the Star Mist Sea, the closer you get to the Blood Beacon continent, the higher the dust density, and the detection range of the detector may even decrease to 1% or even lower. Jiang Luo also noticed the decrease in the detector's detection range. He has 2 detectors on him. A large detector, worth 3 billion points, has a detection range of 10 billion kilometers. Another small detector, worth 2 billion points, has a detection range of only 50 kilometers, but its detection precision is comparable to those of large detectors worth hundreds of billions of points. It can not only detect probes from super strong individuals in a timely manner, but also block other people's signal detection and hide itself. Aside from the rare and precious materials he purchased for cultivating the Taihao technique, he also spent the remaining nearly 30 billion points. The detectors alone cost no less than 10 billion. The other 17 clones were equipped with high-level detectors, only one level lower than his. Therefore, Jiang Luo did not feel that the significant reduction in the detection range was a serious problem. Even if reduced to 1%, his large detectors can still detect a range of 100 million kilometers. As for the shielding function of the miniature detector, Jiang Luo naturally turned it off. As time passed, the spaceship gradually entered the depths of the Star Mist Sea. Although we encountered several alien squads during this period, we dealt with them all without much effort. Almost all 6 team members have made a move. Jiang Luo also took this opportunity to gain a deeper understanding of his teammates' abilities. It must be said that he was indeed very satisfied. Yanzhao, Wanmei, and Moya practice a combined attack technique from the Crystal Clan. Although their combined attack was far less powerful than that of the Crystal Clan experts, it was still close to the level of a Marquis. Of course, this is only the level of attack power that barely reaches the level of being granted the title of Marquis. True immortals who have attained the highest rank have all cultivated immortality. If you were to encounter such a powerful individual, even the combined forces of Yanzhao, Wanmei, and Moya would not be a match for them. In addition, Kui's special potion is also very powerful, capable of corroding the body of an immortal god. Applying it to weapons has a very good attack effect. In fact, all the alien teams they encountered along the way could be easily dealt with by the trio of Flame Horn, Illusionary Charm, and Demon Fang working together, along with Kui's special potions. Many of the teams on the outskirts of the Star Mist Sea are still elite teams at the World Lord level, with perhaps only 1 or 2 true immortals in each team. There aren't many immortal teams. However, Xinglan and Shuangguang still took turns making a move. Both of them were peak Immortal Army Lord level experts. Zhanguang is a psychic, who's immortal. Psychic weapon is both offensive and defensive, and has no weaknesses. The Star Wheel is an immortal level cloud vine with 72 main vines. Jiang Luo appointed Xinglun as the vice captain precisely because he possessed this auxiliary plant life. Xinglun and Zhanguang each made a move, clearly wanting to demonstrate their strength to Jiang Luo, the captain. After all, saying it is one thing, but actually fighting it is another. Only by having a better understanding of each other's strengths can we devise appropriate tactics when we encounter a formidable enemy in the future. Of course, some life-saving trump cards are like immortal secrets, which will not be revealed unless absolutely necessary. Even in front of Jiang Luo. Haha, we've had pretty good luck on this trip. We haven't encountered any particularly strong enemies, and we've even killed 3 alien immortals and dozens of realm lord generals. Yanzhao slumped comfortably on the sofa and laughed. Zhanguang curled his lip. They're all penniless, they don't have much loot. The usually taciturn Demon Fang's slightly sinister, childlike face flashed with a hint of gloom. We've now entered the depths of the Star Mist Sea. We must remain vigilant at all times here. We were just lucky not to encounter any powerful figures before. Upon hearing this, Yanzhao, who had been grinning, turned grim, as if recalling some unpleasant memory. The immortal team that Yanzhao, Moya, and Wanmei were in before was wiped out in the Star Mist Sea. Jiang Luo, who was drinking nearby, had a sudden thought, that Demon Fang guy really does keep his word. His large detectors showed that a team of 6 immortal alien elites was heading straight for Jiang Luo's spaceship. The other party may not have discovered them. However, when the distance gets close enough, there's an 80% chance they'll detect it. Jiang Luo did not activate the detection signal jamming function. Chapter 127 The Snail Clan, A Narrow Encounter. 30 million kilometers away from Jiang Luo's spacecraft, a jet-black, prismatic spacecraft is flying at high speed. Inside the spacecraft control room, 6 immortals with enormous compound eyes and limbs as slender and sharp as mantises devoured large chunks of flesh. If Jiang Luo were to see this, he would immediately recognize it as a different race, the Luo clan. Open black lens bracket. Remember this site's domain name. Reading Taiwanese novels in your spare time is super enjoyable. Close black lens bracket. A powerful vassal group belonging to the demon race. Tisk, the meat of the Black Horn tribe is not good, it's too tough. A Jiang Luo tribe immortal complained as he crunched on the meat with his mouthparts. Another immortal from the Jiang Luo clan chuckled and said, I've heard that although humans have poor physical fitness, their flesh and blood are very delicious. It's just that we couldn't find them within our clan before. This time, you can have a taste of them in the outer battlefield. The immortal of the Jiang Luo tribe, who had finished eating in the corner, frowned slightly. Humans are a top-tier race. If it is discovered that you ate them, it will easily attract the hunting of powerful humans. Besides, this is the inner region of the Star Mist Sea, where you can hardly see any realm lords or domain lords. Unless you go to the outer edge of the Star Mist Sea, where there are many main forces at the border. Then forget it. The previous Jiang Luo clan member shook his head. I came here to earn military merits to exchange for treasures. There are too few military merits for a realm lord level. Just as several immortal members of the Jiang Luo tribe were discussing which tribe's flesh and blood tasted better. The leader of the immortal squad of the Jiang Luo clan, who had been silent until now, suddenly looked down at the screen. The other 5 Jiang Luo clan immortals all looked at him. Captain. A spaceship has been discovered. It should be the human immortal team that recently entered the Star Mist Sea. What a coincidence. The other immortals of the Jiang Luo clan all showed delight. Although the demon race doesn't have a virtual universe, building an army communication system covering the entire third battlefield is still no problem for them. In the third battlefield, soldiers from all demon factions can exchange information and intelligence through the military system. They all knew that another human immortal team had arrived in the Star Mist Sea and had even wiped out an elite realm lord squad from the demon race. Of course, the arrival of a new human immortal team is not a big deal. There are plenty of immortal teams in the Star Mist Sea. They wouldn't seek revenge for the elite realm lord squad from the same faction. Even though they belong to different ethnic groups, who would care about a squad of elite realm lords from the same faction? Besides, the other party is not someone to be trifled with. But some people care. Contact Lord Kawis immediately. We've found his target. The captain exclaimed excitedly. A slug immortal sent out a message and quickly received a reply. Lord Kawis said he is quite far from us and told us to keep the enemy occupied. We absolutely cannot let the Shock-Eyed clan, Dark Mist clan, and Tail-Spiked clan human immortals in that team escape. The captain of the Jiang Luo tribe smiled and said, no problem. Although the overall strength of this immortal team from the human camp is stronger than ours, the gap isn't that big. Holding them off should be no problem. Fighting an immortal team that is stronger than them is not worthwhile. Under normal circumstances, even if they discovered that human immortal team, they would tacitly avoid it. But Lord Kawis's request was something they could not refuse. It's not just the irresistible power, but also the allure of profit. Although Lord Kawis' strength is not considered particularly strong in the Star Mist Sea, his background is very powerful, and the treasures and resources he controls exceed those of most marquee immortals. Even a little bit of merit that slips through their fingers is worth more than the military achievements they've accumulated over tens of thousands of years. The accuracy of the detector that Lord Kawis gave them far surpasses that of the detectors within the tribe. Humans must have spotted us too, but instead of fleeing, they changed their flight path. A glint flashed in the giant compound eyes of the Slug clan captain. Hee, it seems you're confident in your own strength. Excellent. Another Jiang Luo clan immortal frowned slightly. According to intelligence, the human immortal team encountered several battles after entering the Star Mist Sea, but their captain doesn't seem to have made a move. The captain of the Jiang Luo tribe said confidently, he is most likely a peak immortal army lord. There is no information about him in the records, nor is there any title. At most, I'll barely be granted the title of Marquis. If it's truly an immortal title, I can simply run away. In terms of flight speed, most of the Marquis-level experts in the Star Mist Sea cannot compare to me. Otherwise, why would Lord Kawis entrust us with the task of finding the target? And why would he bestow upon us a detector? The other immortals of the Jade Snail clan smiled when they thought of their captain's flying speed. There aren't many immortal teams that can stay in the inner region of the Star Mist Sea for a long time without the presence of a Marquis-level immortal. After all, when you walk along the river, there will always be places where your shoes get wet. As time goes on, there's a high probability that you'll encounter powerful figures from opposing factions who have achieved high ranks. The reason their immortal team of the Jacaranda tribe has been able to survive is because of their captain's astonishing flying speed. Inside the safety cabin of the E9 class spacecraft, Jiang Luo's warning made all the team members look serious. Xing Lun looked surprised. My detector didn't detect anything. Their detector is even more powerful than mine. His detector cost nearly 1 million mixed units to purchase. It can be compared to some detectors that grant immortality and high rank. The detector is even stronger than him, and its strength may very well surpass that of an immortal military lord. Jiang Luo said calmly, "It seems to be a small team composed of immortals from the Jiang Luo clan, and there doesn't appear to be any Marquis-level experts among them." These words reassured the team members somewhat. Zhongguang let out a sigh of relief. As expected, the inner region of the Star Mist Sea is full of powerful individuals. We have only been deep enough here for a short time before we encountered the alien immortal team. The Jiang Luo clan, Yanzhao, Wanmei, and Moya exchanged glances. There is only one immortal squad of the Jiang Luo clan in the inner region of the Star Mist Sea. It's Montashu. The enchanting voice, though gentle, carried a hint of solemnity. Montashu possesses a treasure that aids in flight, allowing him to reach near light speed for a short period. Although there are no Marquis-level immortals in the team, he is still quite formidable. Moya asked in confusion, even excluding the captain, our strength is no weaker than theirs. How dare he come to deal with us? Xinglan said in a deep voice, there might be another immortal team from the demon race nearby that will arrive soon. It would be troublesome if we were attacked from both sides by two immortal teams. The military system shows there are no allies within 1 billion kilometers. The pharmacist, Kui, with two flexible tentacles on his forehead, looked at Jiang Luo. Captain, it seems you'll have to step in this time. The other team members also looked at Jiang Luo. During this period, they took turns playing and demonstrated their strength. Only Jiang Luo, the team leader, has not yet made a move. They were all secretly observing and speculating about Jiang Luo's strength. This gives me an idea of how well Guan Ping's team will fare in the Star Mist Sea in the future. I will naturally take action this time, Jiang Luo said calmly. Previously, they had only encountered elite teams of realm lords, and even those immortals were just ordinary immortal military lords. For him, it was just a drop in the ocean. I'm too lazy to do anything. The alien immortal team is naturally different. Not to mention anything else, their detectors alone are worth tens of millions of mixed units. The precious G-grade metals he has purchased so far can only be used to complete the 4th stage of the first chapter of Taihao. To cultivate the 2nd chapter and truly obtain the power of a king-level immortal or even a universe venerable, the amount of precious materials needed to purchase would probably be calculated in trillions of chaos units. Soon, Jiang Luo and his companions were able to see a jet-black, prismatic spaceship appear in their line of sight through the virtual environment, decelerating at an extremely fast speed. Before the enemy could reach attack range, Jiang Luo led his team away from the spaceship and stored the spaceship in his world ring. Combined attack. Flame Horn, Illusionary Charm, and Demon Fang stood in a triangle formation, and a terrifying aura rose from their bodies. The fluctuations of the 3 fundamental laws, wind, fire, and lightning, suddenly intensified. It was the combined attack secret technique from the Crystal Clan that the 3 of them had cultivated. It can unleash an attack combining 3 lower-level fundamental laws. The combination of laws is normal. The 9 divine weapons of the controller are attacks that combine laws. The path taken by most immortals is a combination of a higher-level law and a lower-level law that they have come to understand. However, secret techniques that combine the three lower laws are very rare. An immortal who can comprehend three lower laws simultaneously is even rarer than a cosmic sage. The combined attack technique solves this problem. Boom! A beam of compressed immortal divine power shot out suddenly. In an instant, it traversed hundreds of thousands of kilometers and pierced through the opponent's F-class spaceship. This power is comparable to an attack from an immortal god at the initial stage of being granted the title of Marquis. However, the immortal team of the Jiang Luo clan was clearly prepared, and a streak of light rushed over. Kill! Xinglun and Zhongguang drew their weapons and shields and shot out like lightning. Thick vines shot out from Xinglun's shoulders and waist, with many branches on the long, tough main vines. The dense, lush vines swept across the sky, engulfing the stream of light that was the captain of the Lanluo tribe, Montaxiu. Both Starwheel and Spinning Light are at the peak of the Immortal Army Lord level, no weaker than Montaxiu. With the addition of the Immortal Grade Cloud Vine, Montaxiu seemed to have walked right into a trap. "Watch out!" Wanmei shouted loudly. Just then, Montashu, who was about to be swallowed by the cloud vine, suddenly flapped his pair of metal wings. It then transformed into a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, the speed soared to almost the speed of light. Although the speed limit in the normal universe is the speed of light, even the most powerful beings in the universe must obey the laws governing the universe. In theory, every immortal deity can travel at the speed of light. However, the time it takes to accelerate to the speed of light varies greatly. The battle and pursuit between immortals is essentially a test of acceleration in a short period of time. Even though Starwheel and Spinning Light released their law domains when they sensed the danger, they still couldn't stop Montashu from tracing a graceful path like lightning. Bypassing the branches and leaves of the cloud vine that covered tens of thousands of kilometers. Montashu bypassed the Mo Yun Tang and headed straight for Jiang Luo, Yan Zhao, Huan Mei, and the others. What a bunch of idiots. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 streaks of light suddenly shot out from Montako's world ring. These were the 5 immortals of the Jade Snail clan whom he had previously taken into his ring. Each person possesses at least the strength of an immortal military lord or higher. You two join forces to hold off the human team's captain and that alchemist, I'll deal with the rest. Montague was full of confidence. The combined attack of Yanzhao, Wanmei, and Moya was powerful, but clumsy. With his speed, he could easily outmaneuver his opponent and even kill an immortal. If we can eliminate one of the enemy's immortals first, it will be easier to hold off the rest of the human immortal team. Starwheel and Spinning Light chased after them desperately. Jiang Luo smiled as he looked at the 5 Jiang Luo clan immortals rushing towards him. Since they insist on coming to my doorstep, then I'll gladly accept them. Whoosh 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 tilde tilde tilde. Suddenly, black chains emerged from Jiang Luo's body, rapidly spreading forward and crisscrossing the void. A terrifying divine power spread out. Montaxiu and the other immortals of the Jianglu clan all changed their expression slightly, an immortal who has been granted the title of Marquis. The worst-case scenario has occurred. Chapter 128 The Chain World Prison, all wiped out. Montasio was not alarmed. The possibility of the opposing team having a member who could become a legendary figure was also within his consideration. However, he did not change his plan and still charged towards Flame Horn, Illusionary Charm, and Demon Fang. HMPH, as long as we can make a contribution in front of Lord Kawis, it's worth sacrificing 1 or 2 people. Monta's eyes were cold and ruthless. The plan he had previously agreed to immediately lead his troops to escape if they encountered a Marquis-level immortal, was nothing more than a perfunctory excuse to his clan. Even if his own clan reports him afterward, as long as Lord Kawis is backing him up, no one will care about the life or death of a few high-ranking military commanders of the Jiangluo clan. Team Leader, Montachu, help me. The 5 immortal members of the Jianglu clan transmitted their voices. They had no chance against an immortal Marquis, the opponent was immortal, while their divine bodies were diminished with every loss. But Montasio's attitude immediately made them realize the other party's intentions. Damn it. Ahead, humans were granted immortal titles. Behind, the cloud-moving vine pursued them relentlessly. Let's fight. The 5 snails knew the situation was dangerous. A Jiang Luo clan immortal suddenly roared ferociously, ah! Boom! One of his appendages suddenly transformed into a dazzling golden light, and a powerful explosion blasted towards Jiang Luo. Before achieving immortality, one is usually unable to accurately ignite divine power. All we can do is discard a large portion of the divine body. Losing a limb is equivalent to exploding 10% of the divine body at once. Losing 10% of one's divine body is not the limit for a marquee immortal, one can still retain 50% of their strength. But this is the limit for the immortal military lord. Without 10% of the divine body, one's strength will be reduced to only 10%, and one's potential will be greatly diminished. It is unknown how long it will take to recover. For the immortal army lord, this is a desperate move second only to self-destruction. Moreover, the divine body cannot suffer any damage before this, otherwise sacrificing another 10% of the divine body will completely deprive it of the power to resist, and it may even lead to self-destruction. Another immortal of the Slug clan also sacrificed a limb, but the explosive power was directed at the star wheel, the whirlwind light, and the cloud vine behind them. As long as they can withstand Jiang Luo and Mo Yunteng's attack from both sides, they will have a chance to escape. Despite the powerful shockwave from the explosion, Jiang Luo remained calm. Ding 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 tilde tilde tilde. Countless slender black chains stretched across the void at the speed of light, layer upon layer, as if rippling like water. In an instant, a cage with a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers was formed. It was as if it were a world of its own, imprisoning all 5 high-ranking immortal military lords of the Jiang Luo clan inside. This is the secret technique, World Prison, from Dongbo Zhuiying. The chain technique combined with the secret technique, World Prison, in Taihao, can be called Chain World Prison. Inside the prison, the enemy's strength will be suppressed by at least half. It can only unleash up to 50% of its power. The explosive power of the 2 jade snail immortals, who sacrificed 10% of their divine bodies, was firmly locked up by the world prison. Although the explosive power was extremely strong, it could not precisely target a single point like the burning divine power of immortals at the marquee level or above. At most, it can only control the spread of explosive power in a general direction. Therefore, it is still impossible to break free from the world's prison. Of course, if an immortal lord of the Jiang Luo clan were to self-destruct, the world prison would certainly be broken. Unfortunately, immortal gods cherish their lives, so who would self-destruct right away? Being able to decisively and immediately discard an appendage is quite courageous. Jiang Luo would no longer give them a chance to fight to the death. Inside the world prison, chains stretched out to bind and entangle the 5 Lanluo clan immortal military lords, whose strength had been greatly reduced. It stripped them of their last bit of power to resist. Immediately, the chains formed by countless strands of Taihao power retracted like flowing water and shrank into Jiang Luo's body. He also imprisoned the 5 immortal military lords of the Jiang Luo clan inside his inner world. Bound by the Taihao chains, even their consciousness was sealed. Chains burst forth from Jiang Luo's body, forming a prison world across the void, before returning to his body. It was as swift as a rabbit leaping and a magpie swooping. The 5 high-ranking immortal military lords of the Jiang Luo clan vanished without a trace. Jiang Luo didn't even move an inch. Manta Shu, who was wandering around Flame Horn, Illusion, and Demon Fang, suddenly stopped. If Yan Zhao and the others hadn't been stunned, they would have all been hit by the attack and injured their divine bodies. Even though his power was close to 1,000 times that of a peak human realm lord, he was still inevitably injured when hit by an attack from a marquee-level being. Without immortality, one is simply fragile in battles at the immortal level. What happened? Montachi asked incredulously. Although all the immortals who were granted titles of nobility were very powerful, his 5 fellow clansmen were not ordinary immortals either. Rather, he is a powerful figure at the higher level of the immortal military lord. Even a low-ranking marquis would need to expend 1 or 2 moves to kill a high-ranking immortal military lord. Moreover, the combined strength of 5 high-level immortal military lords is enough to hold out for a while. In a flash, Montague turned and fled. although he still has some trump cards that can counter the immortality of the Marquis in the short term. But that was to deal with Yanzhao, Wanmei, and Moya. These three are the targets Lord Kawis specifically requested. But the situation changed so quickly that he didn't even have time to use his trump card before his team was almost completely wiped out, leaving him all alone. Damn it! Montague transformed into lightning and fled. This time, not only did the entire plan fail, but 5 of our fellow immortal military lords also perished. It was enough to make his heart bleed. Humans. Montague sneered inwardly. Come on, don't give up on killing me. Once Lord Kawis arrives, you will all be finished. He deliberately slowed down his escape and didn't use his full strength, just to lure the human immortals into continuing their pursuit. The operation had resulted in too many losses, and he was unwilling to give up. But we need to keep a safe distance from that human team leader. Montague felt a chill run down his spine at the thought of the overwhelming chains. Is it some kind of immortal weapon? Or some kind of treasure? The power of Taihao is extremely young and strong, and is indestructible. The chains that formed were as tough as true immortal weapons. To outsiders, it looks much like some kind of powerful weapon. Once we annihilate it, I wonder if Lord Kawis would be willing to bestow it upon us. Montague, who was harboring sinister thoughts, suddenly changed his expression, a look of horror flashing in his compound eyes. How can the speed be so fast? Jiang Luo used the travel technique, seemingly transforming into a wisp of smoke, instantly increasing his speed to near the speed of light. In fact, this is still with some points reserved. Otherwise, he could achieve a startup speed of light in an instant. This is something even the title of king and the title of immortal cannot achieve. They quickly caught up with Montague. No, the Taihao chains shot out at the speed of light, binding Montague layer by layer. In an instant, his strength was suppressed to less than 50%. Then his divine body was completely sealed, even his ability to self-destruct and fight desperately was stripped away, and then he was taken into his inner world. This chain technique is really useful. Jiang Luo smiled. It's perfect for crushing weaker opponents. Those whose power is inferior to that of Taihao will find it difficult to resist the binding and sealing. He is currently at the first stage of the transformation realm. The power of Taihao is comparable to the power of a world lord 1,000 times greater than that of a Marquis-level immortal god, meaning that immortals below the Marquis level have no power to fight back in front of him. The only way to break through the chains is to self-destruct immediately. But most immortals would not act so decisively. Chapter 129 Kawis's Wrath, the Clone Technique. Captain. Yanzhao and the others watched in disbelief as Jiang Luo easily defeated Montague. Montague is a peak-level expert among the immortal army lords. Judging solely by its power, it's already very close to achieving the status of a Marquis and an immortal. They just don't have immortality. They were so easily bound and sealed by the chains. In addition, there were the other 5 immortal military lords of the Zulu clan who were also eliminated in an instant. Jiang Luo's move this time was completely beyond the expectations of all the team members. It was done casually, without any effort. What exactly is that chain treasure? This is the question on everyone's mind. However, this question could only be kept to myself. This likely involves the secret of achieving immortality through high-ranking official positions. It was Xinglin, the vice captain, who was the first to come to his senses. He withdrew the mullion vine and said in a deep voice, "Captain, an alien immortal team may be on their way. Let's leave here first." Jiang Luo nodded and released the spaceship. Although his detectors detected no alien immortals within a range of hundreds of millions of kilometers. However, it is indeed very strange that this immortal squad of the Scorpion clan came to attack them. Even if Jiang Luo didn't make a move, these 6 immortal beings from the Conch clan might not be a match for Xinglun, Zhongguang, and Yanzhao. However, if Jiang Luo doesn't intervene, it will be difficult to end the battle in a short time, and it will be almost impossible to wipe out the enemy. Looks like I'll have to interrogate him properly now, Jiang Luo thought to himself. The other team members returned to the spaceship's safety cabin with excited expressions. This time, Jiang Luo demonstrated not only the powerful binding and sealing function of the chains, but also the flexible speed of his fundraising, which was even faster than that of Montaxiu, the immortal captain of the Snail clan. This can be a lifesaver in a critical moment. After this battle, everyone's confidence in this immortal team took a leap forward. Nothing boosts confidence more than demonstrating strength. In the void, 700 million kilometers away, inside the enormous biological spaceship that was traveling at near the speed of light. Damn it, you bunch of trash. The metal puppet with a wolf's head and a human body was venting its anger. The other 9 immortals inside the spaceship looked at each other, none daring to raise their heads or ask any questions. Lord Kawis has a bad temper. After a while, the wolf-headed, human-bodied man's anger gradually subsided, and a cold glint flashed in his blood-red eyes. Chain, is it some kind of immortal psychic weapon with sealing function? I've never heard of it before. Kawis's gaze darkened. No wonder those 3 little mice dared to come back to Star Mist Sea, they've found a backer. However, judging from Montasio's description of his appearance, he is a strange human being who has been granted a title. The demon race's communication system is very rudimentary. In the outer battlefield, they can only maintain consciousness and voice communication and cannot transmit images, videos, etc. Montachi sent him too little information before he was sealed away. HMPH, those 3 rats got away this time, but it won't be so easy next time. As long as they're still in the Starry Sea, I'll catch them sooner or later. The inner world of Jiang Luo. Chains descended from the sky, binding 6 immortal members of the Conch clan. Hiss 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 tilde tilde tilde. Chains pierced and strangled their divine bodies, leaving each of them with less than 50% of their original divine form. For the immortal warlord who has not yet achieved immortality, he is already on the verge of falling into a deep slumber. Kawis. Jiang Luo frowned. Ha ha. Monta said viciously, you humans are nothing but relying on treasures and external means to assist plant life. Soon you will die without a burial place. Even immortality can't save you. Lord Kawis has killed more than 1 marquee-level immortal. Jiang Luo's face was expressionless, his eyes suddenly turning dark and empty, as if they could devour a person's mind. The terrifying fluctuations in the stock market then spread. Devour. Montague and the other 5 immortals felt as if a hole had been punched deep inside their bodies. All the essence of their bloodline rushed out from that small hole, flying like moths to a flame into the others' dark and empty eyes. What is this? No. Jiang Luo digested the life essence of the 6 Lanluo clan members in the blink of an eye. Even if you swallow it without swallowing it, your genetic level is raised by a negligible amount. Once your life level reaches 1,000-fold, it's indeed very difficult to advance further. Jiang Luo shook his head slightly. The genetic level of the Luoluo tribe is slightly higher than that of humans, but only by a limited margin. It is estimated that such a population would have to devour thousands or even tens of thousands of animals to potentially raise its genetic level. For him, whose genetic level is more than 1,000 times higher, only special life forms are worth devouring. Jiang Luo immediately turned her attention back to the name Montaigne had mentioned. Kawis. Inside the safety cabin, Kawis, Yan Zhao, Huan Mei, and Moya suddenly changed their expressions. The rock giant with the fiery horns expression turned even more ferocious. Kawis. Who is Kawis? Xinglin, Shuangguang, and the others asked in surprise. Although they were all veterans of the 3rd battlefield, they had been fighting in other areas for a long time. This is the first time I've been to the Bloodbeam continent and the Star Mist Sea area surrounding it. Her beautiful eyes flashed with intense hatred as she slowly said, Kawis is a marquee-level expert from the Howling Moon Silver Wolf royal family of the demon race. He's the one who wiped out the immortal team that Yanzhao, Moya, and I were in back then. Covered in black fur and dragging an iron whip tail, the childlike demon Fang spoke in a hoarse voice. If it weren't for the captain's self-destruction that blocked Nikawasa's jaws, and the timely arrival of allies nearby, the 3 of us wouldn't have survived at all. The pharmacist Kui frowned. This doesn't make sense either. He's a marquee-level expert, while the 3 of you are just immortal army lords, and there have been thousands of years between you. Why would he still be hunting you down? Flame Horn, Illusionary Charm, and Demon Fang looked at each other, seemingly stumped by the question. Theoretically, they should be the ones who hate Nakawas, instead of Kawas relentlessly pursuing them. However, Jiang Luo, with her keen intuition, immediately noticed a hint of doubt flashing in Mo Ya's eyes. She must have been thinking of something. But he didn't say it out loud. Jiang Luo didn't delve into the details. There was probably no one in the primordial universe with more secrets than him. Compared to him, everyone else's secrets are insignificant. How strong is Kawas? Jiang Luo asked. Yan Zhao scratched his head and said in a muffled voice, all I know is that he is a high-level expert who has been granted the title of Marquis, and he has also cultivated the technique of creating clones. He can create 2 clones, each of which has 70% of the strength of his original self. A clone. Everyone else was dumbfounded. This is an incredible stroke of luck. Jiang Luo remained calm, but was puzzled. Only a high-ranking Marquis. How could a high-ranking Marquis kill an immortal Marquis? Those who reach the rank of Marquis are said to be immortal. To harm even a low-level Marquis-level immortal being, one would need the combat strength of a king. Of course, if one were to burn divine power, one could unleash combat power nearly equivalent to that of a king. But the enemy is also a titled immortal, and can also burn a divine body. Could it be that Montaigne was making boastful remarks before he died? Moya suddenly spoke up. Boss, why don't we go back to the base? Wanmei, Yanzhao, and I can leave the team voluntarily, and you can recruit other immortals. Yanzhao and Wanmei remained silent. Kawas possesses clones, each of whom is equivalent to 3 high-level warriors who have been granted the title of Marquis. If such a powerful figure relentlessly pursues them, the immortal team may be in danger in the future. Xing Lun, Zhang Guang, and Kui all had complicated expressions, but they all looked at Jiang Luo. From a safety perspective, replacing the 3 members of the Yanzhao trio would be beneficial to the entire team. But having fought side by side for several months, the group had also developed some camaraderie. Jiang Luo said calmly, go back to what? The Star Mist Sea is so vast, he won't find us so easily. It would be even better if you could come here. The wealth of the demon royal family must be even greater. Chapter 130 The Killing Intent of Alien Races, High-Level Power of Marquis Conferment. Wild Universe Country. A magnificent divine kingdom deep within the spatial interlayer. A pinnacle martial art. Even the Queen Mother's gentle voice couldn't hide her shock at this moment. Are you sure? A man in a golden robe inside the hall said in a deep voice. This information was provided by 003, so it should be reliable. 003. The Queen Mother was startled. The Zerg have cultivated and planted a large number of spies among the human race, or more precisely, among other elite races and superpowers. Its infiltration into both humans and demons is the deepest. Due to the unique nature of intelligent life, the Zerg find it difficult to infiltrate the machine race through methods such as soul control. Important spies within the human race were all assigned numbers. The number 003 signifies that the other party is a cosmic sage. The man in the golden robe said, it seems that number 1 created more than one ultimate technique in the world of Julia. According to the current information, there are probably 2 techniques, both of which have relatively detailed descriptions. The Queen Mother seemed to be receiving some information and did not speak for a moment. After a long pause, he exclaimed in surprise, it's actually the ultimate technique of the Beast God's path. His fire void fusion law has reached at least the 2nd level, or even higher. Such talent and comprehension in the way of the Beast God. The Queen Mother's gentle voice turned icy and murderous. He has already created his own ultimate technique. He should soon become a realm lord. Maybe he is already a realm lord now. Extraterritorial battlefield. Use all intelligence networks to detect suspicious targets in the extraterritorial battlefield. Especially those who are skilled in the fire void fusion law, or who have used these 2 ultimate techniques. Even if there's some disguise, as long as we're still on the battlefield outside the domain, if we really encounter a life or death crisis, we'll definitely have to use our best methods. Appearance can be faked, and so can the soul. But paths and special moves cannot be faked. Once danger arises, it cannot be concealed at all. The human genius Cody once revealed his identity by using his own ultimate technique, which allowed them to set a trap. But battlefields outside the region are never short of life or death crises. Given enough time, you'll eventually encounter an even stronger enemy. Time flies, and 4 years have passed since Jiang Luo formed his team and came to the Star Mist Sea. Although the threat of the demon race's powerful Marquis Kawis always lingered in the minds of the Immortal team, Jiang Luo led the team to fight in all directions and was never caught by Kawis. Of course, Jiang Luo deliberately avoided it as well. His large-scale detector is at the king-level Immortal level, with a detection range of 100 million kilometers even in the inner region of the Star Mist Sea. It is also aided by sophisticated small detectors. If he wanted to, he could never be caught by Kawis. Ha, this harvest is too rich. I got 500 million military merits alone, which is equivalent to the kill merit of half a high-level Immortal military lord. Winged human Immortal Zhang Guang said excitedly. The other team members were also smiling at each other, their faces full of excitement. The pharmacist, Kui, laughed and said, "Don't you even know how many high-ranking military commanders we've killed this time?" Yan Zhao muttered, "The gains of these 4 years are equivalent to the military merits I accumulated in the Star Mist Sea over an entire era, and the spoils of war are quite substantial." Zhang Guang looked regretful, as if he had missed out on countless military merits. "If I had known that Xinghuahai was so good, I should have come here immediately when I first arrived at the third battlefield." Kui chuckled and said, "Without my potion, could you have annihilated 5% of the alien race's immortal body with a single strike? You should be saying it's a pity you didn't meet me sooner." Wanmei scoffed, "If the boss weren't around, no matter how potent your poisons are or how strong you are, if someone wanted to run away, could you stop them?" Zhang Guang suppressed his smile, glanced at the metal door of Jiang Luo's lounge, and sighed, "Do you even need to tell me? Without our boss, we don't know how many times we would have died. Over the past 4 years, their captain has rarely taken action. Most of the fighting was done by these team members. But without the captain in charge, they probably wouldn't even have a 1% chance of success, and might even perish. Immortals who haven't achieved immortality are, in a sense, rather fragile. Both Starwheel and Whirlwind possess the strength of a peak immortal army lord. When Yanzhao, Wanmei, and Moya combine their skills, they can unleash an attack power that barely reaches the level of a marquis. In terms of pure strength, they all have the ability to kill the immortal military lord of the alien race. But real battles aren't fought in the arena. If the opponent sees that things are not going well, they can run away, and they may also have all sorts of desperate trump cards, or they can call for help from allies. Normally speaking, if a peak immortal army lord tries to kill a high-level army lord, he might be seriously injured himself if he's not careful, since he's not immortal. If the opponent abandons part of their divine body, or even self-destructs, it could threaten the life of an immortal army lord at the peak. Moreover, the enemy is mostly operating in the form of immortal teams, with comrades to cooperate and rely on, so it is impossible for them to fight alone. Therefore, in reality, it is very difficult to kill an immortal military lord in the battles outside the domain. Every team that can survive long-term on the battlefield outside the region has undergone a long period of training and coordination, and the team members' abilities complement each other, with offense, defense and control. Although Jiang Luo rarely makes a move, the combination of his Taihao chains and the Xingzi secret technique is almost a dimensional reduction attack. Even if the enemy wanted to escape, it would be impossible. Even if it self-destructs, most of its power will be blocked by the world prison. This allowed members like Xinglin, Shuangguang, and Yanzhao to fight with virtually no worries about their safety. Even when facing tough opponents, Jiang Luo can deliver the decisive blow. Vice Captain Xinglin frowned slightly. "Although with the captain here, we win almost every battle, and the enemy has a hard time escaping, the frequency with which we have encountered the enemy in the past 4 years is too high. The Star Mist Sea is indeed teeming with powerful individuals. But the density couldn't possibly be that high," Moya said in a deep voice. "Moreover, most of them are enemies from the demon race camp." Upon hearing this, everyone else fell silent. Although the team has fought across the Star Mist Sea for the past 4 years with impressive results, everyone has gained a lot. But the shadow of Kawis still looms over them. They're quite lucky that they haven't been caught by Kawis for 4 years. But who knows when, maybe next month, or maybe tomorrow, they might be intercepted by that powerful member of the demon royal family. The apothecary, Kui, comforted them. Even if we're unlucky and do encounter Nikawis, the captain's flying ability will allow us to escape. Inside the lounge, separated by a door, Jiang Luo naturally heard the team members' discussion and thought to himself, this is not luck. It's all because I deliberately avoided it that I haven't been caught by that Kawis for 4 years. The high-precision detector, coupled with the early warning of danger brought by the previous secret, provides a powerful tool for detection. This allowed Jiang Luo's team to avoid encountering any powerful enemies for 4 years, enabling them to specialize in easily defeating weaker opponents. However, the gains were also great. Not only did I obtain nearly 30 billion military merits and a huge amount of spoils of war, but I also advanced the first chapter of Taihao to the second stage. Jiang Luo smiled. The reason he has rarely made a move in the past 4 years is that he has been focusing on using various precious metal materials to cultivate the Taihao technique. The team he assembled has proven to be quite effective. The combined attack of the 2 immortal army leaders at their peak, along with the combined attack of Yan Zhao, Huan Mei, and Mo Ya, was nearly equivalent to that of a marquis. The apothecary Kui's potions can corrode the bodies of immortal gods. There is also an immortal-grade cloud vine. They are a highly efficient team for dominating weaker opponents. Most of the time, he doesn't need to lift a finger, he only provides support at crucial moments. More often than not, the appropriate opponent is chosen based on the detection results of the detector and the danger prediction of the previous word. The so-called skillful warriors do not achieve great feats. Jiang Luo looked inward into his body and saw white clouds floating in the sky. These white clouds are actually formed from the condensation of countless Taihao powers. The power of Taihao in the second transformation is twice that of the first transformation, equivalent to 2,000 times the power of a 9th-level world lord. Adding the 1,000 times that of the 1,000-fold life level itself, it is a total of 3,000 times the power of a world lord. Jiang Luo thought to himself, this is already at the level of a high-ranking marquis. It's estimated that it will take another 10 years to reach the 3rd stage, and at most 100 years to reach the perfect 4th stage. Because there is an ample supply of precious metal materials, one can improve simply by focusing on cultivation. For each level up in the first chapter, the power boosted by the Taihao force doubles. The 4th stage of perfection is equivalent to 8,000 times the peak power of a world lord, reaching the pinnacle of the immortal marquis level. Perhaps we can give it a try. Jiang Luo's eyes flashed with a cold light. He had been hunted down by Nikawis for 4 years. If he hadn't wanted to avoid exposing the Beast God seal, and hadn't needed to accumulate his willpower to manifest the second chapter of Taihao, he would have dealt with his opponent long ago. The power of a low-level marquis, combined with a top-tier martial art, is enough to unleash combat power close to that of a king. Luo Feng, with the power of 1,000 times that of a world lord, used the ultimate technique, Bright Moon Strategy, to gain strength close to that of a king. Chapter 131 Lord of the Prison, then die. Inside a turquoise biological spaceship. Smack. Kawis slammed his wine glass down, his metallic eyes seeming to burn with 2 stars, cunning human. 4 years have passed, and this team of immortal humans is incredibly slippery. But almost every time, he was just 1 step away from catching her. Could it be that the detector in that prison lord's possession is more powerful than mine? Kawis frowned. A mere low-level marquis has a detector that's more expensive than mine. Could he be a disciple or offspring of some powerful human king? It's a pity that the most powerful detector is with me, otherwise we wouldn't have been unable to catch this human team. Thinking of this, Kawis ordered, Punosh, you led a team to set up another trap nearby. This wasn't the first time he'd set a trap, but each time the trap was bypassed by the team led by the human prison lord. If we still can't catch them after some more time, we'll have no choice but to ask your highness for help. Inside the safe cabin hall of Jiang Luo's spacecraft, the team members chatted idly, bored. Pharmacist Kui suddenly paused, looking down at the screen on his arm. An ally is requesting assistance. Everyone else also received distress signals. Is it the GU-176-43 meteorite? An alien immortal squad is attacking their lair, only 130 million kilometers away from us. We are the closest allies within a billion kilometers. Yan Zhao exclaimed, his eyes wide. The military system will display the coordinates of all comrades and allies within a range of 1 billion kilometers. Xinglan said in a deep voice, whether or not to save them depends on the boss's decision. Over the past 4 years, they have not encountered any major dangers, and the captain's decisions have been crucial. They had always suspected that the captain's detector might have a very high detection range and accuracy, far exceeding the detectors of other powerful individuals who had reached the rank of Marquis. Suddenly, the metal door to Jiang Luo's lounge was opened. A young man in white armor stepped forward and said, "We'll go to their aid immediately." "Very good. Haha, I'm going to earn more military merits." The team members became excited. Jiang Luo looked at the thick dust in the virtual exterior scene, a smile playing on his lips. "Kawas, huh? Let me see what you're made of." On a giant meteorite with a diameter of approximately 1,500 kilometers. One after another, compressed orbs of immortal divine power and beams of light roared back and forth. A massive flash of sword light streaked across the sky. The two teams, one human and one demon, are engaged in fierce combat. An immortal god, whose body was as solid as bronze, transmitted his voice while fighting. "I have sent out a request for reinforcements, and the nearest team has arrived." The other immortal warlords in the human faction were all invigorated. The arrival of allies to their aid was the best news. Generally speaking, there may not be allies within a billion kilometers. Even if they have allies, they may not come to their aid. Even those in the same camp mostly fight independently in this extraterritorial battlefield. At most, they cannot be enemies and kill each other, and whether or not they help each other is entirely voluntary. Unless there is a mandatory order from the military system. Soon, a bolt of lightning appeared in the distant dust cloud, accompanied by powerful divine might, shooting towards us at near the speed of light. The Marquis of Zhenyu. There's hope. The Lord of the prison has arrived. The immortal military leaders on the human side were all pleasantly surprised. The captain, whose body was as strong as bronze, completely relaxed. He hadn't expected that the one who came to rescue him would be the newly rising warlord of the Star Mist Sea. Because Jiang Luo always uses his signature chain treasure, which can form a chain prison to suppress the immortal military lord, almost no alien immortal could escape its presence. Furthermore, Jiang Luo never mentioned his title. Therefore, he was revered as the prison lord by many immortals on the human side. His fame among the immortal military lords of alien races is also growing. 6 streams of light shot out from Jiang Luo World Ring. "You demon bastards, die!" Yan Zhao and his teammates roared as they charged toward the immortal military leaders of the demon camp below. Suddenly, Punosh, the leader of the immortal demon race, threw out hundreds of mechanical puppets. The next instant, the mechanical puppets spat out strands of golden silk from their chests. A net wall made of golden silk threads was formed, and it expanded vertically to form a net cage. It encompassed everyone, including Jiang Luo, in a tennis ball. The silk threads resembled spider silk, shimmering with a crystalline luster. Countless threads wove together to form a mesh, creating a massive silk ball. Golden Radiance Cage. The bronze-cast giant's eyes widened in horror. "It's Kawas." The golden light cage is a mechanical weapon primarily used to trap enemies. It is frequently used by the mech race immortals in factional wars. It can even firmly lock down the self-destructing power of immortal gods. Unless you can defeat the master of the golden light cage, it will be very difficult to escape. Within the human race, it would cost at least hundreds of millions of chaos units to possibly acquire one at a mid-level or high-level auction. It is also Kawas's signature weapon. With the help of the golden light cage, Kawas killed countless immortal gods in the inner region of the Star Mist Sea, and even a Marquis-level immortal fell at his hands, earning him a fearsome reputation. A world ring belonging to the demon race Punosh suddenly shattered, and a chilling aura accompanied a three-headed giant wolf with a body entirely covered in blood appearing above the meteorite. The giant wolf exuded a powerful aura, and even the slightest movement of its limbs could cause the space to tremble. The golden pupils narrowed as they looked at the trembling flame horn, illusion charm, and demon fang. Kawis. Demon Fang spat out the name through clenched teeth, his eyes burning with what seemed like flames. Both Yanzhao and Wanmei were shocked and furious. Kawis glanced at the three men before turning to Jiang Luo. Lord Zhenyu, as long as you hand these three over to me, I will forgive and forget, and will not make things difficult for you or the others in your team. How about it? Although Kawis was confident enough in his own strength. But after 4 years of investigation, he strongly suspected that the detector in the hands of the prison lord was far superior to his own. A Marquis-level expert who possesses such a high-level detector must have an extraordinary background. In addition, with the powerful chain treasure that possesses the ability to suppress and seal, this lord of the prisons is likely to be a direct disciple or offspring of a human king-level expert or even a higher being. Such opponents usually have many cards up their sleeves. Kawis didn't want to push too hard, after all, there were priorities. The most important thing is to catch Flame Horn, Illusionary Charm, and Demon Fang, who have slipped through the net. Everything else can be compromised. Because of the appearance of Kawis, and the release of the golden cage of light, that locked everyone in place. The battle was temporarily suspended. Upon hearing this, Yanzhao, Wanmei, and Moya were all shaken, and their eyes revealed a resolute look. But then Jiang Luo's calm voice echoed in the void, "What if I don't agree?" Kawis's vertical pupils contracted, and the wolf head in the center grinned, revealing a ferocious expression, "Then die." As a member of the demon royal family, Kawis was extremely proud and looked down on humans, who were at the lowest level of life. If a human dares to refuse a title bestowed upon him, then he's asking for trouble. Jiang Luo smiled, his fighting spirit soaring. That depends on whether you have the ability. As soon as he finished speaking, chains shot out from his body, crisscrossing the void and wrapping around the three-headed giant wolf thousands of miles away. Chapter 132 25x Amplitude, Self-Destruction. Whoosh 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 tilde tilde tilde. Countless black chains spread out in all directions, and the chains that roamed around the three-headed giant wolf were as one, instantly burning and binding its huge body. This gave Kawis no time to dodge. Such speed! Kawis exclaimed in surprise. Although Jiang Luo's Taihao chains are already famous throughout the Star Mist Sea, rumors are ultimately just rumors. After all, they had been dealing with the Immortal Army Lord all along. Open black lens bracket at this point. I hope readers will remember our domain name, Taiwan Novel Network, twcon.com, it's super convenient, close black lens bracket. They have never laid a hand on a Marquis-level immortal, let alone a high-level Marquis-level expert like Kawis. Kawis exerted his strength at first, but failed to break free, which secretly alarmed him. The power of these chains is enough to bind even a low-level Marquis. With this one move, most of the newly appointed Marquises would be no match for him. But this did not frighten him, instead, it aroused his greed. This chain artifact is no ordinary item. Even a low-ranking Marquis possesses such power. If I were to obtain it. Break! Kawis's three wolf heads roared to the sky, and with a forceful effort, the binding chains were broken and shattered instantly. Jiang Luo sighed inwardly. The Taihao chains of the second stage are indeed unable to restrain a high-ranking Marquis. The divine power of this Kawis has already exceeded 3,000 times the power of a peak world lord. The binding force of the chains depends on the strength of the Taihao power. He had just completed the second transformation. Not counting the 1,000 times the power of a realm lord that his body originally possessed, the pure power of Taihao was comparable to 2,000 times the power of a realm lord. Therefore, even those at the initial level of the Marquis title can be bound without burning their divine body, but those at the advanced level of the Marquis title are difficult to restrain. Of course, this is under the premise that he has no amplitude force. If the power of the all-secret amplitude is used, the binding power of the chains will naturally be enhanced accordingly. Kawas's forehoofs trembled, and he spat out a beam of compressed divine power, instantly traversing a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers. Jiang Luo faced this without dodging or avoiding, and threw out a punch with his right hand covered by the demon armor. Rumble tilde tilde tilde. The impact of the compressed divine light beam and Jiang Luo's fist produced a terrifying explosion. The powerful divine energy fluctuations instantly tore apart the surrounding area for thousands of kilometers, and the terrifying immortal divine energy fluctuations spread in all directions. This caused both the immortals on the human side and the immortals on the demon side to flee in terror. All three wolf heads of Kawas showed astonishment. "You are a high-ranking marquis." Jiang Luo clashed head-on with his compressed divine power beam and was only slightly at a disadvantage. A high-ranking title of nobility. The two immortal teams from the human faction below both showed signs of excitement. The Marquis of Zhenyu is actually a high-level expert who has been granted the title of Marquis. Kawas's 6 eyes gleamed coldly. "Even those who attain the rank of Marquis will die." After saying that, the aura emanating from the three-headed giant wolf surged dramatically. He unleashed immortal divine power. Unless facing a life-or-death situation, those who are granted the title of Marquis and achieve immortality rarely unleash their divine power. The divine power of a Marquis is far weaker than that of a king who is immortal and cannot withstand burning. A king-level expert can experience a surge in strength by burning a small amount of immortal divine power, and recover in a few years. However, as the Demon Clan's royal family member, the Howling Silver Wolf, Kawas's divine body is nearly 10 kilometers tall. Therefore, burning divine power is something he often does in battle, and few enemies can compete with him in burning divine power. He once exhausted 2 immortal marquises to death simply by burning his divine power. Roar tilde tilde. Kawas ripped at Jiang Luo with a claw. Jiang Luo used the travel technique, moving like a wisp of ethereal smoke, to evade the attack of the three-headed giant wolf. "As all you can do is hide," Kawas roared, his eyes flashing. Suddenly, the wolf head on his far left turned to look at Yanzhao, Wanmei, and Moya, who were hiding at the edge of the golden light cage. Its body immediately abandoned Jiang Luo, and with all 4 hooves galloping, it rushed towards the edge of the light cage. Triggered successfully, Jiang Luo's eyes lit up. After several attempts, the all-character secret was finally triggered successfully. The biggest drawback of the all secret is that it has a trigger probability, often requiring several attempts. With a tenfold amplitude, his power increased from 3,000 times that of a world lord to 30,000 times, and his aura surged. This is the power of a high-ranking king. He instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning and unleashed a punch. Boom! The void cracked open, and this punch directly created a deep spatial chasm. Kawas turned around in astonishment, no longer caring about Yanzhao, Wanmei, and the others at the edge of the light cage. His body's outer scales were torn apart, leaving a black hole in his body. A large amount of golden blood and flesh, which had just been torn apart and exploded, transformed into powerful immortal divine power and merged into his body. But Kawas was utterly shocked. "How is this possible? How much divine power did you burn?" His divine body actually suffered a slight loss in the attack just now. Although it was a small percentage of his enormous body, the power of the attack that could harm his immortal nature was definitely at the high level of the king level. Given the opponent's size, even burning 10% of their divine body at once wouldn't achieve this level. "Are you out of your mind? Damn humans. Die." Enraged, Kawas roared and his aura surged again, even surpassing the initial level of the king level and approaching the advanced level. Buzz. An invisible soul illusion attack shot out from his eyes and instantly struck Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo seemed to have lost consciousness, and her entire body was out of control. Ha ha. Kawas laughed loudly and charged forward on all 4s, the wolf head in the middle opening its mouth to bite Jiang Luo fiercely. Click. Kawas was taken aback. How could it be so hard? He thought that this bite would crush the other party's divine body. Jiang Luo's eyes suddenly lit up, and he sneered, "So this illusion technique is your trump card?" With Kawas's enormous divine body, the terrifying power generated by burning a large amount of divine power was enough to unleash the illusion technique. Even a peak Marquis level expert could be caught off guard and temporarily lose the ability to resist. Many of those immortals who were killed by Kawis must have perished from this move. However, Jiang Luo had already reached the state of having a heart as clear as crystal after inheriting the spiritual realm of the founder of the giant axe. His will rivals that of the supreme being of the universe. Kawis's illusion magic was practically nothing to him. As for biting his body to pieces, he had already cultivated the first chapter of Taihao to the second stage, making his body even harder than ordinary immortal weapons. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand Kawis's compressed divine power attack with his bare hands. The world's prison. Countless chains formed from the power of Taihao shot out from his body, instantly enveloping Kawis in a spherical prison made of chains. The previous Taihao chains were no match for Kawis. However, after the secret was amplified tenfold, the power of Taihao also increased from 2,000 times to 20,000 times the peak power of a world lord. It possesses divine power approaching that of a high-ranking king. Naturally, they could imprison Kawis in the world's prison. Upon entering the prison, Kawis discovered that his power seemed to be sealed. He had less than 50% of his original strength left. This human hasn't exhausted his divine power yet. Before Kawis could even be surprised that his opponent had managed to break free from his illusionary attack, something even more unbelievable happened. Generally speaking, a high-level expert of the Marquis rank, who is similar in size to the Marquis of Zhenyu, only needs to burn 2% to 3% of his divine power to instantly unleash the combat power of a king. But the power that the opponent just unleashed clearly reached the high level of the king level. It would take at least 10% of divine power to burn. By now, the divine power has probably been consumed by at least 30%. As an immortal Marquis who has lost so many divine bodies, his strength is probably less than 20% of what it used to be. They actually used such a powerful sealing technique. Break. Kawis refused to believe it and intensified the burning of divine power once more. The three wolf heads unleashed compressed beams of immortal divine power, converging at a single point as they attempted to break free of the prison. Jiang Luo outside frowned slightly. The prison formed by countless chains was trembling slightly, on the verge of collapse. The effect of suppressing Kawis's strength to half was negated by his increased burning of the divine body. The divine power that this howling silver wolf burns every moment far exceeds even Jiang Luo's size. Kaio Fist. Jiang Luo's gaze was icy. With the Kaioken technique applied, the amplitude of the original tenfold increase in the all-character secret technique rose again. It didn't stop until it reached 25 times. At his level of power, achieving body amplitude is extremely difficult. Typically, the two amplitude methods cannot achieve perfect multiplication. In particular, both the Kaioken and the Kaiji secret are methods to maintain amplitude for a short period of time, making them more unstable and shorter in duration. It is completely different from the secret techniques used by those who reach the pinnacle of power and can maintain their body's amplitude for a long time. 25 times is already the limit. Going further up, the secret, which relies on probability to trigger, will collapse prematurely. Either the Kaioken technique collapses. After the power of Taihao briefly amplified to 50,000 times the peak power of a world lord, it suppressed Kawis's struggle once again. Town. Jiang Luo roared, and inside the world's prison, chains ran across the surface of Kawis's body, trying to completely seal him away. The 25-fold maximum amplitude after the Kaioken is superimposed will further shorten the duration of the Kaioken secret. It can even be shortened to just 1 or 2 seconds, which is equivalent to the time of only 1 or 2 attacks. He must seize this brief opportunity to completely suppress it. Kawis was clearly aware that a life-or-death crisis had arrived. Damn it! The three-headed giant wolf roared, and its body suddenly exploded. I'd rather commit suicide than be sealed off by the town. Rumble tilde tilde tilde. The terrifying explosive energy impacted the chained prison, causing countless chains to break inch by inch. The world's prison system has completely collapsed. Jiang Luo sighed, activated the Xingzi secret technique, and instantly increased his speed to near the speed of light, arriving in front of Xinglun and the other team members. Condense. With a thought, the power of Taihao recondensed into chains that blocked him and his body. The chains shattered and transformed into the power of Taihao, which was then torn apart again and again by the shockwaves of the explosions. They were repeatedly reassembled into chains. The power of Taihao is extremely strong and yang, indestructible, and even such terrifying self-destruction power cannot harm its essence. The golden light cage was also blasted apart by the explosive energy wave. Mechanical puppets were swept away by the energy tsunami and scattered in all directions. Once everything had calmed down, Jiang Luo looked at the silent void and sighed inwardly. A powerful opponent with a divine body is too difficult to deal with. Although this Kawis was a high-ranking nobleman. To be precise, this was achieved through a genetic level 3 times that of humans. During the battle, he could sense that Kawis's level of law had not reached the advanced level of a marquis. But its difficulty level is no less than that of someone at the peak of their career. Chapter 133 The Silver Crown King, Bloodbeacon Legacy. In the northern region of the Bloodbeacon continent, deep within the Endless Mountains, lies an ancient palace. It is unknown when it was built, but it is now the territory of the Silver Crown King, a peak-level expert. Deep within the palace, a wolf-headed, human-bodied metal puppet suddenly roared, "Damn humans!" His 2 clones, though not as large as his original body, were still quite enormous. Once such a clone is lost, it is unknown how many treasures would be required and how long it would take to cultivate another one. It can be said that he lost all the gains he made in the extraterritorial battlefield over the past 100 epochs. Please remember the website for the fastest chapter updates. Lord of the prison, you're dead. The wolf-headed, human-bodied puppet stepped out of its dwelling and arrived at the gate of a magnificent palace. Your Highness, I have important matters to report. Come in. A deep and authoritative voice rang out. The wolf-headed, human-bodied puppet entered the magnificent hall, which was hundreds of kilometers high. A colossal creature was perched deep within the hall. It was a giant snake with a silvery white belly, a bluish-black back, and 2 wings. The giant serpent has 9 horns with intertwined branches on its head, which resemble a crown. The Silver Crown King coiled its long body, its raised serpent head looking majestically at Kawis's puppet form. What is it? Did you get the key? Kawis shuddered and bowed his head, saying, Your Highness, my avatar was forced to self-destruct by that human prison lord. After Kawis finished recounting his battle with Jiang Luo in detail, a cold glint flashed in the Silver Crown Serpent's eyes. A treasure to restore divine power. Are you sure? Kawis hesitated for a moment and said, This is just my guess, but I can't think of any other reason. The Junyuhu's divine body is not large. He relies on burning a large amount of divine power to unleash power close to that of a high-ranking king. Logically speaking, his divine body should be burned out in a few moves. But his aura never diminished, and in the end, it even erupted with even stronger power, almost sealing my clone. I suspect it likely contains a treasure that replenishes the power of immortality. Moreover, that prison lord's chain treasure is also quite extraordinary. I even think it might be a priceless treasure. The Silver Crown King scoffed, Have you ever seen a treasure? Do you know how powerful a treasure is? If those chains were truly a treasure, they would have sealed you away long ago. But, the Silver Crown King's voice deepened, this human who was granted the title of Marquis must have an extraordinary background. Whether it's the treasure that you guessed could replenish divine power or that set of chains, they are all extraordinary treasures. But he can force your clone to self-destruct, so even a peak Marquis level expert might not be able to do anything about him. Although Kawis was only a high-ranking Marquis, as a Howling Moon Silver Wolf, his divine body was extremely large. For other immortals who have been granted the title of Marquis, burning their divine bodies as a desperate measure is a common and routine combat tactic that Kawis frequently employs. Therefore, even if it is just a clone of Kawis, its deterrent power surpasses that of most peak Marquis level cultivators. The human powerhouse who could force Kawis into such a sorry state was definitely not an enemy that a peak level Marquis could handle. King Hanli and King Jinyan are both on missions. Once one of them returns, I'll send him to help you deal with that Lord Zhenyu, King Yingguan said calmly. Your Highness, Kawis exclaimed in surprise, those 3 little mice might very well have a key on them. What if that jail lord gets his hands on it? Silver Crown King sneered, so what if he gets it? If he gets the key to the token, he'll be even less likely to leave the Bloodbeacon continent. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him. What's the rush? As for you, you can't even handle this simple matter, what use are you? This is the last time. If you make a mistake again next time, you can join the army to atone for your mistakes when the war breaks out on the ancient continent of Kishan. Kawas's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly bowed his head respectfully, saying, yes. The demon race has a strict hierarchy. Although he was royalty, he was nothing more than a nobody who could be dealt with at will in front of the Silver Crown King, the nine-horned winged serpent of the royal family. After the aftershocks of Kawa's self-destruction subsided, Captain Buna's blood gold. Moya knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, his throat hoarse. Both Yan Zhao and Huan Mei were filled with mixed emotions of excitement, sorrow, and confusion. The enemy who nearly wiped out their entire force thousands of years ago, the mighty Kawas who shook the Star Mist Sea, is dead just like that. Forced by the Marquis of Zhenyu, he had no choice but to self-destruct. Star Wheel, Spinning Light, Kui, and another surviving team of human immortals were still in a state of shock and excitement after narrowly escaping death, unable to come to their senses. Jiang Luo shook his head. That Kawas has two clones. Only one of his clones died. The real body and the other clone are still alive and well, and we don't know where they are. With tears in his eyes, Yan Zhao said, we never thought we could kill both Kawas himself and his clone. Boss, you've already avenged us by eliminating his clone in the Star Mist Sea. Upon hearing this, Xinglun laughed and said, each of Nikawas's clones is very valuable, possessing 70% of the original's strength. To be able to kill one of his clones would be a huge blow to him. Then, the captain of the rescued Immortal team, having regained his senses, arrived before Jiang Luo with over 100 mechanical puppets, respectfully saying, Lord Zhenyu Hu, these are the mechanical puppets we collected that use the golden cage of light. Some seem to have been damaged by Nakawas's self-destruction. If Jiang Luo hadn't stopped the self-destruction in time, they probably would have ended up like that Immortal team from the demon race, their divine bodies torn apart by the terrifying energy surge. Without achieving immortality, there is almost no chance of survival against such self-destructive power. Jiang Luo accepted the 100 mechanical puppets, some intact and some broken, and put them into the world ring. Although the golden light cage was damaged, it is still worth nearly 100 million chaos units among the human race. Although the process of dealing with Kawas was somewhat unexpected, the results were still quite good. I've also earned over 100 billion in military merits. Jiang Luo was fairly satisfied. 100 billion of them were obtained by killing this clone of Kawas. To date, he has already completed 150 billion of his 1 trillion military merit quota. Killing a Marquis-level immortal is definitely more worthwhile. Jiang Luo laughed and said, let's go. After dealing with Kawas, we can find a stronghold to study the so-called star runes. Previously, due to Kawas's targeting, Jiang Luo had been leading his team to fight in all directions in the inner region of the Star Mist Sea, without a fixed base. Boss. Moya wiped away his tears and came to Jiang Luo. I have something to tell you, which may be related to why Kawas is hunting us down. Inside the spacecraft's safety cabin lobby, Jiang Luo was taken aback when he saw the sphere that Moya had taken out, a sphere that resembled both metal and crystal, with flame-like patterns on its surface, blood beacon stone. Blood beacon stone, demon fang, flame horn, and illusion were all taken aback. Clearly, none of the three knew the origin of the sphere. Jiang Luo suddenly understood. The reason Nikawas was chasing after Moya and his two companions was probably because of this blood beacon stone. Or rather, the legacy of Blood Beacon. Chapter 134 The Sacred Mountain of Supreme Treasures, 9,100 times the power of a realm lord. Before coming to the third battlefield, Jiang Luo had read through all the detailed information about this starfield battlefield. With his authority, the information he obtained naturally far exceeded that of immortal military lords such as Yanzhao and Moya. Therefore, he immediately recognized the Blood Beacon Stone. The Blood Beacon Stone is the key, or token, to entering the Holy Mountain. The Holy Mountain is the sacred land of the descendants of the Fire Sky Beast God and the Blood Beacon Beasts from ancient times. Located underground on the Blood Beacon continent, it was personally crafted by the Fire Sky Beast God. Unlike the current Starry Sky Behemoths, the Blood Beacon Behemoths were all born on the Blood Beacon continent. Only after reaching the Realm Lord level will they leave the Blood Beacon continent and the mystic realm of the Divergent, also known as the Third Battlefield, to venture and train in the primordial universe. Only after entering immortality will they return to the Bloodfire continent. The most outstanding geniuses will be granted the privilege of entering the Holy Mountain to receive the legendary Blood Beacon inheritance. A hint of excitement shone deep in Jiang Luo's eyes. According to the information provided to him by his teacher, the ancient Wheel Kingdom Lord, the secret techniques in the Blood Beacon inheritance were all created by the innate Fire Void Beast God. Through the Blood Beacon inheritance, the secret techniques created by the Fire Sky Beast God will become bloodline inheritance memories and be integrated into the soul. Just like the inherited memories and secret techniques of the Golden Horned Beast and the Flame Star Beast. It is somewhat similar to the inheritance of divine generals. This greatly reduces the difficulty of cultivation. However, each Blood Beacon inheritance can only select one secret technique. This is still quite different from the complete lineage of divine generals. But in reality, it's very difficult for anyone to accept the complete lineage of a divine general. Because once the complete inheritance is received, that is the ultimate strength of a cosmic sovereign. Most people who receive the inheritance of a divine general can only receive a portion of it first, and then receive the rest once their strength reaches a certain level. Most people can only receive the divine general's inheritance once at most. After all, the spots are precious. This is still the place where the divine generals are inherited under the control of the clan. If the divine generals are not inherited under the control of the clan, the chance to receive the inheritance a second or third time depends on luck. Therefore, in terms of appeal alone, the Blood Beacon inheritance is not much less attractive than a chance to inherit the divine general title. Even worse. After all, the secret techniques in the Blood Beacon inheritance were all created by the innate Fire Void Beast God, which are even stronger than the secret techniques in the God General inheritance. Because the Holy Mountain was crafted by the Fire Sky Beast God, it is comparable to a supreme treasure. Therefore, even before it became a true god, the Dream Demon ancestors' attack did not destroy the Holy Mountain. Even the fact that the Blood Beacon continent did not fall apart and be completely destroyed under the attack of the Dream Demon ancestor is also closely related to the Holy Mountain. The Blood Beacon Stone is the key to entering the Holy Mountain. Without the Blood Beacon Stone, no matter how strong you are, you can't get in. Therefore, after the mysterious realm of Qi was opened up as the third battlefield by the four top clans, the task of the powerful people of various clans who gathered on the Blood Beacon continent most of the time was to collect Blood Beacon stones. One Blood Beacon stone is equivalent to one spot to enter the Holy Mountain. The more slots each faction has to enter the Holy Mountain, the more likely they are to obtain the Blood Beacon inheritance. Jiang Luo suppressed his excitement and accepted the Blood Beacon stone from Mo Ya's hand. Although he can manifest the supernatural powers and secret techniques of all the heavens and myriad worlds. But the Blood Beacon legacy still holds a strong attraction for him. After all, manifesting supernatural powers requires the consumption of willpower, and the more powerful the supernatural power, the more willpower it requires. He has many techniques to manifest, and every bit of his willpower must be used wisely. Secondly, there are some secret techniques that he also finds difficult to manifest. For example, secret techniques involving body vibration. These kinds of secret techniques are extremely rare, and most of the time the threshold for cultivation is very high, and the difficulty of cultivation is also very great. Otherwise, the number of those who reach the limit of becoming a king would not be far less than the number who reach the peak of becoming a king. Although Jiang Luo possesses the secret of all characters and the King of the Realm's fist. However, both of these amplitude-based supernatural abilities are short duration, and the all-secret technique only has a probability of activation if triggered. The true secret to body vibration is that it can be maintained for a long time. For example, a king-level expert can usually maintain a state of divine power amplitude several times or even 10 times at all times. Their normal state is characterized by divine power amplitude. Jiang Luo was also certain that the blood beacon inheritance contained a secret technique for body amplitude. There was once a peak-level king-level expert who obtained the blood beacon inheritance and, after cultivating for an era, his combat power reached the limit level of the king level. If Jiang Luo could maintain a 10x amplitude at all times, he would be a high-level combatant who is normally a king. Adding the secret of the character, Jia, on top of this would create a truly heaven-defying effect. Jiang Luo's thoughts raced in an instant. Demon Fang sighed, before, I only knew that this seemed to be the key to unlocking some kind of treasure. The reason why Yanzhao, Wanmei, and I returned to the Star Mist Sea was originally to find an opportunity to go to the Blood Beacon continent and unlock its treasure. Then we'll find a way to avenge our brothers who were killed by Kawis. But now it seems that this Blood Beacon stone is probably not related to an ordinary treasure, and we are afraid that none of us have the strength to obtain it. Boss, you have done us a great favor, so this Blood Beacon stone is for you. Jiang Luo did not make empty promises and calmly said, in return, as long as Kawis is still in the third battlefield, I will do my best to completely kill his main body and another clone. Demon Fang, Flame Horn, and Illusion were all stunned. Although Jiang Luo remained calm, they had all become familiar with their captain over the past 4 years. This was clearly a serious statement. Xinglun frowned slightly and hesitated, then said, Boss, I heard that Nikawis's true form seems to be on the Blood Beacon continent, and he's a powerful subordinate of a king-level immortal. Although the captain was able to force Kawis's clone to self-destruct, his deterrent power was probably even stronger than that of a typical peak-level marquis. However, the Bloodfire continent is teeming with powerful individuals, far from being a match for true immortal kings. Jiang Luo smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't act impulsively. Deep within the Star Mist Sea lies a massive meteorite with a diameter of approximately 1,000 kilometers. Several buildings stand in a deep ravine on the surface of the meteorite. This is the lair of the immortal army led by Jiang Luo. Tisk tisk. Zhan Guang stared fascinated at the strange patterns on the rocky walls of the ravine. These star patterns are indeed extraordinary, and they will help me perfect my own secret techniques. The pharmacist, Kui, sighed, the larger the star meteorite, the more numerous and mysterious the star patterns on it. However, these large meteorites are usually located deep within the Star Mist Sea, and are typically nests that only peak marquis-level experts can securely occupy. If it weren't for the boss, we wouldn't have been able to take control of this meteorite at all. Moya laughed. Boss was able to kill one of Nikawis's clones, which makes him a first-rate expert in the Star Mist Sea. Even a peak marquis-level expert would give way to the boss. Unfortunately, for the past 50 years, the boss has remained in seclusion, refusing to see even allies who come to visit. Quote, Zhan Guang chuckled and said, I think you're hoping that the boss can take us to hunt down the alien immortal teams again. Xinglun, who had been silent all along, looked at Jiang Luo's residence not far away and sighed, with the boss's strength, how could he still care about the military merits of the alien immortal army lord? I'm afraid the boss will be leaving soon. Inside the meditation room, Jiang Luo suddenly opened his eyes, and his soul, which was empowered by the former word secret, felt a warning. As the enemy coming, since he forced Kawis's clone to self-destruct, his fame quickly spread throughout the Star Mist Sea. The intimidating power of Kawis's clone even surpasses that of an ordinary peak-level marquis. The reputation of Zhonglu Town Prison Marquis, who could force Kawis to self-destruct, naturally surpassed that of an ordinary peak-ranking marquis. Therefore, even though they settled on this meteorite, no powerful alien force has ever dared to attack them in over 50 years. Perfect timing. I've also mastered the 4th transformation of the first chapter of Taihao, Jiang Luo smiled. After more than 50 years of secluded cultivation, he had used up all the precious materials he had previously purchased, which were worth more than 70 billion points. He also mastered the first chapter of Taihao to perfection. The power of Taihao in the 2nd transformation is comparable to 2,000 times the power of a realm lord. The 3rd transformation is comparable to 4,000 times the power of a realm lord. The power of Taihao, having reached the 4th stage of perfection, doubled again, reaching 8,000 times the power of a realm lord. Adding his power at 1,000 times the level of life, the total is 9,100 times the power of a realm lord. The 100-fold power of the realm lord was granted by the myriad tribulations primordial body of the 3rd level. There is still a long way to go before mastering the 4th level of the myriad tribulations primordial scripture. Even so, his basic strength has already reached a level close to that of a king. Chapter 135 Hanli King, Suppressing Chaos. A massive spaceship traversed the void filled with dust clouds. The wolf-headed, human-bodied metal puppet faced a figure about 10 meters tall, whose entire body seemed to be carved from translucent crystal, and said respectfully, "Lord Hanli, that human Jiang flying technique is quite powerful. If we are not careful, he may escape." Han Liwang's gaze was icy. "Within my domain of laws, no one can escape unless they can teleport." Chaos quickly laughed and said, "You're joking. That human was just a high-ranking marquis, but he had many extraordinary treasures on him, which is why he was able to kill my clone. With an adult involved this time, there's bound to be no problem." His words weren't entirely flattery. Please remember to use the Super Smooth website for reading Taiwanese novels and to see the fastest chapter updates. Chaos had witnessed the power of this King Hanli before. Most of His Highness's subordinates are high-level experts who have been granted the title of king, with the exceptions being him, the golden-eyed king, and this cold-leaving king. He was a member of the demon royal family and possessed the ability to create clones, which is why he was valued by His Highness the Silver Crown King. Han Liwang, on the other hand, is the only energy-type life form under His Highness's command. It is not afraid of soul attacks and is more adept at physical cohesion than normal flesh and blood life forms. Therefore, immortality surpasses that of other flesh and blood beings at the initial level of kingship. In addition, he created a unique domain-type technique that can be combined with the domain of laws, making it exceptionally powerful. Looking at the endless dust clouds in the virtual environment, Chaos thought to himself, "This time, I absolutely cannot let that prison lord escape." One aspect is the grudge of killing the clone. On the other hand, the Silver Crown King did treat him, a member of the royal family, with special privileges. After he kills the lord of the prison, he can choose any one of the lord of the prison's treasures, except for the one suspected of replenishing divine power. He had long coveted the chains that possessed powerful binding and sealing capabilities. It can not only make up for the loss of one of his clones, but also enhance his combat power to a higher level. Even if King Hanli is negligent, I will not give you a single chance to escape. Chaos sneered inwardly. This time, he brought another clone with him. They formed a pincer movement with Han Liwang, so no matter how cunning the human was, he couldn't escape. In fact, in his view, the main body and the clone working together would be enough to deal with the lord of the prison. They dared not act rashly only because they were wary of the opponent's powerful flight technique. After all, if the prison lord escapes, or even takes his team away from the Star Mist Sea, it would be a huge loss. It's like missing out on a blood beacon stone that was within easy reach. Each blood beacon stone is equivalent to a spot to enter the Holy Mountain. Despite the fact that the Silver Crown King has acquired several blood beacon stones over the countless years on the blood beacon continent. But everyone wanted to bring more men into the Holy Mountain, so they tried their best to get every blood beacon stone. Meteorites, found in ravines and canyons. As Jiang Luo stepped out of his residence, he immediately attracted the attention of the other team members. "Boss. This is the first time in over 50 years that the captain has ended his cultivation practice." Jiang Luo said in a deep voice, "You all hide in my world ring. A powerful enemy will be coming soon." The fact that it could trigger a warning in his previous consciousness indicates that the enemy is quite powerful, and is very likely a king-level expert. Enemy. Xinglan, Yanzhao, Moya, and the others all changed their expressions drastically. No enemy signals detected. Star Wheel looked down at the screen on his arm. Jiang Luo thought to himself, not only did you not notice, but even my large-scale detector didn't detect it. His detector cost 3 billion points. Even ordinary high-level or peak-level detectors for kings are not as good as his. This indicates that the other party is also quite wealthy and powerful, either because they are strong themselves or because they have a wealthy backer. After he stored his team members in the world ring, Jiang Luo rushed out of the ravine and looked up at the void, his gaze sharpening. Boom! A chilling black domain of laws spread out at the speed of light, enveloping the entire star meteorite and a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers around it. A biting cold descended, as if even space itself had been frozen. If it were a normal immortal god, the icy aura of the black law domain would likely have penetrated into their body, freezing their divine power. However, let's set aside the fact that he was wearing the demon armor, a soul-type treasure. The Taihao technique has been mastered to the point of perfection in its first chapter, resulting in a body hardness approaching that of a weapon made of G-grade metal. Just as the icy cold air was about to invade his body, it was driven away by the extremely strong and yang power of Taihao. 3 spatial rifts ripped through the void, like scars in the void itself. 3 figures flew out from the spatial interlayer within the crack. The 2-headed, 3-headed giant wolf had a sinister gaze, filled with murderous intent. Compared to the 2 giant wolves, each 10 kilometers tall, the other figure, made entirely of translucent crystal, appeared much smaller. But Jiang Luo's attention was completely drawn to the crystal figure. Information about the powerful figures of the Star Mist Sea and Blood Beacon continent that Ming Xinglan and others had collected from their allies over the past few decades flashed through his mind. They immediately recognized the other person's identity. King Hanli. Jiang Luo raised an eyebrow. A newly appointed powerful member of the Amethyst clan of energy-type lifeforms. But his most famous identity is that of a powerful figure under the Silver Crown King of the Demon Clan. No wonder their detectors are better than his. The Silver Crown King is not only a powerful figure among the 9-horned winged serpents, the royal family of the demon race, but also a direct descendant of the evil wing cult, the overlord of the universe. They hold an extremely high position among the demon race, which has a strict bloodline hierarchy. Whoosh! A massive sword light that sliced through the void of the universe interrupted Jiang Luo's thoughts. The secret of the character, Xing. Jiang Luo narrowly escaped Han Li Wang's attack with a ghostly movement. He's actually unaffected by my domain's secret techniques. King Hanli exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Luo's figure flashed and he arrived in front of a 3-headed giant wolf. Clang 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 tilde tilde tilde. Countless thin chains extended from his body, wrapping around his opponent at the speed of light. Kawis was startled at first, then his eyes flashed with a fierce light. Your chains are useless against me. His true power is nearly 5,000 times that of a peak human realm lord. Under normal circumstances, the opponent has only just reached the advanced level of Marquis. How could he be restrained without burning divine power? But the next moment, Kawis's expression turned to one of utter horror. How is this possible? Countless thin chains stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers, tightly binding and restraining him, and his divine power was instantly suppressed by the powerful force. Jiang Luo's gaze was cold and calm. His Taihao power had reached 8,000 times the power of a realm lord, so suppressing his opponent with the chain technique he had formed was naturally a piece of cake. In his shock, Kawis did not hesitate to ignite his divine body. They must struggle desperately to break free from the chains that bind them. The secret of all characters. From the moment the other party appeared, Jiang Luo kept trying to trigger the all-encompassing secret. The same energy surged. In an instant, Kawis's struggle was suppressed. They didn't even have a chance to self-destruct. The chains retracted into his body at the speed of light, imprisoning both the bound Kawis and his inner world. Jiang Luo used the Xingzi secret technique to dodge Han Li Wang's attack again, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up with the clone of Kawis who was trying to escape. When Jiang Luo displayed power far exceeding that of more than 50 years ago, Kawis's clone immediately fled. Even if the main body is killed, as long as this last clone survives, there is still a chance to recover. No, don't. Kawis roared and begged for mercy. However, they were all bound and sealed by chains formed from the power of Taihao, which was amplified to 80,000 times the power of a realm master. Boom! A dazzling beam of compressed divine power shot towards Jiang Luo. Its pure divine power attacks are as fast as the speed of light, making it difficult even for the Xingzi secret technique to dodge. Jiang Luo remained unfazed, retracting the chains binding Kawas's clone while turning to deliver a punch to the pillar of divine power. The immense explosive power shattered space, and countless spatial fragments formed a rampant torrent that swept across all directions. Jiang Luo's body seemed to be launched into the spatial interlayer as if it were a cannonball. King Hanli also burned a trace of divine power. As a newly appointed king, even a slight burning of divine power is enough to generate an attack comparable to that of a peak king. It is even stronger than Jiang Luo's power, which is 90,000 times greater than that of a world lord under the all-word secret. Amplification. Although King Hanli had gained a slight advantage, his expression became unusually solemn. Despite such a terrifying attack, the opponent's divine body remained completely unharmed, and the aura of his burning divine power did not diminish in the slightest. That idiot, Kawas. Han Liwang cursed inwardly. This Zhenyu Marquis is clearly already at the peak of the marquisate. No, he's practically a king. Jiang Luo flashed back from the spatial interlayer. Han Liwang did not make another move. It's pointless. Even if he is an immortal king, he cannot do anything to a peak marquis. In particular, the white armor worn by the opponent also seemed to be a powerful protective item. The immortality of a marquis is weaker than that of a king. This is due to the difference in the laws governing their immortality. Logically speaking, even if his body didn't explode, the powerful impact of his attack, which burned a bit of divine power, would have been enough to annihilate that bit of divine power. But the opponent's aura did not diminish in the slightest. Lord of the prison, Han Liwang said in a deep voice, I can let go of the matter of Kawas being killed by you, but I want to take 3 immortal military lords under your command. If you agree, I will. Jiang Luo interrupted Han Liwang without any politeness. That blood beacon stone is already mine. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't want to fight, then get lost. You. Han Liwang's expression changed, his anger surging. But it was still suppressed. He had already witnessed the opponent's flying technique. His icy aura from the superimposed domain of laws and secret techniques could not penetrate the white armor and enter the opponent's divine body, making it difficult to slow down his speed. Without Kawas's cooperation, he was completely helpless against this prison lord. Han Liwang sneered, the blood beacon stone is not something someone like you at the peak of the marquis level can possess. I hope you won't regret it. He believed that this powerful human knew who was standing behind him. In the third battlefield, those alien races who dare to provoke His Highness the Silver Crown King generally meet a bad end. After saying that, he transformed into a streak of light and disappeared into the void. Jiang Luo did not pursue. Even with his greatly increased strength, he was no match for a mere beginner-level king. The surge in physical strength also made it completely impossible to combine the Kaioken technique with the Manji secret technique. If the base value is too high, these two unstable short-term amplitude capabilities will both collapse once they are superimposed. Jiang Luo sighed inwardly. The Taihao chains are only suitable for bullying novices. They excel at dealing with enemies weaker than me. But against opponents of the same level or even stronger, the Taihao chains are not very useful, as they can easily break free of the restraints. It seems that I will have to find ways to improve my understanding of the laws in the future, especially the level of laws other than the law of fire and space fusion, and to create new unique and secret techniques. His power was already close to that of a king who would achieve immortality. His weaknesses became his mastery of laws and secret techniques. For safety reasons, he would not use the Beast God seal unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, even if one were to unleash their ultimate techniques, the extraterrestrial battlefield is not the absolute Fang world, which shields the fundamental laws. The power of secret techniques and secret arts is enhanced by the understanding of laws. If one's understanding of the laws is insufficient, even if one unleashes an ultimate technique, its power will be very limited. Therefore, without using the chain technique or the secret techniques of the world prison, Jiang Luo is at a disadvantage against opponents of the same level. Power alone is not enough, the laws governing it are also insufficient. Chapter 136. A Century of Slaughter, the King of Prisons. in the northern region of the Bloodfire continent, inside an ancient temple. The enormous serpent's body was coiled up, its head raised high, looking down at Han Li Wang, who was as small as an ant, so the blood beacon stone is indeed in his hands. Han Li Wang said respectfully, he admitted it himself. This book is being published for the first time, providing you with a reading experience free of errors and disordered chapters. The Silver Crown King's voice was icy. A mere human with the title of Marquis dares to steal my blood beacon stone and even killed Kawis. If I don't make him pay the price, I'm afraid the entire blood beacon continent will look down on me. You and the golden-eyed king should immediately go to the Wanyu Sea and replace King Chaho, King Hunwu, and King Kangju. King Hanli was startled. If King Skullhorn attacks, King Goldeneye and I may not be able to handle it. King Chaho, King Hunwu, and King Kangju were arguably the three strongest subordinates under King Yingguan. They all possess at least the strength to be granted the title of king. Hunwu King's combat strength is even close to the peak of the king level. Previously, these three powerful figures had been guarding the Wanyu Sea, resisting the Skullhorn King of the Zerg camp. The Silver Crown King is now clearly enraged by the human prison lord and is prepared to eliminate him at all costs to obtain a blood beacon stone. I will hide in the world ring and go with you to the Netherworld Sea. A cold glint appeared in the Silver Crown King's eyes. If the Skullhorn King dares to attack, I will give him a surprise. Han Liwang's expression changed, and he smiled. With your highness taking action, the Skeleton King is naturally no match. Because of his cultivation of secret techniques, the Silver Crown King has always stayed in the northern region of the Bloodfire continent, far away from the most intense battlefields. It now seems that His Highness the Silver Crown King is preparing to take action personally. The inner region of the Star Mist Sea. Jiang Luo cleaned up the battlefield and turned to Xing Lun and the others, who were still in shock, saying, "It seems we'll have to go back to our wandering lives again." Over the past few decades, thanks to Jiang Luo's reputation, Xing Lun and the others have already discovered that Kawis's backer in the extraterritorial battlefield is the Silver Crown King on the Blood Beacon continent. In addition, given the harsh words Han Liwang uttered before leaving, it's clear that Yin Guanwang will not let this go easily. Not to mention that the Silver Crown King has many powerful subordinates. Han Li King is not considered strong among them. Silver Crown King himself is one of the top experts on the Bloodbeacon continent, possessing the combat power of a king at the peak. Even with Jiang Luo's current strength, he would still be no match for the Silver Crown King, even if he used the Beast God Seal and Grass Sword technique. Once a peak-level king ignites their divine power, the power they can unleash is truly terrifying. Naturally, he had to return to a life of constant homelessness. But this suited him perfectly. For the past few decades, in order to complete the first chapter of Taihao, as soon as possible, I found a place on a meteorite to settle down and use as my base. The first chapter of Taihao has been completed, but the second chapter has not yet been manifested. Moreover, even if he were to manifest it, he wouldn't have enough resources to cultivate the second chapter. Another issue is that the military system has not yet fulfilled the 1 trillion yuan service merit quota assigned to him. In addition, this time they killed Kawis's main body and his last clone. His current military achievements have reached 330 billion. There are still 670 billion to go before we can achieve our freedom. This is why he has always led this immortal team. In fact, with his strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to join a team led by an immortal king. However, the degree of freedom is limited. Unlike now, although I am still serving in the military, I have not yet gained my freedom. But the entire immortal team basically obeyed him. He could go out hunting whenever he wanted, or stay in his lair to cultivate for decades if he wanted. Although they are not free, they are actually no different from loners. The price to pay is simply to share some of the military merits with the team members. Then, let's begin the slaughter. Jiang Luo's eyes flashed with killing intent. Whether it's to accumulate 1 trillion military merits or to gather resources for cultivating the second chapter of Taihao, it's inevitable to engage in mass killings. With Jiang Luo's attack, all the alien immortals in the entire Star Mist Sea became his prey. Especially the title of Marquis, which grants immortality. Relying on the detector worth hundreds of billions of points, Jiang Luo specifically chose the alien Immortal team led by an Immortal who had been granted the title of Marquis. He dealt with the Immortal Lord, while Xinglan, Xuanguang, Yanzhao, and other team members dealt with the Immortal Lord. With his feet treading on the secret of the Xingzi and possessing the Taihao chains, his killing efficiency was even more terrifying than that of a newly appointed king. If a newly appointed king wants to kill a high-ranking marquis, he must burn his divine power and then spend hundreds or thousands of years recovering. Jiang Luo achieved the effect of burning divine power using the secret of the character, Jia, without needing to restore the lost divine power. Moreover, he also possesses the previous word secret soul warning. Once a warning is issued that a powerful alien enemy is approaching, the team should immediately flee. Therefore, although he attracted the attention of many alien kings who pursued him in the Star Mist Sea, he was able to, just barely, pass by them. My God, it's the King of Hell. Run, scatter and escape. Damn it. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. Go to hell. Boom. The power of a newly appointed marquis from another race's self-destruction swept across the void. They even eliminated several of their slower-moving allies first. Countless Taihao chains enveloped Jiang Luo and his teammates, forming a world prison to withstand the impact of the self-destruction. The world prison can be used to suppress enemies, and it can also be used for defense. The chains kept breaking, only to be quickly repaired. After the aftershocks subsided, Jiang Luo looked at the shattered fragments of space not far away and felt somewhat frustrated. These alien races are becoming increasingly difficult to hunt. Star Wheel, unfazed, smiled wryly and said, "Boss, your reputation has spread beyond the Star Mist Sea. It's not easy to find an immortal team like this these days." Jiang Luo's frenzied hunting continued. The alien immortal gods in the inner region of the Star Mist Sea have also begun to unite. 2 or 3 teams merged into one and acted collectively. Each team has at least 3 or 4 members who have been granted the title of Marquis and are considered immortal. With their combined divine power burning, even Jiang Luo had to back down. This even attracted many alien kings and immortals from the Bloodfire continent to hunt him down. Jiang Luo was startled, and the soul empowered by the previous word secret issued a strong warning. "Oh no, let's go." Jiang Luo stored the team members in his world ring, and without even having time to board the spaceship, he tore through the void and entered the spatial interlayer. With the blessing of the Xingzi secret, it was like a ghostly bolt of lightning, weaving through the fragments of space. Almost instantly, 3 figures appeared on the spot. The leading divine bird, its entire body covered in black feathers, stared at the restored spatial rift with eyes like lightning. How can these damned humans escape every time? The interlayer of space is filled with spatial debris storms, making teleportation impossible. If one were to force it, one might accidentally teleport to the depths of a spatial interlayer, where even an immortal king would find it difficult to survive. They had tried to chase after him into the spatial interlayer, but the opponent's flight technique was so advanced that they couldn't catch up with the prison king at all. Jiang Luo traversed the interspatial space for a long time, covering an unknown number of billions of kilometers, before finally leaving the interspatial space and releasing the spaceship. Inside the control room, Jiang Luo frowned. It seems the hunt will have to be terminated after all. It wasn't just the immortal teams of alien races that gradually united. More and more alien king-level experts are hunting him down, including many king-level immortals who can teleport. However, the gains of these 90-odd years are enough, Jiang Luo smiled. The 1 trillion military merit quota has long been collected. Various spoils of war were piled up like mountains, with preliminary estimates suggesting they amounted to several billion mixed units. That's already quite impressive. Most of the animals he hunted were of the initial rank of Marquis, with a small number being of the higher rank. As for the peak of the Marquis title, unless he uses the Beast God seal, it will be difficult to defeat him. Moreover, if the battle drags on, powerful alien warriors will arrive to provide assistance. Jiang Luo released Xinglun and the others from the World Ring and said calmly, "I plan to return to the barracks base. After I go back, the immortal team will be disbanded." Chapter 137, Fourth level of the Myriad Tribulations primordial scripture, the Dragon Eagle King's invitation. Although Xinglan and the others were somewhat reluctant to part, they did not try to persuade them to stay. In the past century of killings, although the enemy has been eliminated by the boss, the vast majority of the spoils have also gone to the boss. However, they also received a larger share of the military merits. It was even more than the military achievements they had made in the tens of thousands of years on the Third Front. These military merits, when converted into cosmic coins or treasures, amount to astronomical figures that are unimaginable to other immortal military lords. Boss, you're already called the Prison King. With your strength, you could have ignored us a long time ago. Pharmacist Kui sighed, we should be thanking you. Under Jiang Luo's command, the intelligent life form Wuhi piloted the spaceship and left the star mist sea at top speed. 3 months later, in the lounge, Jiang Luo opened his eyes and sighed, I've finally cultivated the Myriad Tribulations primordial scripture to the 4th level. It took him more than 250 years to go from the 3rd level of the Myriad Tribulations primordial scripture to the 4th level. Having mastered the 4th level of the Myriad Tribulations primordial scripture, the miniature virtual worlds within each particle of his body expanded once more. The power granted to him also increased from 100 times the power of a world lord to 1,000 times the power of a world lord. With the addition of the Taihao power, which is 1,000 times stronger than the genetic level and 8,000 times stronger than the power of a world lord, the total basic power reaches exactly 10,000 times the peak power of a world lord. He has barely reached the initial level of being granted the title of king. Finally, I've been officially crowned a king. Jiang Luo muttered. Although allies and alien races now call him Prison King, this reputation is the result of nearly a century of frenzied killing. In fact, many powerful figures still believe that he is at the peak of his marquisate. It was only through the use of chains, rare treasures, and items that seemed to replenish divine power that they possessed a deterrent force exceeding that of ordinary early-stage kings. After all, even a newly crowned king would need at least 100 years to recover his divine power after burning it in battle. And he burns his divine power in almost every battle. In reality, it is the amplitude of the secret of the character, Jia. However, the duration of burning divine power is not long. Moreover, after mastering the 4th level, my understanding of the laws of the Void Realm has improved somewhat. Jiang Luo smiled. His slight grasp of the laws of the Void Realm was the trump card that allowed him to still hunt down alien kings and marquises even while being pursued by the immortal alien kings. If he were to be caught by a powerful king who had mastered teleportation, he could infiltrate a virtual realm that was essentially an illusion. Those who lack a strong grasp of the laws of space and time cannot detect him. The spaceship suddenly shuddered slightly and emerged from the dark universe. In the virtual landscape, a massive planet with a diameter of several million kilometers comes into view in the distance. Jiang Luo and his team returned to the number 091 military base aboard the spaceship after more than 150 years. Goodbye, boss. Take care of yourself. Haha, when I retire and go back to my hometown, I'll tell them I fought alongside the Prison King, and they definitely won't believe me. After entering the divine base, Jiang Luo had just bid farewell to his teammates when a white-robed immortal approached and respectfully said, "Greetings, King of the Prison." Clearly, his reputation for making a name for himself in the Star Mist Sea has spread far and wide. After all, Base 091 is the closest human and divine base to Bloodbeacon Continent and Star Mist Sea. Most of the powerful figures in the military base roam the Star Mist Sea or the Bloodbeacon Continent. "The Dragonhawk King wishes to see you," said the immortal in white robes. Jiang Luo was taken aback. Dragon Eagle King. He immediately began searching his mind for information about this powerful figure. This is a human king-level expert who is quite famous on the Bloodfire continent. Guided by the immortal in white robes, Jiang Luo arrived at an island. A man with a single horn and a pair of huge wings walked over from a distance. "Brother Taihao, this is my residence." Dragon Eagle King said, "The reason I invited Brother Taihao here is also on the orders of the Venerable One." Venerable One. Jiang Luo was somewhat puzzled. Dragon Eagle King laughed loudly. "Brother Taihao, have you heard of the Hongmeng?" Jiang Luo immediately realized. Seeing Jiang Luo's expression, Dragon Eagle King chuckled and said, I knew Brother Taihao must know about the Hong Alliance. He was also very curious about the Prison King, who had established a great reputation in the Star Mist Sea over the past century, and had learned some information about him. In his view, this Prison King must have a very powerful background. After all, the chain treasure that conceal enemies, and the treasure that seems to replenish divine power have even tempted many powerful alien kings. However, in the past 100 years, he has not been captured by any foreign king. This shows how powerful the King of Hell is. He might even possess other treasures. The Hong Alliance only accepts immortal warriors who have been granted the title of king. Brother Taihao's recent performance has already attracted the attention of the Hong Alliance, Dragon Eagle King explained. Jiang Luo was not surprised at all. In order to gain military merit, he basically activated the virtual universe network during battles. His performance will naturally be collected by the military merit system. However, the identity of Taihao was deliberately fabricated for him by the founder of the giant axe. Even if Hongmeng notices him, he won't know his true identity. However, many people have doubts about Brother Taihao's true strength. Dragon Eagle King sighed. What are you doubting? The question is whether Jiang Luo has reached the peak of being a marquis or the immortal level of being a king. Dragon Eagle King said helplessly, so I am here on the orders of the Venerable One to investigate Brother Taihao's strength. Of course, whether or not you are willing to accept the test of your strength is entirely up to you. If you are unwilling to accept it, you will naturally not be able to join the Hongmeng. Jiang Luo was naturally willing to accept it. Joining the Hongmeng would allow him to obtain more up-to-date information and make it easier to trade treasures. How do we test it? Jiang Luo asked. Dragon Eagle King laughed and said, it's very simple. Brother Taihao, without burning your divine power or using any secret techniques, attack me with all your might, or unleash a compressed divine power attack. Don't worry about me getting hurt, my armor is still protective enough. Dragon Eagle King was clearly very confident in his armor. All right, Brother Dragon Eagle, be careful. Jiang Luo extended his fist, which was covered in white scales, and gently tapped the Dragon Eagle King's chest armor. He deliberately restrained and controlled all his power as much as possible. The Dragon Eagle King's armor seemed to have a suction force, completely dissolving the power, which was equivalent to 10,000 times the power of a peak world lord, without letting a single drop escape. What peculiar armor! Jiang Luo immediately realized that the other party's armor was indeed extraordinary. Dragon Eagle King shuddered and revealed a hearty smile. Haha, Brother Taihao has indeed reached the level of a king. Although it has just reached 10,000 times the power of a realm lord, it is still the genuine power of a king. I will report this to the Venerable One immediately, and I believe you will soon receive an invitation from the Hong Alliance. Besides, Dragon Eagle King said solemnly, I would also like to invite Brother Taihao to join my team. Join my team. Dragon Eagle King solemnly said, Brother Taihao should know about the Holy Mountain and the Blood Beacon inheritance, right? Jiang Luo frowned slightly. You have Blood Beacon stones. Dragon Eagle King smiled bitterly. How precious are Blood Beacon stones? Moreover, only one stone will be produced every 100 epochs. In 10,081 epochs, only a little over 100 stones will be produced. Most of them are in the hands of peak-level king-level experts, and they can only be snatched in time if they are constantly guarding the Blood Beacon continent. None of us have any Blood Beacon stones. Chapter 138 The Heavenly Cauldron and Golden Ship Treasure Trove, the Cricket's Precious Technique. Jiang Luo thought to himself, it seems that the Silver Crown King hasn't revealed the news that I possess a Blood Beacon stone yet. Although Kawas is dead, King Henley knew that he possessed a Blood Beacon stone. The Silver Crown King will naturally know as well. But this secret has been kept for him for nearly a century. This was clearly not out of goodwill towards him. Rather, they haven't given up on the idea of taking the Blood Beacon stone from him. Once the information is leaked, then it's clear that Silver Crown King isn't the only peak-level king-ranking expert eyeing Jiang Luo. At that time, the competition facing the Silver Crown King will be even greater. Dragon Eagle King sighed. Besides, the struggle for the Blood Beacon inheritance is not something we can participate in. Every time the Holy Mountain opens, even the limit of the king level might be able to enter. I'm talking about the treasures of the Netherworld Sea. Jiang Luo was taken aback. You mean, the legendary Heavenly Cauldron Golden Ship? Dragon Eagle King nodded. That's right. Since you know about the Heavenly Cauldron Golden Ship, you must also know its origin. In ancient times, the patriarch of the Bloodbeacon Beast clan, Venerable Tianfu, once used the leftover scraps from the Fire Sky Beast God's refining of the Holy Mountain to create a batch of treasures, called the Tianfu Golden Ship. Many kings and even cosmic lords of the Blood Beacon Beasts are granted a Heavenly Cauldron Golden Ship for use in flight or escape. These flying palace-type treasures have always been precious. Even if it's just a common treasure, its value is no less than that of a top-tier treasure. The Heavenly Cauldron Golden Ship has almost become the signature of the top experts of the Blood Beacon Beast. Later, the Fire Sky Beast God was surrounded and killed in the third battlefield, which also affected the Blood Beacon continent. If the Holy Mountain hadn't merged into the Blood Beacon continent, the entire continent might have been destroyed. Even so, none of the Bloodbeacon beasts survived, and even the Heavenly Cauldron Golden Ship was mostly damaged. Attracted by the sacred mountain, these Heavenly Cauldron Golden Ships were all led to the Netherworld Sea and buried at the bottom of the sea. Jiang Luo asked in surprise, "Have you discovered a Heavenly Cauldron Golden Ship?" It is estimated that the total number of Heavenly Cauldron Golden Ships built by Venerable Heavenly Cauldron was only about 40. Over countless billions of years, only 5 ships have been discovered. This is information he obtained from reviewing intelligence on the giant axe arena. Due to the attraction of the Holy Mountain, the Heavenly Cauldron Golden Ship cannot move. However, the Heavenly Cauldron Golden Ship will contain treasures and resources left behind by the Bloodbeacon Beast experts, since the Heavenly Cauldron Golden Ship has always been regarded as a flying lair by the top Bloodbeacon Beast experts. Dragon Eagle King nodded excitedly. That's right, it was Illusion Sky King who discovered it. Jiang Luo recalled the information about the illusionary Sky King, who was also a high-level king-level expert and should be a member of the Dragon Eagle King's team. I've heard that only the Bloodbeacon Giant Beast can refine the Heavenly Cauldron Golden Ship, and outsiders cannot refine it, nor can the internal space be opened. Can it only be opened with a specific treasure? Jiang Luo asked in confusion. Such treasures, which can only be refined and used by specific races or life forms, are very rare. The Flame God clan's armor and the Heavenly Cauldron Golden Ship are examples of this type. Dragon Eagle King sighed. That's true. Back then, Illusion King also tried to imprint a spiritual mark, but he was never able to refine it. Both King Kangyu and I have tried, and we are indeed unable to recognize a master. Perhaps when Venerable Tianfu was forging it, he used some means to ensure that only the Bloodbeacon Beast could refine the Heavenly Cauldron Golden Ship. Otherwise, people would have already tried to steal the Heavenly Cauldron Golden Ship from the Bloodbeacon Beast in ancient times. After all, such flying palace-type treasures are very rare. Based on past experience, the interior of this Heavenly Cauldron Golden Ship could either contain a Bloodbeacon Beast, but Bloodbeacon Beasts have long been extinct. The only way is to use the legendary blood of the Fire Sky Beast God to activate it. Jiang Luo was excited, but remained calm and asked, "Do you possess the blood of the Fire Sky Beast God?" Dragon Eagle King smiled bitterly. The blood of the Fire Sky Beast God is monopolized by the demon race, and we have no ability to obtain it. However, some powerful demons can obtain them. After careful consideration, we contacted the Winged King of the Demon Clan. Jiang Luo frowned slightly. God Wing King. This name sounds a bit unfamiliar. Dragon Eagle King explained, God Wing King only entered the third battlefield thousands of years ago. You may not have heard of him. He has just entered the ranks of the kings in terms of cultivation level. However, he is a royal 9-meng beast, whose genetic level is much higher than that of us humans, and his combat power has reached the high level of the king level. Given his status, it is possible for him to obtain the blood of the beast god from the demon race. After all, the demon race has a strict hierarchy of bloodlines, and the royal family is born with all sorts of privileges. The Divine Wing King has also agreed and has applied for the blood of the beast god from within his clan. We will take him to the heavenly cauldron golden ship after we obtain the blood of the beast god. Jiang Luo thought to himself that this was essentially a temporary cooperation between Dragon Eagle King's team and the other side, although the four factions in the extraterritorial battlefield are locked in fierce combat. However, sometimes powerful figures from different factions may join forces and even become friends. In fact, there is currently only one powerful member of the demon royal family, the Silver Crown King, on the Blood Beacon continent. However, the Silver Crown King is too strong. He was already at the peak of his kingship a long time ago. The fact that Dragon Eagle King is cooperating with God Wing King, who is much weaker in both strength and status, is clearly the result of careful consideration. Furthermore, the location of the Tianfu golden ship was not disclosed to the other party beforehand. Dragon Eagle King said solemnly, "But as you know, the demon race and we are, after all, an enemy race, and cannot be trusted. Although the Divine Wing King's strength is average, as a member of the demon royal family, he can mobilize far more powerful people and resources than we can. Even though I made an agreement with King Kangyu, King Wanchong, and him beforehand, limiting the strength and number of helpers he could invite. But an agreement is just an agreement. What good would it do to go back on your word when faced with the temptation of the heavenly cauldron golden ship treasure?" Jiang Luo nodded. This was essentially a dark forest chain of suspicion. No one can trust the other. Now he knew why the Dragon Eagle King had sought him out. Dragon Eagle King laughed and said, "Brother Taihao, you have fought in the Star Mist Sea for 100 years. Everyone has seen your strength. Even the 3 king-level experts under the Silver Crown King couldn't catch you. Your flying ability is the strongest I've ever seen in my life." Within the interior space of the Heavenly Cauldron golden ship, spatial fluctuations are locked. If you can join us, then King Kangyu, King Wanchong, and I will have no more worries. Jiang Luo remained calm. He had already guessed it. King Kangyu, King Wanchong, and the Dragon Eagle King before them are all high-level powerhouses who have been granted the title of king. The majority of those who invited him to join were probably drawn by his ability to fly using the Xingzi secret technique. Thinking that Jiang Luo was hesitating, Dragon Eagle King quickly said, "Brother Taihao, don't worry too much. Although the Divine Wing King has a high status in the demon race, but the treasures inside the Heavenly Cauldron golden ship are also limited. The Winged God King wouldn't bring too many powerful warriors with him, otherwise how much of the treasure would he get?" Jiang Luo pondered for a moment, then said seriously, "All right, I agree to join Brother Long Ying's team." "Ha ha." Dragon Eagle King laughed loudly, "With you joining us, we're sure to reap great rewards this time. Don't worry, we will keep the virtual universe recording running throughout the entire process inside the Heavenly Cauldron golden ship, and you can also keep the virtual universe network running at all times. The resources obtained in the end will be distributed according to the amount of each person's contribution." Jiang Luo nodded in agreement. With the existence of a virtual universe, the level of trust among the strong members of the human faction in the extraterrestrial battlefield is much higher. But Dragon Eagle King seemed to have thought of something and said somewhat awkwardly, "It will be several decades before God Wing King obtains the blood of the beast god. Brother Taihao, it would be best if you didn't go to the Star Mist Sea and Blood Beacon continent for the time being, after all." Jiang Luo smiled and said, "I originally planned to stay at the military base for a while. Just let me know when you're ready." Dragon Eagle King was obviously aware that Silver Crown King had sent his men to hunt him down. Therefore, they did not want him to return to the Star Mist Sea and Blood Beacon continent before opening the internal space of the Heavenly Cauldron golden ship, so as not to cause any unforeseen complications. After bidding farewell to the Dragon Eagle King, Jiang Luo arrived at his residence. His residence was an empty island not far from the Dragonhawk King. "The Heavenly Cauldron golden ship treasure," Jiang Luo murmured. If he could obtain a portion of the Heavenly Cauldron golden ship treasure, it would naturally be of great benefit to his cultivation of the second chapter of Taihao. More than 40 years ago, he had accumulated enough power to manifest the second chapter of Taihao. Just mastering the first transformation of the second chapter requires at least hundreds of billions of units of precious materials. Is there only a few decades left? Jiang Luo's gaze was deep and unfathomable, the treasure technique of manifesting the cricket. The goose treasure technique, it can sever time with one hand and space with the other. It is the best choice for cultivating the laws of space and time. This will also give him an extra trump card when he explores the interior of the Heavenly Cauldron Golden Ship decades later. Chapter 139 3 Attempts to Cross the Heavenly Bridge. Cricket. In Jiang Luo's mind, it was as if a small sun appeared, which continued to condense and reveal the phantom of a white bone fragment. The bone shadow wasn't very large, it seemed not to have fully grown, only a small section. Runes flickered on it, and then a blazing little figure emerged, sitting cross-legged on the bone phantom, as if chanting scriptures. Is this a phantom of the supreme bone of the cricket? Jiang Luo wondered to himself. He was not surprised by this, after all, a similar scene had occurred more than 250 years ago when he manifested the grass character sword technique. Beside the illusory white bone, a faintly visible green sword grass was also trembling and swaying gently. Jiang Luo had a premonition that as his cultivation of the grass character sword technique and the cricket treasure technique deepened, so too did his understanding of the grass character sword technique. The phantom images of white bones and nine-leaf sword grass will become increasingly realistic. The method for cultivating this 10-fierce treasure technique is to visualize the phantom of the supreme bone of the cricket and the phantom of the nine-leaf sword grass in one's soul. The laws of space and time. Jiang Luo contemplated the illusory image of white bones and listened to the chanting of the little figures formed by runes. He felt as if his understanding and application of the laws of time and space had become instinctive. He wasn't trying to comprehend the laws of space and time. Instead, they are gradually mastering the laws of space and time. It's as if the laws of space-time were an inherent part of him, and now he's beginning to reclaim them one by one. Previously, when he devoured the young snow vine and its genetic level increased by more than 1,000 times, it was as if he had conceived the prototype of a chaos body. This led to a leap forward in his understanding of the laws of the universe. Now, with the addition of the Gug Bao technique inheritance, the difficulty of cultivating the laws of space-time seems to have been reduced by thousands of times. If I were to combine this with studying the cosmic chaos steel, it would be even faster, Jiang Luo thought to himself. The 10th Starfield battlefield, on an island suspended in the void. A squad of elite realm lords were eating meat and drinking wine. After a few more battles, we'll go back to the barracks to rest. Haha, looks like everyone has accumulated enough military merits. I've already assembled them all, but it's still more fun fighting alongside my brothers. I don't want to retire. One of the young men wearing a bronze mask suddenly frowned slightly. Something happened in my hometown, so I can't fight alongside my brothers. Huh. Everyone looked at the bronze-masked youth in astonishment. Dao Wu, you're retiring. Although this bronze-masked youth was a realm lord, his combat strength was arguably the strongest in the entire squad, even surpassing the two immortal military lords in the team. Dao and Wu are undoubtedly the greatest contributors to their great achievements over the past 200 years, and even to their several narrow escapes from danger. Jiang Luo's clone nodded solemnly. He was also a little reluctant to part with it. Over the past 200 years, relying on the devouring heaven demon art, he has devoured countless alien realm lords and domain lords. The level of life has also increased from 12 times to nearly 100 times. However, in order to improve the laws of space-time as quickly as possible, we have no choice but to sacrifice him first. No, there is another Chiaki clone. Station number 7071 St. Barracks Base. Chiaki's clone piloted the spaceship into the airport. Welcome, soldier. A human waiter in a silver uniform greeted us with a smile. Do you choose to retire, or do you choose to rest at the base? Rest. Jiang Luo waved his hand and put the spaceship into his world ring. Please come with me. The human servant brought the 1000 Autumn Wood clone to the residence of the Realm Lord level free soldier. The entire first floor is filled with villas. These are the residences of generals who have completed the military merit quotas assigned by the military system. The Thousand Autumns wood clone locked itself in a secret chamber and activated its innate secret technique, momentary Thousand Autumns. A hazy radiance suddenly burst forth from between his brows and enveloped him. The fluctuations of the primordial laws in the void suddenly became blurred and distorted. We have entered a tenfold time acceleration phase. He decided to use time acceleration to help him comprehend the laws of space-time. 2 years later, a spaceship traveled through a cosmic portal and arrived in the primordial universe. A figure stepped out of the cabin and looked down at the chaos city below. The captain and crew, responsible for transporting the spaceships between the virtual universe headquarters and the initial universe, stood on both sides to see them off. Your Highness Jiang Luo, we have arrived at Chaos City. This figure is the clone who chose to retire. At this point, he had revealed his true appearance. Nothing has changed yet, Jiang Luo sighed inwardly, then chuckled. It has only been less than 500 years since he left Chaos City and returned. Let's try the sky bridge first. He immediately separated a sliver of his consciousness to log into the virtual universe. Before leaving Chaos City, he crossed the sky bridge one last time, advancing directly from the 8th level to the 15th. I have been granted 8 additional opportunities to study the Chaos Steel. It hasn't been used even once. However, 8 opportunities to comprehend the truth are still a bit few. The skybridge plane. The guard, Baffin, widened his eyes the moment he saw Jiang Luo appear. Your Highness Jiang Luo, it's been so long since I've seen you. Logically speaking, geniuses who join the core layer of the 5 giants should have been able to break through the heavenly bridge quite frequently in the first 1,000 years. But Jiang Luo had already passed the 15th floor before leaving Chaos City. At this level, the time required to advance to each level is measured in epochs. Baffin immediately perked up. There's no one on the skybridge right now, you can go and try it. He immediately sent messages to some senior executives of Giant Axe Arena and Virtual Universe Company. In a virtual universe, on a training ground, the desolate god Venerable looked at his disciple, Baylor, and nodded slightly. Not bad. It seems that you received more of the Mantuo god general's inheritance than I thought. This is enough to help you reach the king level, but there is no road ahead. It will probably be very difficult to cross the 19th level of the bridge to heaven. You need to think about your future path as soon as possible. The desolate god sighed inwardly, explaining why he had never accepted Baal as his personal disciple. It was the inheritance of the divine generals that brought its success, and it was also the inheritance of the divine generals that caused its downfall. Baylor received the divine general's inheritance too early. He was only at the cosmic level when he was fortunate enough to receive the inheritance once. But the question is, how much inheritance can such a low level of attainment and willpower receive? I'm afraid it's less than 1%. Therefore, just like cultivating the Divine Envoy Inheritance Crystal, there is a risk that the upper limit may be sealed. It's not even as good as the Divine Envoy Inheritance Crystal. The highest a candidate Divine Envoy can cultivate is to the peak of the King Sealing Realm or even the limit of the King Sealing Realm. The small portion of the Manju God General's inheritance that Baylor received could only allow him to cultivate to the level of a king, at most a high-level king. Not to mention Luo Feng and Jiang Luo, if Baylor had the talent of Berlin, he might be able to forge his own path. But, Baylor said firmly, this disciple wishes to cultivate the law of the fusion of light and time. The desolate god Venerable smiled and said, good, that's the kind of spirit you need. It must be said that Bayer's choice was indeed to his liking. I will give you the first volume of The 7 Transformations of the Heavenly Silkworm. If you can comprehend the first transformation of The 7 Transformations of the Heavenly Silkworm, within 1 era, I will accept you as my personal disciple. Baal's eyes lit up, and he quickly bowed in thanks. Just as the desolate god Venerable was about to speak, his gaze suddenly shifted, revealing a somewhat complicated expression. Looking at the clueless Baylor, he still spoke up. Jiang Luo has crossed the Tongtian Bridge again, and has already crossed the 18th Tongtian Bridge. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a virtual screen appeared. Chapter 140 Heaven Opening Seal, Level 20. The end of the 19th floor of the Skybridge. Upon reaching this level, the sky bridge has crossed the universe and arrived at a black hole. The 19th floor ends at the outer edge of the black hole. Suddenly, a large number of black dots appeared in front of them, and then coalesced into a human figure. He wore all black armor and a black mask, and carried a simple, unadorned dark stone knife on his back. Jiang Luo's gaze sharpened. Super divine weapon. The 12th to 15th levels of the cosmic bridge are controlled by the 8th form of the cosmic divine weapon, the Myriad Realms Heavenly Wheel. Although the Myriad Realms Heavenly Wheel is only in its 8th form, it is comparable to the 9th level of the Immortal realm of other wielders' divine weapons. The controllers of the 16th to 18th floors wield the 9th form of the cosmic weapon, the Cosmic Sword. From the 19th floor onwards, the guardians of the cosmic school, whether controllers or warriors, all use the legendary, super divine weapons. Every powerful cultivator of the cosmic school who has mastered both time and space will forge a divine weapon for himself. It can maximize the power of the combination of space-time laws. The dark stone knife looked like a weapon of mortals, not at all like a treasure far more powerful than a divine weapon of the universe. In addition to the fire and void beast god path, Jiang Luo also cultivates the laws of space-time. He was also very interested in the super powerful weapon of the guardian of the Tongtian Bridge. Your Highness Jiang Luo, it is my honor to meet a world lord level challenger. The gatekeeper appeared confident and elegant. Your Highness, please make your move. Please. Jiang Luo, wearing a black glove on her right hand, nodded slightly. In the virtual universe, his body is quite weak, so he has to resort to weapons. Immediately, he clenched his right fist and flicked his elbow, as if a giant hammer had struck out. In an instant, the phantom of an ancient beast god appeared behind him, its head bowed, its two horns atop it, charging forward with the ultimate power of the fire-void fusion law. Heaven-shattering seal. Boom. Jiang Luo's punch shattered the void, turning it into an endless storm of spatial fragments. The void collapsed, time collapsed, space collapsed, everything collapsed. The violent power increased endlessly, like nuclear fission. For more than 200 years, although he has never used the fusion law in the battlefield outside the domain, the path of the beast god has never stopped progressing. However, the speed of progress is not as fast as before when relying on devouring the blood essence of the beast god. However, he also gained some understanding of the third level of the path of the beast god. The realm of fusion laws is approaching the 19th level of the bridge to heaven. If one can fully comprehend the third level of the beast god's way, that is the ultimate level of the 20th floor of the bridge to heaven. However, if the ultimate skill, Beast God Seal, is added, its power will naturally surpass the 19th level of the bridge to heaven. Faced with this terrifying attack, even the gatekeeper's expression changed drastically, a pinnacle technique. Jiang Luo hadn't used his ultimate technique until he passed the 18th floor, since it was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. It wasn't until the 19th floor that it revealed its full power, catching the gatekeeper off guard. The black-armored man unleashed a slash, the blade light seemingly containing the evolution and transformation of the cosmos, resisting the ever-growing power of the heaven-shattering seal. They quickly could no longer hold on, and the sword light and the gatekeeper were destroyed together by this punch. Past the 19th floor, Jiang Luo shook his head slightly. The guardian of the 19th floor wasn't as strong as he had imagined. Or perhaps, his beast god seal is indeed profound and powerful. After all, that was a unique skill forged from the scattered memories of the fire sky beast god. Every move it made was in harmony with the universe and nature, just like the moves of an ancient beast god. It even has the potential to be upgraded to an ultimate secret technique. I hope the defender on the 20th floor can put enough pressure on me. Jiang Luo had no intention of suppressing his strength. He came to cross the Tongtian Bridge to demonstrate the way of the beast god. They don't even mind being known by other races. After all, the more amazing he was in the path of the beast god, the less the alien races would expect his progress in the laws of space and time. On the other hand, he also wanted to force out the greater potential of the beast god seal through the battle with the guardian of the Tongtian Bridge. He has only created 6 forms of beast god seal so far, Dark Heaven Seal, Flame Heaven Seal, Burial Heaven Seal, Emperor Heaven Seal, Collapse Heaven Seal, and Shatter Heaven Seal. He could sense that this unique skill was not yet perfect. One more move needed. Only then was his 7 seals of the Beast God complete, and only then could he truly forge his own path in the law of fire and space fusion. "You've already cleared the 19th floor?" Byler asked incredulously, as if he were in a dream. Just now, Master Aragami said that he would have a hard time getting past the 19th level in the future. "We need to find a new path outside of the tradition of the Mantuo God." His desire to cultivate the law of light and time fusion was partly motivated by Jiang Luo's provocation. After all, the other party relied on the law of fusion to make a name for himself before leaving Chaos City, passing through the 15th level of the bridge to heaven in one go, which shocked the high-ranking members of the human race. He was also taken under the wing of the founder of the giant axe. And now, Jiang Luo has actually reached, or even surpassed, the ultimate goal in the eyes of his teacher, the Desolate God Venerable. What a profound and mysterious skill. The Desolate God sighed, his expression somewhat complicated. He was not surprised that Jiang Luo had reached the king level in the path of the Beast God. After all, to create a pinnacle technique, one's realm has only reached the 2nd level of perfection in the path of the Beast God, which is already quite low. But when the opponent actually displayed the ultimate technique created in the world of Absolute Fang, the Desolate God Venerable couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Then, a mix of emotions welled up uncontrollably from my heart. If Jiang Luo was still a junior genius in his eyes before, now, he even felt threatened. Logically speaking, he has seen many human geniuses with even greater talent than himself. But I've never experienced that feeling. Because strength and realm are too far apart. Even the former Lord of Lanzong spent a very long time before he could rival him and eventually surpass him. But Jiang Luo's rise was too fast. It was so fast that even a longtime cosmic overlord like him felt a thorn in his side. At the end of the 20th floor skybridge, the gatekeeper unleashed a slash. The blade flashed only a thin line, but as that line fell, the entire universe trembled. It's like a canvas that has been neatly cut in half. This fully demonstrates the terrifying power of a master of the cosmic school. Even the watcher in front of the screen, Baffin, was horrified. After all, it's rare for any of the 5 giants to have reached the 20th floor of the cosmic bridge. There weren't many people cultivating the cosmic chaos steel to begin with. Jiang Luo extended his gloved right hand forward, his 5 fingers spread wide. His action caused the gatekeepers to momentarily lose their focus. It was as if an ancient beast god had personally descended. Jiang Luo has completely merged with the beast god. The index finger is like a sword, capable of shattering the universe. The thumb, like a hammer, can shatter all worlds. The middle finger is as fiery as a star exploding. The Dark Heaven Seal, the Blazing Heaven Seal, the Burial Heaven Seal, the Emperor Heaven Seal, the Collapse Heaven Seal, and the Shattered Heaven Seal appeared in his hands in turn. It seems that everything in the universe is under its control and can be manipulated at will. Its attack was devastating, terrifying beyond measure. They were not at a disadvantage in their battle against the gatekeepers. His path to the Beast God was far from reaching the 20th level, but the Beast God seal had somehow boosted his combat power to an unbelievable degree. Inside the Starry Sky Temple, the ancient Wheel King looked at the scene on the screen in front of him, his eyes shining with admiration. This ultimate technique is probably one of the most advanced among the pinnacle techniques. It even has the potential to evolve into the ultimate secret technique. My disciple, even the ancient king of the kingdom of Gulen, with his vast knowledge and experience, was speechless. Jiang Luo also devoted himself almost entirely to the battle, using both the all-word secret and the fighting word secret on himself. Even the most powerful martial arts techniques require sufficient strength and laws to unleash their terrifying power. Without the tenfold amplitude of the all-secret, he would have had difficulty fighting to a draw with the guardian of the 20th floor. However, as time went by, the duration of the all-secret was also entering its countdown. Once the secret of the word all dissipates, he will naturally be unable to contend with the gatekeeper. Jiang Luo, however, had no time to worry about any of that. At that moment, countless flashes of inspiration appeared in his mind. Even the other 17 original bodies and avatars in the primordial universe put down their cultivation, battles and rest. The 18 parts of his body were working together to perfect the final form of the beast god seal, which was about to be unleashed. Boom! Jiang Luo's eyes shone like stars, his arms were straight, and his hands, which stood like swords, thrust out like a spear. A series of earth-shattering roars resounded. Each sound was like the creation of the world. An immense power was revealed as space-time was cleaved open. It seemed to be the origin of a space-time, capable of splitting the universe and making all things bow down. The Heaven-Opening Seal. Chapter 141. All races tremble, ripples form in the void. This seal embodies the artistic conception of the 12th move of Ji Ning's 3-foot sword, which depicts the creation of heaven and earth. Some also observed and studied the rubbings of the Kishan steel, and felt the artistic conception of the beast god. There is the profound mystery of the myriad tribulations primordial scripture, in creating a miniature virtual world within the particles of the body. It embodies the powerful and invincible spirit of Taihao. It is also the fruit of the transformation and reincarnation of the 6 seals: Dark Heaven, Blazing Heaven, Burial Heaven, Emperor Heaven, Collapse Heaven, and Shattered Heaven. It is the seal of the end. It is also the mark of creation. Jiang Luo felt a surge of satisfaction that welled up from the depths of her soul. The 7 seals of the beast god are now complete. When he came to his senses, the guardian of the 20th floor had already disappeared. It's a pity that the giant axe arena doesn't have the primal Tongtian mountain, otherwise I could have gotten another 100 billion points. However, he also knew that one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Although the giant axe arena doesn't have the original Tongtian mountain, it does have the eternal path. By imprinting your own peak-level martial arts technique there, you can obtain 10.00 billion points. He was able to cultivate the first chapter of Taihao to perfection over the past 50 years thanks to these 100 billion points. It's clear that the 2 giants have distinctly different styles when it comes to cultivating talent. Jiang Luo shook his head slightly, and then his figure disappeared without even trying to challenge the 21st floor. All the high-ranking experts and super beings in the Giant Axe Arena, the Virtual Universe Company, and those who witnessed this battle remained silent for a long time. The Lord of Chaos City nodded slightly. Giant Axe has taken in a good disciple. It's just that Luo Feng may have met his match, but it may not be such a bad thing. Luo Feng's will and beliefs are extremely firm, and he has great staying power. With a dazzling genius like Jiang Luo overshadowing him, Luo Feng might be able to unleash even greater potential. The Lord of Chaos City knew that his little disciple was not the type to be discouraged by this. The founder of the Giant Axe smiled. This little fellow, he's got quite the ambition. Jiang Luo's true identity in the extraterrestrial battlefield is known only to him and the Lord of Chaos City, since forging an identity would definitely require the cooperation of the Virtual Universe Company. His disciple has never displayed the way of the beast god in the battlefields beyond the realm for more than 200 years. The founder of the Giant Axe was not at all surprised that Jiang Luo had the strength to pass the 20th floor. The only thing he didn't expect was that he didn't get through by relying on the ultimate sword technique he used in the world of Juya. Instead, he relied on the ultimate technique, Beast God Seal. Does he actually want to create a second ultimate secret technique? With his discerning eye, he could naturally see the enormous potential contained in Jiang Luo's Beast God Seal. He then said to his disciple, "Venerable Iron Wall, below, there's no need to deliberately suppress this news." The Iron Wall Venerable was startled. "Master, junior brother is still undergoing life or death training outside. If the ultimate technique of the Beast God's path that he used on the Tongtian Bridge were to be leaked, what if it were to be? The so-called trials of life and death inevitably involve facing danger. In a life or death struggle, even the most extraordinary skills cannot be hidden." The founder of the Giant Axe smiled and said, "Don't worry, your junior brother knows what he's doing." Outside the cultivation secret room of the Cosmic Chaos Steel in the City Lords Mansion of Chaos City, Kandri looked at Jiang Luo as he walked in with some surprise. "You want to comprehend the Cosmic Chaos Steel?" Jiang Luo nodded. He passed the 20th level of the Heavenly Bridge, increasing his limit on the number of times he could study the Chaos Steel to 13. That should be enough for him to fully understand the first 5 images of the Cosmic Chaos Monument. After all, it wasn't just his clone who was comprehending the Cosmic Chaos Steel, his main body and the Thousand Autumnwood clone, who were connected to his consciousness in the distant battlefield, would also comprehend it simultaneously. Moreover, Chiaki's clone maintained a state of 10 times time acceleration. With the advancement of the laws of time, it might even be possible to upgrade the moment in 1,000 autumns secret technique to the second level of 100-fold time acceleration. No one has been able to comprehend the secret chamber of the Cosmic Chaos Steel. You may go in. Watching Jiang Luo enter the secret room, Kander hesitated for a moment, but ultimately shook his head gently. According to his idea, he had cultivated the path of the beast god to the king level and even created a supreme technique of the path of the beast god. It is a grave taboo to not focus on the path of the beast god and instead be distracted by cultivating the laws of space-time. But when he thought of Jiang Luo's monstrous talent, Kandri was speechless. Virtual universe, especially formed dimensional space. The entire structure is blood red, and the magnificent palace complex floats in the air. Smack. The tall, imposing man, clad entirely in purple armor and sporting a silver horn, dropped his wine glass, which then fell to the ground. The silver-horned man stared at the screen that had lost its image for a long time before he came to his senses. Although he already knew that Jiang Luo had won the Julia trial and swept aside the other geniuses of the 5 giants with his self-created peak skills. Hearing about it is one thing, but seeing it with your own eyes is another. This ultimate skill was even stronger than he had imagined. In terms of its profound mystery, it even surpasses the pinnacle of his self-created martial arts. The silver-horned man had a complicated expression, thinking to himself, I'm afraid even the Zerg couldn't have imagined this. What a pity. He should have been more discreet, he shouldn't have just displayed all his secret techniques like that. Hopefully he can escape the pursuit of the alien race. Even though he was one of the Zerg's deepest infiltrated spies, he was still human after all. Seeing that such a genius might very well perish at the hands of a foreign race evokes mixed feelings. The distant territory of the Zerg. A giant sphere, millions of kilometers high, floats in the starry sky. The surface of the sphere also has layers of twisted and coiled patterns, resembling human veins. Inside the sphere, shrouded in a layer of veil that seemed to be transparent, the Lord of the Nether Lotus spoke with an alluring voice, a hint of killing intent filling the heavens and earth. Jiang Luo will definitely be a great threat to our race in the future. Send the images and videos of him using that beast god's ultimate technique to the demon race and the mechanical race. Let them help with the search. In a virtual world, the Lord of Blood faced a majestic celestial wolf, his voice icy. Celestial Wolf, you must have received Jiang Luo's information as well. You all just watched the matter of the demon lord Jin Tong, relying solely on our time-space beast clan to take action. Now you need to take action. If we don't take action now, the next time he appears, he might be an invincible king or even a cosmic venerable. By then, it will be difficult to kill him since he cannot be resurrected. The Lord of Sirius also revealed killing intent in his emerald eyes. I will immediately issue an order to search all the realm lords and immortals who have used the fire void fusion law and that beast god's ultimate technique in all the secret realms of the universe and the battlefields outside the domain. Once discovered, I will immediately arrange for someone to manually seal it with a supreme treasure and bring it back. The third battlefield, Barracks Base No. 091. Jiang Luo remained immersed in the cultivation of the laws of space-time and the treasure technique of the cicada in his small island residence. The 1,000 Autumnwood clones, located far away at the 7th station and in Chaos City, were also connected by soul, jointly comprehending the laws of space-time under 10 times the time acceleration. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Luo opened his eyes. I've finally mastered the Void Ripple technique. The Gug Bao Shu contains many unique free-fighting techniques. However, it's not easy to master it. Some combat-related secret techniques can be forcibly activated, but many non-combat-related ultimate techniques cannot be helped even by the holy art of combat. Void ripples. Jiang Luo's gaze sharpened, and his hands formed a peculiar hand seal. In an instant, he seemed to feel the resonance of the surrounding space and time, and an invisible ripple spread in all directions. In an instant, it swept across the entire divine base and even spread outwards. Wherever the ripples in the void passed, they were like the detection signals of the most sophisticated detectors. Each soldier, whether a realm lord, domain lord, or immortal god. Even the strongest experts at the peak of the king level or even the limit of the king level were clearly reflected in his consciousness. Surprisingly, no one noticed. Currently, the detection range of the void ripples is approximately 100 million kilometers. Jiang Luo suppressed his excited smile. However, as the laws of spacetime improve, the detection range will also increase accordingly. With this void ripple technique, the shielding function of all detectors is rendered ineffective against him. Chapter 142 Military merits doubled, traveling through the void realm. Please remember to read Taiwanese novels on this super reliable website for the fastest chapter updates. Virtual universe, outside Hongmeng City. Inside a private room in a restaurant. Jiang Luo, Dragon Eagle King, Illusionary Sky King, and Kengyu King sat in a circle. The table was filled with delicacies from all over the universe. Since Jiang Luo joined Dragon Eagle King's team and was invited to join the Hong Alliance, the four of them have often met in Hong Alliance City to exchange intelligence. That's right, Dragon Eagle King's team only had 3 people before. This is also the norm on the third battlefield, the Bloodfire continent. Once you reach the level of being crowned a king, there are more lone wolves. Even when teams are formed, it usually consists of 3 to 5 people. With so many people, even if we acquire some treasures, resources, and military merits, it won't be enough to go around. Damn it. Those machine bastards, I don't know what's wrong with them, they seem to go berserk the moment they see me. The king of Kengyu was a handsome, otherworldly man dressed in dark blue armor, with his cheeks covered in a layer of crystalline scales, but he spoke in a rather bold and rude manner. If it weren't for King Illusion's timely teleportation, we probably would have been killed by them. Dragon Eagle King shook his head and smiled bitterly. You two rarely come to Hongmeng City and don't even know that 2 months ago, in all the extraterrestrial battlefields, the 3 major factions of the Zerg, the Machine, and the Demon factions doubled the military merits of our human soldiers. A woman wearing purple crystal armor and a veil over her face paused, surprised. Why? We're still far from the battlefield of our clans, and the inheritance site of the Brahma Candle God General on the ancient continent of the divine race hasn't even opened yet. This woman was none other than the Illusionary Sky King, and the only one among the 4 who could teleport. Dragon Eagle King shook his head. I don't know. There are many different opinions, and I've heard quite a few people say it's related to that person. As he spoke, he pointed his finger upwards. Who is it? King Kengyu asked in a deep voice. Dragon Eagle King said helplessly, Jiang Luo, Your Highness, haven't you heard the news that he passed the 20th level of the Heavenly Bridge? King Wanchong suddenly realized, it was him. His expression immediately changed slightly. He's come to the extraterritorial battlefield. Dragon Eagle King sighed, who knows? Anyway, whether it's the Virtual Universe Company or the Giant Axe Arena, they all have to go through life and death trials when they reach the Realm Lord level. It's either a secret universe or an extraterrestrial battlefield. In general, the outer battlefield is actually safer, at least the universe venerables cannot enter. The alien race probably wants to find him. After all, such geniuses who come to the life or death trial must have disguised themselves, their life force might even be different. But the ultimate techniques, secret methods, laws, and paths cannot be changed. The fact that all 3 factions have unified to increase the military merit for killing human soldiers is simply to intensify the fighting. After many battles and fights, one day you will encounter a powerful enemy. In the life or death situation, you will naturally have to use all your strength, and you will inevitably expose yourself at that time. King Kengyu clicked his tongue in admiration, seemingly somewhat envious. Don't be fooled by the fact that you humans are generally physically weak, but you have plenty of geniuses. I've heard that many people think Jiang Luo has the potential to become the ruler of the universe. If only my race could give birth to a ruler of the universe. King Kengyu is not human, but comes from an ordinary race. In the Hongmeng, whether or not a race has a cosmic ruler makes a huge difference. Especially for those who are granted immortality as kings. It concerns whether there is a chance of resurrection after death. Jiang Luo, who had been silently drinking and eating, appeared calm on the surface but felt a little strange inside. It feels really strange to hear others discussing you to your face. The alien race, they're really ruthless, Jiang Luo sighed inwardly. Besides the main body, the Thousand Autumn Wood clone, and the clone that comprehended the cosmic chaos steel in Chaos City. The other 15 clones are still fighting on various extraterrestrial battlefields. Therefore, he was among the first to notice the change in the alien race's increased military merit for killing humans. He hadn't expected the alien race to resort to such a tactic. Although this situation of doubling military merits cannot be maintained in the long term, since military merits can be exchanged for treasures and currencies of various top-tier races. Jiang Luo wasn't worried about his clone being exposed. A large part of the reason he broke through the Tongtian Bridge this time was to cover his other clones in the extraterritorial battlefield. No one would have imagined that a peerless genius who had already crossed the 20th level of the Heavenly Bridge would be hunting down realm lords and domain lords every day in the extraterritorial battlefield. The so-called life and death trials can only be effective in battles against powerful alien races and in sufficiently intense combat. Therefore, both he and Luo Feng would be assigned a very high military merit mission. It forces them to fight and kill against the strong. Constantly hanging around in the Realm Lords squad and slaughtering Realm Lords and Domain Lords is hardly a life or death ordeal. Even if you fight until the end of time, you still won't have enough military merits. If it doesn't serve as a test of life and death, then what's the point of coming to the outer battlefield? No one could have imagined that his other clones didn't come to the extraterrestrial battlefield for life or death trials, but specifically to devour the life essence of all races to elevate their life level. Devouring immortals is nowhere near as convenient as devouring realm lords or domain lords. As for his true form, it's impossible for the alien races to force him to use the Beast God seal in the midst of battle. King Wanchong frowned slightly. King Shenyi said he will soon obtain the blood of the Beast God. The matter of the Heavenly Cauldron Golden Ship is the most important. In order to avoid any unexpected complications, King Kengyu and I should leave the Blood Beacon continent first. 9. Dragon Eagle King nodded. That's the same idea. You can stay in the Star Mist Sea for now. Once Godwing King is ready, I will take Prison King away from the barracks base to join you. On the island within the military base, Jiang Luo withdrew the last trace of consciousness that had entered the virtual universe and immersed himself in cultivation once again. Because he was constantly connected to the consciousness of Qianqiumu's clone, 1 year of his cultivation was equivalent to 10 years. The Gug Bao technique and the laws of spacetime are progressing rapidly. At the same time, he also devoted some energy to comprehending the small illusory world within the Wanjia Hunyuan body, which had already been upgraded to the 4th level. Compared to the law of neutrinos, the law of the virtual realm was more helpful to him. Moreover, the mysteries of the illusory realm contained in the myriad tribulations primordial body are far more numerous than those of the microparticle. It is indeed more suitable for comprehending the laws of the void realm. To comprehend the laws of neutrinos, or even the deeper mysteries of matter, one would probably need to cultivate the extinction-based profound body. I guess so, Jiang Luo thought to himself. In the Snow Eagle origin world, the extinction mystic body is a true divine technique that is even more powerful than the Taihao. It contains the mysteries of chaos, matter, and void. Upon reaching the 4th level of cultivation, each particle within the body becomes equivalent to a chaotic world, far surpassing the myriad tribulations primordial scripture. The body can be intentionally enlarged to a height of trillions of miles. This is already on a scale of nearly light years. Therefore, it is much more expensive than Taihao. In the Snow Eagle Lord's origin world, cultivating these unique skills requires first comprehending the corresponding divine hearts of the void realm, world, matter, chaos, etc. But here, after I manifest it, I can do the opposite, using the cultivation of these ultimate techniques to comprehend and enhance the mysteries of the corresponding laws governing the illusory realm, the world, matter, and chaos. The more he cultivated, the more terrifying he felt that the nameless seal could manifest supernatural powers and techniques from all the heavens and myriad realms through the power of his will. Another 10 years or so passed. Jiang Luo suddenly opened her eyes, a look of surprise on her face. It's done. His void realm laws have finally made another breakthrough. Whoosh! The space-time around Jiang Luo suddenly distorted, and then his body abruptly disappeared. It's not teleportation. Instead, they arrived in a world that seemed like a dream. When illusion reaches its extreme, it becomes mere illusion. The virtual world. It is a virtual world that corresponds to the real world. This virtual world is like a mirror of the real world, looking exactly the same. But with Jiang Luo's thoughts, everything in the virtual world can change. Previously, he was able to sense the virtual world and even manipulate its changes. Now, he can finally enter the virtual world in person. Jiang Luo walked through the vast void, and with one step, he left the island. Soon they arrived at another island. The inhabitant of this island is none other than the Dragon Eagle King. Jiang Luo walked behind Dragon Eagle King and gently poked him with his finger. The finger passed through the virtual world and entered the real world, touching the armor on his body. The Dragon Eagle King suddenly panicked and looked around, exclaiming, Who? Who is it? Is it an illusion? Jiang Luo apologized inwardly, left the Dragon Eagle King's island, and traveled through the divine base. Chapter 143 Void Realm Avatar, 3 Realms. The vast virtual world is like an illusion reflected in a mirror of the real world. Jiang Luo traveled through the virtual world. Almost all the buildings in the military base were no obstacle to him, and there were no secrets. Walking in the virtual world, yet able to attack enemies in the real world. Jiang Luo exclaimed in amazement, this is something even the virtual universe cannot achieve. The virtual universe is actually a kind of illusory world. However, it is still one level below the true virtual world. When illusion reaches its extreme, it becomes mere illusion. The original ancestor was actually only one step away from this realm, or rather, because he lacked the corresponding inheritance, coupled with the obscuring effect of the laws governing the universe, he was unable to break through this barrier. Jiang Luo himself, on the other hand, had cultivated the myriad tribulations primordial body, and almost every particle in his body had created a miniature virtual world. With a readily available virtual world before him to contemplate, Jiang Luo was able to glimpse this sliver of truth. It's not that he had higher comprehension or a deeper understanding of illusion than the original ancestor. Jiang Luo sighed, perhaps in the countless cycles of the cosmic sea, there were powerful individuals who specialized in illusion techniques who were able to discover this secret. 7. The supreme rules of the origin continent contain the great Tao of the world's origin, and the void realm is contained within the great Tao of the world's origin. If you're lucky enough, you can master a particular area and break through the blockade and resistance of the laws governing the universe's operation, thus touching upon the mysteries hidden behind the 10 laws. For example, in the original timeline, Luo Feng obtained the origin of water and fire, left behind by the true god Jiang. For example, Luo Feng, relying on the innate secret technique of creating life through his Nethersea clone, spent countless hours studying a large amount of true god blood, scales, and hair to explore the mysteries of a higher level of life structure. Ultimately, he was able to understand the origin of life. Later, by observing the destruction of the primordial universe and fighting against the beasts of the realm, he discovered the origin of destruction. The origin of life, the origin of destruction, the origin of water and fire, including the origin of the void realm, are all sealed and resisted by the laws governing the universe, hidden mysteries behind the 10 laws. These subtle mysteries of the universe's origin can be called the source of laws. Understanding the source of any law can lead to becoming an eternal true God. Eternal true God, Jiang Luo's gaze was deep. He immediately shook his head slightly, realizing that he was still a long way from comprehending the origin of the void realm. This is just a tiny step forward on the threshold of the laws of the virtual world. However, even this small step is something that many true gods throughout countless reincarnations could not achieve. Even Jiang, who left behind the secret method of origin of water and fire, may not have gone much further than Jiang Luo on the path of the source of laws. Who? A loud shout interrupted Jiang Luo's reverie. Looking in surprise, they saw an old man in bronze armor looking in the direction where Jiang Luo was. At the same time, a beam of compressed divine power was shot out. Although the beam of light was very thin, like a ray of light, the divine power contained within it was terrifyingly strong and extremely condensed. Where the light passed, space seemed to be cut out with a black line. But no enemies were found. The old man in bronze armor was still not giving up, and released an invisible wave that swept across all directions. At the same time, the domain of laws also spread out, even penetrating into the cut open spatial gaps and spreading into the spatial interlayer. But in the end, they still gained nothing. Is it just my imagination? The old man in bronze armor remained vigilant. However, the feeling of being watched seemed to have disappeared. Tens of thousands of kilometers away, Jiang Luo, who had swiftly fled here, became serious. The instant the old man in bronze armor roared and launched his attack, he traversed the void at lightning speed, traveling tens of thousands of kilometers away. King of the Rift Ships. Jiang Luo frowned slightly. It seems that those who have reached the peak of the king-level comprehension of spatial laws can also sense it. King Liezhou is a peak-level human king who is skilled in the laws of space. However, even if he senses it, he probably doesn't have the ability to break into the void realm, Jiang Luo pondered after calming down. Just like no one can break into the virtual universe. Even a supreme being of the universe should not be able to enter the void realm. Unless Jiang Luo first crosses the virtual world into the real world to attack the opponent, the enemy will not be able to seize an opportunity to hurt him. But this also means that it may not be so easy to launch a sneak attack on a peak king-level expert. Jiang Luo was not discouraged by this. The reason why the Rift Boat King was able to detect his spying was mainly because his understanding of the laws of the Void Realm was not deep enough. As his understanding of the laws of the virtual realm improves, this problem will naturally be resolved. With that thought in mind, Jiang Luo immediately traveled through the void and returned to his residence. This time, he plans to devote all his energy to comprehending the laws of the Void Realm. The laws of spacetime were left to Qianqiumu's clone and his clone in Chaos City. Anyway, they can also comprehend the secret techniques of the cricket. The illusory image of that supreme bone of the cricket appeared in the soul, and all 18 of its clones could cultivate. Compared to the laws of spacetime, the laws of the virtual realm have a greater impact, and may even concern his fundamental safety. Time passed, and more than 50 years went by. It has been more than 70 years since he returned to the military base. More than 330 years have passed since Jiang Luo arrived at the extraterritorial battlefield. Inside a huge stone house on the edge of the island. Change. Jiang Luo's figure shifted. Brush. Suddenly, an exact replica of Jiang Luo appeared in front of him. Even a supreme being of the universe would probably be unable to distinguish the real from the fake. Jiang Luo smiled. A clone from the void realm. Once one is able to travel through the virtual realm, theoretically one can condense a virtual realm clone. After more than 50 years of cultivation, he finally managed to barely condense a virtual avatar. At the same time, the space-time around Jiang Luo distorted, and he disappeared in an instant. Only the illusory clone remained standing in place. The true form then entered the void realm. The illusory clones kill enemies in the real world, while the main body hides in the illusory world, safe and sound. Even if the illusory avatar is destroyed, the main body can always condense a new illusory avatar. This is the true application of the laws of the virtual realm. This is also why Jiang Luo values the void realm law more than the law of the microparticles. The law of neutrinos was far less useful in the primordial universe than the law of the virtual world. Pity. Jiang Luo, in the virtual world, looked at his virtual clone in the real world and felt a little regretful. His strength is only 1/10 of mine. However, as my understanding of the laws of the void realm improves, the strength of my void realm clones will also increase, gradually becoming real. Having cultivated to this level, relying on the 4th level of the myriad tribulations. Primordial body, he has truly begun to understand the laws of the void realm. According to his estimation, the path of creating a clone in the void realm is roughly divided into 3 levels. The first level involves condensing illusory avatars, with the highest level being the simultaneous condensation of 9 illusory avatars. He had only just entered this realm and was barely able to condense an avatar from the void. The second layer is the alternation between reality and illusion, which can be called the alternation of reality and illusion. In other words, his true form and his illusory clones can be switched at any time. Their role in battle is naturally even more terrifying. The third layer is the true form of the illusory realm. What is real is also illusory, and what is illusory is also real. By making a virtual clone completely real, it can possess the same combat power as the original. This being is the first complete Taihao body and the fourth level of the myriad tribulations primordial body. The true body of the void realm is also the first perfect Taihao body, and the fourth level, the myriad tribulations primordial body. At that time, the true self will not even need to fight, he can hide in the void. As long as a virtual body is allowed to fight, even if it dies in battle, it can be reformed. But Jiang Luo sighed inwardly, to reach the third level, I need to cultivate my myriad tribulations primordial scripture to at least the 6th level. The improvement of the laws of the void realm will promote the improvement of the myriad tribulations primordial scripture. When the myriad tribulations primordial scripture advances to the next level, the further evolved virtual realm within the particle will serve as a guiding light, leading him to comprehend the laws of the virtual realm. Taihao can certainly allow him to gain greater power more quickly. However, the myriad tribulations primordial scripture is the foundation for his understanding of the laws of the void realm, and he cannot abandon it. Chapter 144 Evil Eye King's Clone, Void Spear. If I had a huge amount of fire god source crystals, especially the strongest fire god source crystals, wouldn't I be invincible in the extraterrestrial battlefield? Jiang Luo's expression was somewhat strange. Like the strongest fire god source crystal, its explosive power is comparable to the self-destruction of a king-level expert. If the explosion is close enough, even a powerful expert at the pinnacle of the king realm could perish in its presence. Even his Taihao body, which is close to the immortal weapon made of G-grade metal, would be seriously injured. But now he can escape into the void realm, and no matter how powerful the explosion of the fire god source crystal is, it has no effect on the void realm. However, the Vulcan source crystal is a bit too expensive. Jiang Luo put away his longing expression and shook his head repeatedly. For a non-mechanical race powerhouse to purchase a single strongest Vulcan source crystal, they would need at least 100 billion Garan units, equivalent to 500. A billion mixed units. Even as a disciple of the founder of the giant axe, he would have to spend at least 30 billion chaos units to buy one. He would have spent that money long ago on cultivating the second chapter of Taihao. The value of 3 of the strongest Vulcan source crystals is enough for him to complete the first stage of the second chapter. Inside the demon race's divine base closest to the Bloodfire continent, a colossal beast, tens of thousands of meters tall like a mountain, with a spine undulating like 9 continuous mountain peaks and 3 pairs of wings on its shoulders, lay prostrate on the earth. His triangular eyes were slightly closed, as if he were sleeping or meditating. Around it sat a relatively small figure. The figure, only 2 meters tall, with an ugly face and 8 soft tentacles extending from its head, seemed somewhat impatient. Godwing King, didn't you say the blood of the beast god would be delivered soon? The colossal beast, like a mountain, opened its triangular eyes, somewhat helplessly saying, let's wait a little longer. Perhaps the messenger delivering the blood of the beast god is delayed by something. Although he was an immortal king of the 9-monkey beast, a royal family of the demon race, his status was noble. But this blood king is a peak-level king-level expert. Not only is his strength far superior to his, they themselves are not of the demon race. Within the demon clan alliance, the noble bloodlines of royalty and kings are not as intimidating. Ultimately, in the primordial universe, only strength mattered, not lineage. Moreover, once he enters the heavenly cauldron golden ship, he will still need to rely on this powerful figure for many things. Suddenly, a hint of joy appeared in the eyes of the divine wing king. The messenger sent me a message, he has already teleported to the barracks base. The demon race does not have a virtual universe, they can only send messages to the other party through the communication system once the other party enters the third battlefield. Soon, a slight spatial fluctuation appeared in front of the two of them. A figure shrouded in black robes appeared high in the sky. The winged king's expression changed drastically. Evil-eyed king. What brings you here? You are the messenger escorting the blood of the beast god. Upon hearing the name of the evil-eyed king, even the unruly blood king's expression turned solemn. Evil-eyed king. Evil-Eye King is also a royal 9-beast king level immortal, and a king level limit expert. However, due to his superior physical genes, his actual combat strength is close to that of an invincible king. He is the strongest genius of the current generation of the royal family's 9 beasts, and his fate is extraordinary. Not much worse than the 7 sword kings of humanity. However, it appears that only one of its clones has arrived this time. Of course, even this clone alone possesses the strength to reach the limit of the king-level realm. The only difference between it and its original counterpart is a 6-fold genetic level. The avatar of the evil-eyed king, shrouded in black robes, sneered, "I am not only the messenger escorting the blood of the beast god, but also the custodian and owner of the blood of the beast god." The winged god king was shocked and furious. You dare to intercept my beast god's blood. I will report this to the Venerable One." The evil-eyed king chuckled. "Unfortunately, I came here on the Venerable One's orders, which is also the Venerable One's intention." The winged king was taken aback. What does the Venerable One mean? The Venerable One they spoke of was not an ordinary cosmic Venerable One. Instead, he is the Star Venerable, a cosmic overlord-level powerhouse who holds the highest authority within the 9-monkey beast clan. Aside from the Lord of Annihilation, he is the strongest member of the 9-monkey beast clan. Its status surpasses that of the other 9 beast venerables, and its position is extremely special even within the entire demon race. He is considered the most likely among the demon race's universe lords to become a universe master. Even the Evil-Eye King would never dare to falsely convey the orders of Venerable Star Offering. HMPH. King Evil-Eye said disdainfully, "If it weren't for the Venerable's plan, do you think you could have applied for the blood of the fire sky beast god with your strength? The blood of the divine demon is different from the blood of other naturally born beast gods. Because it contains the will of the divine realm, it will not condense into blood crystals, but will always maintain the state of blood. The quantity is much less than the blood of other beast gods that humans, insectoids, and machine races extract from the blood crystal. If I leave it to you, can you protect it?" The winged god looked grim, but he couldn't refute it, or rather, he didn't dare to. The Evil-Eye King's status within the clan is much higher than his. The Blood King's pupils contracted, and his expression became somewhat unnatural. But it was quickly covered up again. The blood of the beast god is basically monopolized by top-tier clans and superpowers. It is very difficult for the strong members of other races in the Demon Clan Alliance to obtain the blood of the beast god. The Evil-Eye King said calmly, "This time, the Venerable One's target is the Holy Mountain, which is why he sent me here. After all communications within the Holy Mountain are blocked. Apart from the virtual universe of humankind, no messages can be transmitted at all. Only I can use soul communication to report the situation inside the Holy Mountain to the Venerable One at any time. However, there is still some time before the Holy Mountain opens. Now that humans have discovered a heavenly cauldron golden ship, I'll go with you to take a look." The Winged King's expression grew increasingly grim. He originally only invited the Blood King, and the two sides would split the treasure equally if they could obtain the heavenly cauldron golden ship treasure. With the Blood King's strength, plus some of his trump cards, he is more than capable of dealing with the 3 powerful figures from the human camp: Dragon Eagle King, Illusion Sky King, and Kangyu King. Even if the humans have their own trump cards, or if they invite 1 or 2 more powerful individuals, it won't be too many, since the more people there are, the more treasure there will be to be divided. He was also confident that he could seize some precious treasures with the Blood King. But when the Evil-Eye King arrived, even if it was just an avatar, with his power at the pinnacle of being a king, would anyone else have a share of the treasure on that heavenly cauldron golden ship? The evil-eyed king scoffed, "I only want 50% of the treasure of that heavenly cauldron. Golden ship and the right of first choice, the remaining 50% is yours." Each heavenly cauldron golden ship has a different owner, a different personality, and a different fortune. Naturally, the treasures within are also different. Among the heavenly cauldron golden ships that have been discovered and explored in history, one belonged to an ancient bloodbeacon beast that was granted the title of Immortal. Even the heavenly cauldron golden ship, belonging to the blood beacon beast at the level of a cosmic venerable, may not contain many treasures. Not all blood beacon beasts regard the heavenly cauldron golden ship as a treasure trove. Given the status of the Evil Eye King, he might not even care about the treasures inside the heavenly cauldron golden ship. Of course, it's also possible that the treasure inside this heavenly cauldron golden ship discovered by humans is quite abundant. Therefore, the Evil Eye King did not rule out the possibility of a definitive answer. Anyway, if there are any precious treasures, they will definitely not escape his hands. The Evil Eye King thought to himself, if something unexpected happens during the trip to the Holy Mountain and I lose this clone, it would be some compensation if I could gain something from this heavenly cauldron golden ship. Even if he were to lose an avatar, Venerable Fish Star would certainly provide him with appropriate compensation. But no amount of compensation can make up for a clone. After all, once his clone is lost, it cannot be restored. Every one that dies is one less to lose. Base No. 091. Jiang Luo sat cross-legged in the void, and suddenly a smile appeared on his face. "I have finally figured out the fifth picture of the cosmic chaos steel. With the tenfold time acceleration of the 1000 autumn wood clone and the comprehension of the treasure technique of the cricket. It took more than 700 years in total to finally achieve his goal." Having thoroughly understood the fifth image of the cosmic chaos monument, it means that his understanding of spacetime laws has reached the level of the 18th level of the bridge to heaven. It can be considered that he has initially caught up with the law level of the beast god's way and reached the king level. Once his spacetime laws reach the level of a king, he will be able to unleash one of the ultimate attack techniques from the Gug Bao Ju. A Spear of Emptiness. Chapter 145 Peak Battle Power of a King, Blood Beacon Continent and the Netherworld Sea. Spear of the Void is a unique and powerful technique in the Gu's treasure arts. Unlike the grass sword technique, which can be executed using any law, the cricket treasure technique requires a grasp of the laws of space and time to be used. The Void Spear requires the combination of spacetime laws to reach a level approximately equivalent to the 18th floor of the heavenly bridge before it can be used. Moreover, it must involve both time and space, with two superior laws running in parallel and perfectly combined. It is unacceptable for any superordinate law to be slightly stronger or weaker, leading to an imbalance in the law. That's why Jiang Luo felt that the Gug Bao technique was the perfect match for cultivating the cosmic chaos steel. Hiss 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 tilde tilde tilde. Countless white rays of light emanated from his body, converging in the air to form a long spear, exuding an aura of supreme strength and invincibility. The power of Taihao can be condensed into chains, enabling the use of world prison and chain technique. It can also be condensed into weapons. Jiang Luo slowly thrust out his spear. In an instant, the situation changed dramatically. Wherever the spear tip reaches, spacetime and everything within it are drawn in, encompassing all things in a single point. After the object came into contact with the spear tip, everything turned into nothingness and entered annihilation. The void spear did not tear through space. Instead, it directly turned the space into nothingness, with no space fragments remaining, leaving only a vast and howling stream of spatial particles. The entire island and surrounding area were affected. Jiang Luo sheathed his spear, and with a thought, the chaotic scene before him returned to normal. It was as if the destruction just now was an illusion. This is the mystery of the virtual world. Like the virtual universe, the virtual realm can utilize both the 10 fundamental laws and the 8 fusion laws. Jiang Luo's combat techniques in the virtual realm have the same effect as those in the virtual universe. What's different is that his true form can enter the virtual world. All life forms in the primordial universe and the original universe are unable to enter the virtual universe in their true forms. In Jiang Luo's view, the virtual universe secret technique is actually a virtual realm secret technique created by the primordial ancestor using the virtual realm. It simply lacks the guidance of ancient civilizations that contain cultivation information about the origin of the void realm. Furthermore, the laws governing the universe's operation shielded and suppressed information above the level of true gods, preventing the primordial ancestor from taking the crucial step of cultivating the origin of the illusory realm. If the primordial ancestor can take this step, with his accumulated knowledge of the secrets of the virtual universe, he will probably soon comprehend the mysteries of the origin of the virtual world and become an eternal true god. Unfortunately, Jiang Luo is facing the same situation as Zuo Shanke. He can comprehend his own primordial body to cultivate the laws of microscopic particles and the laws of the void realm. The memory will not be erased. But he couldn't speak of it, nor could he pass on his understanding of the laws of the illusory realm to others. Only by finding the heavenly soul crystal like the mountain hermit can one inherit this forbidden knowledge. Not bad, this void spear technique is already comparable to my 7 seals of the beast god, and it's considered top tier among peak martial arts techniques. Jiang Luo nodded in satisfaction. Although it is one of the 10 fierce treasure techniques, the grass character sword technique is unique in its offensive power. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worthy of being listed as one of the 3 great ancient sword techniques in perfect world. Therefore, by using the fighting word technique to activate the grass word sword technique, he had already entered the level of the ultimate secret technique. Similarly, the Heavenly Horn Ant's Heavenly Horn treasure technique is inherited, representing absolute power. However, the Heavenly Horn treasure technique overlaps with the functions of the Taihao and Wanji Hunyuan scripture. The Ji Bao Shu is more inclined towards auxiliary functions. Examples include void ripples and void disorder. Therefore, the power of the void spear is inferior to that of the grass sword technique. Furthermore, due to its stringent requirements on the laws of space and time, it cannot be forcibly activated using the Battle Saint technique. Jiang Luo can only barely execute it at present. Therefore, the void spear he used did not exceed the level of a peak ultimate skill. But this should be enough. Jiang Luo stepped out of the virtual world and into the real world, touching the white spear formed from the power of Taihao. The first chapter of Taihao is complete with 8,000 times the power of a realm lord. The power of a realm lord is 1,000 times that of the 4th level of the Myriad Tribulations primordial scripture. In addition, there is 1,000 times the genetic level of the organism itself. A total of 10,000 times the peak power of a realm lord. Although it was only at the initial stage of the king-level power, with the help of the Spear of the Void, it was enough to unleash power close to that of the peak king level. This is the terrifying aspect of ultimate martial arts techniques. In the original timeline, Luo Feng, having subdued the Star Tower, reached the initial level of king-level psychic power with the assistance of the Soul General. With a will stronger than many cosmic venerables, he unleashed the ultimate spiritual master technique, the myriad stars preaching diagram, achieving an effect comparable to the peak of the king level realm. Jiang Luo's willpower was not much weaker than Luo Feng's, who had successfully fused with the Star Tower beads. Although the main body has never cultivated mental will, the clone has been specifically cultivating the primordial star conjecture. The advantage of having 18 clones lies in the fact that it allows one to simultaneously cultivate many secret techniques and supernatural abilities. Combined with the spiritual realm bestowed upon him by the founder of the giant axe, his current will surpasses that of even the most ordinary cosmic venerables. The only problem is that the precious star chart is missing. The advantage lies in the mystery of the Spear of the Void, which surpasses the first move of Luo Feng's 10,000 stars preaching diagram. These are among the most outstanding martial arts techniques, only a hair's breadth away from becoming ultimate secret arts. Furthermore, he also incorporated some of the mysteries of the Law of the Void into the Spear of the Void. The Law of Neutrinos possesses the profound ability to see through all things and penetrate all material defenses. Although his understanding of the laws of the microparticles has been surpassed by the laws of the void, integrating it into the Spear of the Void has the effect of turning the rotten into the miraculous. The combination of stronger ultimate techniques and the laws of microparticles, along with the indestructible and supremely powerful nature of the Taihao energy, allowed him to overcome the gap in the level of supreme treasures and achieve the same level of power as Luo Feng, who was 2 levels above the peak of the king-level realm. After all, even with the power of a world lord granted by his soul, Luo Feng could hardly unleash the true power of the supreme treasure. Only when under the control of the power and laws of a cosmic sovereign or even a cosmic overlord can a supreme treasure reveal its true heaven-defying nature. Treasure. Jiang Luo's eyes flickered. In fact, as long as Taihao continues to cultivate and improve, he will eventually become a humanoid treasure, or even a humanoid supreme treasure. To become a humanoid treasure, the amount of external materials required would be so vast that it could be used to forge dozens or even hundreds of treasures. It doesn't seem like a good deal. However, having a body comparable to a treasure and possessing a treasure are completely different concepts. Jiang Luo waved his hand, and several fist-sized pieces of ore appeared on the ground in front of him. Although it may not look impressive, it is actually one of the highest-grade materials among G-grade metals, Tianyun Lujin. A fist-sized piece of heavenly chaos gold is worth hundreds of millions of chaos units, equivalent to a high-grade fire god source crystal. His spoils of war, acquired over 200 years of campaigning in the Star Mist Sea, were auctioned off in batches at various auction houses. Combined with his military achievements, he had a total of over 3 billion mixed yuan units. He converted all of it into points for the giant axe arena and used them to purchase the heavenly chaos gold. These few pieces of Tianyun Lujin are the last remaining stock. With a thought from Jiang Luo, the spear instantly transformed into countless strands of white Taihao power, enveloping several pieces of Tianyun Lujin within them. After several days, the heavenly chaos gold was completely refined. The golden, shimmering light was absorbed into his body and began to transform. As Taihao's power gradually increased, his body also underwent a transformation little by little. It is transforming into a physical body that can truly rival G-grade metal. However, this amount of heavenly chaos and golden glow is far from enough for him to master the first transformation of the second chapter of Taihao. We'll need at least another 70 to 80 billion units of chaos-based flowing gold. Taihao. A figure suddenly appeared at the edge of the island where he lived. It was the Dragon Eagle King with a pair of huge wings on its back. Jiang Luo opened her eyes. The Winged God King is ready. Dragon Eagle King's eyes held a hint of excitement. Has the Winged God finally obtained the blood of the Beast God? Only by possessing the blood of the Fire Sky Beast God can one enter the inner space of the Heavenly Cauldron Golden Ship to search for the treasures of the ancient Blood Beacon Beast. Blood of the Fire Sky Beast God. Jiang Luo's calm expression masked a turbulent undercurrent. Since no new memories of the Beast God have surfaced, the rate of advancement in the path of the Beast God has slowed down. Of course, this slow is only relative to his rapid progress when he devoured the blood of the Beast God in the past. Compared to most practitioners and inheritors of the path of the Beast God, his progress is quite rapid. However, compared to possessing the illusory image of the supreme bone of the cicada, which allows one to comprehend precious techniques, and also leveraging the space-time laws of the cosmic chaos steel and the golden eye of the heart demon, the speed of improvement in the path of the Beast God is somewhat unsatisfactory. If this continues, it won't be long before we are overtaken by the laws of space-time. But if we could obtain more blood from the Fire Sky Beast God. The feeling of constantly receiving the memories of the Beast God and rapidly improving by fusing with the laws was truly wonderful. I'm all ready, let's go. Jiang Luo smiled. In the center of the Bloodbeacon continent, which is nearly 20 light-years in diameter, a golden mountain range rises abruptly from the ground, standing like a magnificent pyramid amidst a dark ocean. Dragon Eagle King teleported with Jiang Luo to the top of the endless waves. This is the Holy Mountain. Jiang Luo looked shocked. Seeing Jiang Luo's expression, the Dragon Eagle King was not surprised and chuckled. That's right, this is the legendary Sacred Mountain, a supreme treasure crafted by the legendary god Qi. I heard that the ancestral god sect learned about the divine general inheritance site from the Sacred Mountain forged by this ancient beast god. The holy mountain opens once every 10,081 epochs, and each time only those with the blood beacon stone can enter. Moreover, the opening of the holy mountain and the opening of the inheritance of the Brahma candle god general on the distant ancient continent of Chieftain are always one after the other. About 200 years from now, the time will come for the holy mountain to open. However, the holy mountain can only be entered by using blood beacon stones, but on average only one blood beacon stone will flow out every 100 eras. Moreover, many times you don't even know who gets it, it's often just a matter of luck. None of the 4 top clans have any good solutions. Even if you are at the limit of the king level or even the invincible king level existence, you cannot enter without the blood beacon stone. Therefore, the opening of the holy mountain each time has a relatively small impact, far less than the opening of the 3 great god general inheritance sites on the ancient continent of Chieftain. Dragon Eagle King then pointed to the endless ocean beneath his feet and said, "It is said that in ancient times there was no ocean here, only land. A great being from the demon race attempted to attack the holy mountain and take it away. That attack nearly shattered the Bloodbeacon continent. Although it still couldn't do anything to the holy mountain, the area around the holy mountain, which was a full light year in diameter, was dented by that attack, and the Bloodbeacon beast clan was wiped out. This eventually formed the vast and boundless Wanyusi, and those dozens of heavenly cauldron golden ships were buried at the bottom of the Wanyusi. Chapter 146 More than just a drop of beast god's blood. The ocean floor is hundreds of millions of kilometers deep. Inside an underwater cave, the tunnels meander and stretch for hundreds of millions of kilometers, extending deep into the unknown depths of the earth. Jiang Luo, Dragon Eagle King, Illusionary Sky King, and Kengyu King met here. Is this the heavenly cauldron golden ship? Jiang Luo looked at the golden floor beneath his feet, which was neither metal nor wood. If there's anything that might remind him of, that's the sacred mountain. The surface of the sacred mountain, which stands tall in the center of the Wanyusi and pierces the sky in a pyramid shape, is indeed very similar to this floor. It just doesn't have the majestic aura that makes one's soul tremble like a sacred mountain. It seems that the legend of the heavenly cauldron venerable using the leftover scraps from the fire void beast god's refining of the holy mountain to forge the heavenly cauldron golden ship is indeed true. Another thing that shocked Jiang Luo was that his illusory realm could not penetrate into the heavenly cauldron golden ship. Since he broke through the laws of the void realm and was able to walk in the void realm, no obstacle has been able to stop him. All rooms, buildings, and spaceships are one-way transparent to him. This is the second time I've encountered something that even the virtual realm can't penetrate. The last time was when we were facing the holy mountain. Is it because of the precious treasure? Or is it simply because the materials used to build the heavenly cauldron golden ship are special? Jiang Luo muttered to himself. King Kengyu looked regretfully at the golden floor below. This is a great treasure, and it's even a flying palace. I wish I could take it. King Illusion chuckled softly from beneath his veil. If we could take it, why would it be our turn? The heavenly cauldron and golden ship is a treasure that even the supreme beings of the universe covet. In reality, the most valuable part of the heavenly cauldron golden ship is the ship itself. The so-called treasures inside are nothing compared to the ship itself. Dragon Eagle King frowned slightly. Why hasn't God Wing King arrived yet? King Kengyu snorted coldly. If it weren't for the fact that one has to rely on the blood of the divine demon to enter the inner space, what would be the point of the demon race? The 5 times the heavenly cauldron golden ship was discovered on the Blood Beacon continent, the demon race benefited the most each time. King Wanchong sighed. Who caused the Blood Beacon beast race to be wiped out? Jiang Luo's heart stirred. It seems that the Blood Beacon beast is indeed a descendant of the fire sky beast god. In theory, only the Bloodbeacon beast can enter the inner space of the heavenly cauldron gold ship to refine the hub and use it. The blood of the fire sky beast god can also enter the interior space of the golden ship, naturally because the Bloodbeacon beast possesses a trace of the fire sky beast god's bloodline. If I bring my beast god avatar, will I be able to refine and use this heavenly cauldron golden ship just like the Bloodbeacon beast? Thinking of this, Jiang Luo felt excited. After all, the beast god's clone devoured the essence of the fire sky beast god's blood, so it naturally carried a trace of the fire sky beast god's bloodline within it. If that were truly the case, He'll be rich. The Heavenly Cauldron golden ship is a treasure of the Flying Palace type, and its value is comparable to that of a supreme treasure. However, he remained calm on the surface. There's no need to rush. He can come back after the treasure hunt is over. Without the treasure, and with the Heavenly Cauldron golden ship unable to be refined and moved, no one cared anymore. They've arrived. King Wanchong's gentle voice suddenly turned serious. Jiang Luo's gaze was also solemn. He used the void ripples to trigger a spacetime resonance across hundreds of millions of kilometers around him, and thus detected the other party. And the soul, blessed by the previous secret, continues to issue warnings. Although his physical strength is only 10,000 times that of a world lord, with the support of the void spear, which is comparable to a peak ultimate technique and the microparticle law, he can unleash an attack power at the peak of the king level. Even when burning his divine body at the peak of his kingship, he could still unleash the all-encompassing secret amplification. While the all-secret technique is short-lived, under normal circumstances, even a peak-level king-level expert cannot burn their divine body for long. Therefore, after more than 70 years of cultivation, more than 700 years for the 1000 autumn wood clone, he can be considered a true peak-level king-level combatant. What makes him feel threatened? Could this be the limit for being crowned a king? Has the winged god king gone mad? If a high-level king-ranked warrior invites a peak-ranked king-ranked expert, how much of the treasure should they share with the latter? Soon, two streams of light descended from the upper passage, revealing the puppet form of the divine Wing King and the figure of the Blood King. The Blood King, King Wanchong, King Kangyu, and King Longying all looked warily at the ugly figure standing beside King Shenyi, who was only 2 meters tall. Blood King grinned at Jiang Luo and the others, his eyes flashing with a cold, eerie light. Damn it! Dragon Eagle King transmitted his voice. Divine Wing King actually brought this guy. Luckily, I invited Prison Suppressor King, otherwise. Although the Blood King doesn't operate on the Blood Beacon continent, he is a well-known powerhouse in the third battlefield, a genuine peak Immortal King. Jiang Luo didn't pay much attention to the Blood King, but instead glanced at a world ring on the finger of the Divine Wing King's puppet body. The true form of the Winged God King is inside. There is another peerless expert hidden there. A powerhouse whose strength absolutely surpasses that of the Blood King. The King of Prisons. The attention of both the Divine Wing King and the Blood King was focused entirely on Jiang Luo, the newcomer. HMPH. The Winged King's voice was cold. Many powerful figures have searched for you in the Star Mist Sea for so many years without finding you. I never expected you to dare to show yourself on the Blood Beacon continent. Jiang Luo previously slaughtered alien immortals indiscriminately in the Star Mist Sea, with the demon race being the biggest victims. Even a member of the royal family who died was granted the title of Marquis in immortality. This attracted many powerful demons from the Bloodfire continent to hunt him down. Among them, the most vicious pursuit came from the powerful warriors under the Silver Crown King's command. Of course, the Silver Crown King's pursuit of him was mainly due to the Blood Beacon Stone. This is also a major reason why Jiang Luo decided to return to the military base to avoid the limelight. What is there that I wouldn't dare to show myself? Jiang Luo also sneered, you can tell Silver Crown King that I'm here now. The winged god's gaze was cold and piercing. He remained silent. He certainly wouldn't do that. Wouldn't that attract the Silver Crown King or other powerful figures? If he manages to get the treasure inside the Heavenly Cauldron golden ship, he'll be robbed as soon as he gets out. With a gloomy expression, Godwing King took out a transistor. A drop of bright red blood was suspended inside the transistor. When I saw this drop of crimson blood, I could faintly hear roars that seemed to come from the ancient wilderness. A drop of blood from the innate fire sky beast god. The 3 members of the Dragon Eagle King were momentarily stunned. Legend has it that the blood of the divine race contains the residual will of an ancient beast god, making it completely different from the blood of other naturally born beast gods. It's true. Blood King's eyes gleamed with greed. If he weren't on the same side as Godwing King, and if Evil Eye King weren't hidden inside the world ring, he probably would have been tempted to snatch it. Jiang Luo's heart was filled with turbulent waves. Greedy desires arose spontaneously from the devouring heaven demon art. More than just one drop. This winged god king definitely has more than just one drop of blood on him. Jiang Luo was quite certain that his devouring heaven demon art had consumed 4 drops of the fire void beast god's blood. I am very familiar with this. Therefore, every cell in his body was trembling. That was the tremor caused by the devouring heaven demon art. Chapter 147 The Venerable's Corpse, the Precious Blood Radiant Armor. After the Divine Wing King took out a drop of the beast god's blood, Dragon Eagle King and his men grew increasingly nervous, preparing various attack methods. This is the time when things are most likely to go wrong. If the winged god turns against them and enters the heavenly cauldron golden ship before them, then things will be terrible. If the winged god makes any unusual move, they will join forces to attack and prevent the winged god and the blood king from entering the golden ship. The winged god chuckled, seemingly mocking the tension on the human side. As previously agreed, you may proceed first, said the Divine Wing King calmly. As the aura of that drop of beast god's blood emanated, the golden floor beneath their feet seemed to resonate with it, trembling slightly. Walk. Dragon Eagle King transmitted his voice. Jiang Luo and the other 3 felt their bodies sink as if they were touching the surface of water, and the golden floor was pierced through. As soon as they entered the heavenly cauldron golden ship, they didn't even have time to observe their surroundings. King Wanchong urged, quickly. At the same time, King Kangyu pointed behind him and shouted, time freezes. The Blood King and the Winged God King, who had just entered the golden ship, were frozen in place. Jiang Luo activated the World Ring, releasing the power of the world to envelop Dragon Eagle King, Kangyu King, and Wanchong King, and bring them into the ring. Just as he put the 3 into his world ring, a loud roar came from behind him. A colossal beast with a spine undulating like 9 continuous mountain peaks and 3 pairs of wings appeared behind him. The winged god broke free from the shackles of time stillness. Blood King also rushed over, his telekinetic weapon condensing into a massive meteorite that crashed down on Jiang Luo. Whoosh! In an instant, Jiang Luo seemed to transform into lightning, narrowly dodging the Blood King's attack. It dodged the hundreds of divine beams of light shot out by the winged god as if it were a ghost. It disappeared into a passage at near the speed of light. The Blood King was shocked. This acceleration, how is this possible? Normally, it takes time to accelerate to the speed of light, so it's impossible to reach a speed close to the speed of light so quickly. The Divine Wing King sneered, it seems the rumors are true. This prison king definitely possesses some kind of flying treasure. Although their strength is weak, they are quite troublesome inside this heavenly cauldron golden ship. Unfortunately, the spatial fluctuations here are all locked, making teleportation impossible. Let's go through the passage on the side. I'll block the exit first, and you can search for the treasure. If you encounter them along the way, do not get into a conflict with the 4 of them, they are all just waiting to die. Even if Dragon Eagle King and his allies join forces, they can't do anything to you. The Winged King and the Blood King disappeared into another passage. Damn it! The demon race is definitely up to no good. King Kangyu cursed angrily within the world ring. Dragon Eagle King's expression also darkened. Blood King is at the peak of the king level. If he blocks the exit, it will be troublesome. The illusionary Sky King calmly said, there's no point in overthinking under these circumstances. Even if it's not the Blood King, the Divine Wing King is still not someone to be trifled with. His combat strength is average, but his divine body is too great, and as a king of the demon race, his wealth is much greater than ours. Maybe they have some hidden cards up their sleeve. However, the 3 of us are all high-level kings, and we are not without our trump cards. Even if the Divine Wing King and the Blood King fight desperately, they may not be able to do anything to us. The King of Hell is the weakest, but his flying ability is outstanding, unmatched by anyone, and he also has the ability to protect himself. They'll compromise in the end. Both Dragon Eagle King and Kangyu King relaxed a little. They didn't intend to double-cross the 2 demon clan members and leave them inside the heavenly cauldron golden ship. Even if they had some ideas before, they gave them up after meeting the Blood King. As long as they have the ability to protect themselves and demonstrate the capacity for mutual destruction, neither the Winged King nor the Blood King are madmen, they will compromise. Come out. Jiang Luo's voice echoed in the world ring. Dragon Eagle King and the others were overjoyed and immediately left the world ring. Here it is. Jiang Luo led them to a huge hall, with passageways distributed around it. King Wanchong was taken aback, then his face lit up with joy. It's the dwelling place of the blood-beacon beasts. Dragon Eagle King immediately said, "There's no time to lose. We must collect the treasures as soon as possible before God Wing King and Blood King meet us. Each of us will act separately, keeping the virtual universe open at all times and maintaining constant contact." After saying that, Dragon Eagle King, Illusion Sky King, Kengyu King, and Jiang Luo each rushed off to different passages. With the virtual universe in place, they can contact each other and locate each other's positions at any time. This is a convenience that only the human faction can enjoy. According to the intelligence information Jiang Luo had found about the previous discoveries of the Heavenly Cauldron Golden Ship. Whether on the heavenly vessel or inside the Holy Mountain, the communication systems of the mechanical race, the demon race, and the Zerg race will be blocked. Only the human virtual universe remains unaffected. Jiang Luo flew along a passage to the palace at the end, then his eyes widened in shock. It was a giant bird with a wingspan of over 1,000 kilometers, its entire body covered in red feathers. In comparison, the size of the demon royal family, which is a few kilometers or tens of kilometers in size, is nothing at all. The giant bird lay half prone on the ground, its enormous eyes still open, revealing a hint of horror, as if it had been killed by some kind of soul attack. This is just a bloodbeacon behemoth at the World Lord level. Jiang Luo sighed. The level of life is probably even higher than that of the 12 peak bloodlines of the Starry Sky Beasts. If the bloodbeacon beast had survived to this day, the Starry Sky Beast would probably be a peak-level bloodline of the 13th generation. Even the pinnacle of pinnacle bloodlines. Jiang Luo directly stored the giant bird into the world ring. The bloodbeacon beast has long been extinct. These blood-red behemoth carcasses are also valuable. They also looted all the treasures in the entire palace. Most of them have leaves that resemble rubies, with veins that look like flowing lava and sharp, blade-like edges. This is Qinluo Li Guangye. It is the leaf of a plant called the thousand-leaf tree. Although the bloodbeacon beast is not a devouring behemoth like the flame star beast or the golden horn beast, consuming the thousand-flower Li Guang leaf can accelerate its evolution. Since the fire sky beast god was besieged and killed in the mysterious realm of Qi, which is now the third Starfield battlefield, the thousand Luo Li Guang tree has been mainly cultivated and planted by the demon race, the insect race, and the starry sky giant beast alliance. A single leaf of the thousand-flower glowing leaf would be worth tens of thousands of mixed yuan units if auctioned among human races. Although it's not particularly valuable to Jiang Luo right now, even a little bit is still something. In addition, there are some treasures such as weapons and secret technique inheritance crystals. After clearing out one palace, Jiang Luo followed the passage to the next. Dwelling of the bloodbeacon beast. According to the intelligence he found, many bloodbeacon beasts lived inside the interior spaces of the several heavenly cauldron golden ships that had been discovered before. It is unknown whether the bloodbeacon beast originally lived inside the heavenly cauldron golden ship. It was the bloodbeacon beast clan that knew a great calamity was imminent and arranged for all its members to board the heavenly cauldron golden ship in advance. After Jiang Luo's search and sweep, he discovered that most of them were bloodbeacon beasts of the realm lord level or below. Only a small fraction are bloodbeacon behemoths at the immortal level. Until Jiang Luo arrived at an incomparably magnificent palace. The illusionary Sky King arrived before him, staring blankly up at the terrifying beast that had already perished. Jiang Luo was equally surprised. This behemoth was far larger than the bloodbeacon behemoth he had previously searched for. It is tens of thousands of kilometers long, like a giant mountain range. Even in death, its head was held high, its sharp eyes gazing at the sky, as if protesting and defying something. Universal Venerable. Jiang Luo and Huan Chong Wang exclaimed in surprise almost simultaneously. The owner of this heavenly cauldron golden ship is the Universe Venerable. This was naturally good news for them, as the treasures left inside the golden ship by the cosmic venerable level bloodbeacon beast were likely more numerous than those left by the king level immortal level bloodbeacon beast. Blood glory armor. A surprised, hoarse voice rang out. Jiang Luo and Wanchong Wang's expressions changed, and they turned to look. The Blood King, with its hideous appearance and 8 soft tentacles extending from its head, appeared at another passage entrance, staring incredulously at the mountain-like behemoth. Bloody glory armor. Jiang Luo was startled. That was a standard heavy armor crafted by the Fire Sky Beast God for the Blood Beacon Beasts. It is a perfect match for the Blood Beacon Beast's body. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Luo could indeed see that the Blood Beacon Beast, a venerable level creature, had a dark hue within its crimson feathers, and each feather was covered with patterns resembling laws and secret runes. As expected, it is a top-tier treasure armor, the Blood Emperor armor. Chapter 148 Fierce Battle. Let's do it. The illusionary Sky King manipulated his psychic weapon, condensing it into a cone-shaped umbrella, and shot it towards the Blood King. Taking this opportunity, Jiang Luo waved his hand and released the power of the world to envelop the corpse of the venerable level Bloodbeacon Beast and put it into his world ring. They worked together extremely well. The Blood Emperor armor is mine. The Blood King's telekinetic weapon condensed into a meteorite, which crashed down on the illusionary Sky King who was blocking Jiang Luo's way. Boom! The cone-shaped telekinetic weapon of the illusionary Sky King was directly blasted apart by the meteorite, turning into countless blade-shaped streams of light. After all, she was only at the high level of the king rank, and her power was far inferior to that of the peak king rank. There are also significant differences in the level of understanding of the rules. Just as Jiang Luo was about to use the world ring to put away the illusionary Sky King, he heard a roar. Roar! The Blood King's aura surged dramatically. The powerful energy surge directly dispersed the world power emanating from the world ring. And it caused the walls of the enormous palace to tremble slightly. The Blood King actually ignited his divine body. Spatial strangulation. Jiang Luo felt as if the space around him had suddenly turned into concrete, squeezing and pressing down on him. King Wanchong cried out in alarm and fury, "Run!" The Blood King's target was Jiang Luo, who had just collected the remains of the Blood Beacon Beast Venerable. With a loud bang the illusionary Sky King stood in front of the meteorite, and his divine body was shattered. The Blood King was already at the peak of the king-level realm. Once he burned his divine power, his strength would surge so much that he could easily kill even a beginner-level king-level expert. The shattered illusionary Sky King quickly reformed. His breath had only weakened slightly. Those who are enfeoffed as high-level kings usually comprehend at least one profound law of superiority, and their immortality naturally surpasses that of those who are enfeoffed as low-level kings. Even a peak-level king-ranked expert in a desperate state would find it difficult to severely injure a high-level king-ranked expert in a short time. Jiang Luo's ability to fly is crucial to Wanchong Wang and the others, so they will do their best to protect him. However, Jiang Luo did not take this opportunity to break free from the spatial strangulation and escape. Instead, taking advantage of the moment when the illusionary Sky King blocked, they successfully triggered the all-encompassing secret. Jiang Luo reached out and grasped, and a long, white spear appeared in his palm. He thrust the spear at the Blood King. King Wanchong exclaimed in horror, "He's gone mad." The Blood King laughed heartily, and his psychic weapon reformed into a meteorite, crashing down with a deafening roar. Upon seeing the remains of the venerable level Bloodbeacon Beast, the Divine Wing King's previous instructions were completely forgotten. What we should do is avoid conflict with humans and focus on collecting treasures and resources. It's because the Evil Eye King's clone is hidden in the God Wing King's world ring. As long as the exit is blocked, everything will be fine. Human powerhouses are merely tools to help them gather resources and treasures. But how could the Blood King willingly give up such a precious treasure as the Blood Emperor armor to the Evil Eye King? The demon faction was unable to communicate inside the Heavenly Cauldron golden ship. The Blood King would never be satisfied without giving it his all. At that very moment when the Blood King was overjoyed, in the blink of an eye, the Void Spear flashed through the void, bypassing the meteorite psychic weapon and piercing the Blood King's head. How? Before the Blood King could even react, a flash of light appeared, and the spear tip was right in front of him. The Void Spear is not only among the most powerful martial arts techniques, but it is also close to the speed of light. Wherever it goes, it gathers all things into emptiness, and time and space all return to the sphere of emptiness. To be precise, it is not the void sphere that flies through space-time, but rather space-time that is meeting the void sphere. Its speed is terrifying, second only to soul attacks. Therefore, it is almost impossible to dodge or retreat. The Blood King's head exploded and then reformed without losing any of its divine power. But his eyes held a complex, incredulous look. He, a peak king level expert. This prison king is actually a peak king level expert. Although it was slightly less powerful than his strongest attack that burned his divine body, the opponent was definitely a strong person on the same level as him. After Jiang Luo used the Xingzi secret technique to dodge the meteorite attack, the void spear pierced out once again. Its sharp edge made the Blood King's hair stand on end. Boom, boom, boom. Jiang Luo could dodge most of the Blood King's attacks, and only the spatial strangulation technique could trap him for a moment. However, Blood King could not dodge Jiang Luo's attacks and could only roar again and again, urging his psychic weapons to sweep across the surroundings. Ultimately, it turned into a scene where Jiang Luo circled around the Blood King, unilaterally besieging him. King Wanchong was completely dumbfounded. Next, King Kengyu and King Longying, who had also received her message, rushed over and stared in disbelief at the battle unfolding before them. Jiang Luo's attack speed is too fast. The Blood King was even more enraged, but he continued to burn his divine power, and a meteorite crisscrossed the void, occasionally crashing into the walls or the ground. Dragon Eagle King and his companions were unable to get close for the time being and could only watch helplessly. Cunning humans. Seeing that Dragon Eagle King and Kengyu King had also arrived, Blood King's heart tightened, knowing that there was no point in continuing the entanglement no matter how unwilling he was. Moreover, his divine power has been burning for quite a long time, and he has already lost nearly 5% of his divine body. Meanwhile, the prison king who was besieging him remained vigorous and showed no sign of giving up. Damn it! Blood King's eyes flashed with a cold, eerie light as he scanned Jiang Luo, Illusion King, and the others. The spatial strangulation technique trapped Jiang Luo for a moment, then he rushed headlong toward a passage entrance. They completely ignored the spear of emptiness thrusting from behind. Even if it pierced him, it could not extinguish even a trace of his divine power. After seeing the Blood King escape, Jiang Luo and the illusionary Sky King did not give chase. The opponent is at the peak of the king-level realm, defeating him is easy, but suppressing or killing him is difficult. Moreover, Jiang Luo's secret of the character, Jia, is almost at its limit. King of the prison, you're actually at the peak of the kinghood. King Kengyu's eyes held a hint of wariness. Dragon Eagle King and Illusion Sky King also became solemn and on high alert. Anyone would be suspicious if someone at the peak of the king-level realm disguised themselves as someone at the beginner level. No one would believe that Jiang Luo's combat strength had increased from the initial level of the king rank to the peak level of the king rank in just over 70 years. Even if it were done with external force, it would still be incredible. Jiang Luo sighed, I am not at the peak of the king ceiling realm. My law realm and immortal body are still somewhat inferior to those of the peak king ceiling realm. I only used a self-created peak technique. A pinnacle martial art. King Wanchong, King Longying, and King Kengyu were even more dumbfounded. Even among those who reach the pinnacle of the king realm, very few can create their own ultimate techniques. You actually created a supreme martial art. Dragon Eagle King exclaimed in amazement. After the initial shock, the three immediately accepted this explanation. If a high-level king were to unleash his self-created ultimate technique, he could indeed contend with a peak king-level expert. Jiang Luo was not lying, but when he said he was still, somewhat lacking compared to the peak of the king level, he was referring to his understanding of the laws and his power at the initial stage of the king level. The Void Spear is definitely not comparable to ordinary peak-level techniques. Jiang Luo smiled and said, I originally came here to enter the Holy Mountain to compete for the Blood Beacon inheritance, but I had to hide my strength. I hope you can understand. Besides, aren't we all always using virtual universes? Fighting and killing each other is prohibited among allies. Holy Mountain. The three Dragon Eagle Kings looked at each other in disbelief. Good heavens, this prison king was actually heading for the holy mountain. So, it's very likely that the king of hell possesses a blood beacon stone. Dragon Eagle King realized what was happening and quickly laughed. Luckily, you were here, Prison Suppressor King, otherwise we would have been in trouble if we had encountered Blood King this time. There's no point in worrying about these things now, since the biggest prize, the Blood Emperor armor, is still in their hands. Even whether they can successfully leave the Heavenly Cauldron golden ship depends on this Prison King. In any case, the Immortal King who can create his own ultimate technique is absolutely not someone to be offended. Perhaps in a few dozen or a few hundred epochs, he could become a king at the limit or even an invincible king. However, the three of them secretly began investigating Jiang Luo's background in the virtual universe. Jiang Luo didn't care about the investigation by Dragon Eagle King and others. There's nothing to hide about these things. After all, Dragon Eagle King and others might not be able to see the Void Spear technique, but Blood King, who personally experienced it, would definitely be able to guess it. As for Blood Beacon Stone, with his displayed peak king level strength, which even the Blood King could suppress, and his unparalleled flying skills, even if someone obtains the Blood Beacon Stone, few would dare to steal it. Even a king level expert might not be able to defeat him. Moreover, Jiang Luo's identity as Tai Hao was forged for him by the Lord of Chaos City at the request of the founder of the Giant Axe, and it is real. They're not afraid of being investigated. Don't be too happy yet. Jiang Luo's gaze was deep. That Blood King is probably not the strongest opponent. Dragon Eagle King and the others were taken aback, and then their expressions became serious. If someone else said it, they might not take it seriously. However, this King of Hell has just displayed the strength of a peak-level king, so he would never speak carelessly. Chapter 149 The Limit of Kingship, Time Stands Still. The Heavenly Vessel Golden Ship has no entrance. Only the Bloodbeacon Beast can enter the interior of the Golden Ship, and can also leave the Heavenly Cauldron Golden Ship at any time. Therefore, the interior of the Golden Ship has only one exit. It is a passage specifically for non-Bloodbeacon behemoths to leave. The only exit was blocked by the enormous body of the Divine Wing King, which resembled a mountain. At this moment, his triangular eyes revealed a look of astonishment. Peak of king level. Then the Prison King is a peak of king level, immortal level. How is that possible? If he were at the peak of the king level realm, would he have been afraid of being hunted down by the Silver Crown King's men in the Star Mist Sea? Blood King's face was gloomy. Perhaps his understanding of the laws hasn't reached the peak of the King's ceiling level yet, but his attack methods, I suspect they are a peak secret technique. The Winged King was shocked. A peak secret technique. The power of mastering someone else's ultimate technique is completely different from that of creating your own. Because only self-created unique skills are the most suitable for oneself. Even if one can cultivate an ultimate technique, if it is not compatible with oneself, its power will not be as great as a self-created peak technique. Blood King's words clearly implied that Prison King had created a supreme martial art. A pinnacle martial art. 9. A figure suddenly appeared. A clone of the evil-eyed king, clad in black robes, burst forth from the world ring, his voice eerie and icy. It seems this Prison King has also had some fortuitous encounters. What law does he cultivate? The laws of time and the laws of space, the Blood King said respectfully, his expression hardening. The Evil Eye King's status is almost that of a cosmic venerable, and even his clones are far stronger than him. The laws of space and time. The Evil-Eyed King seemed somewhat disappointed. After we leave the Heavenly Cauldron Golden Ship, I will send a message to the clan to investigate his origins. In the end, he's just a peak-level king, leave him to me. As long as your combat power reaches the peak of the king-level realm, you are at the peak of the king-level realm. How you achieved it is not important. The Divine Wing King's understanding of the laws was only at the initial stage of the king level, but due to his genetic level, his strength was that of a high-level king-level expert. Evil Eye King, along with Divine Wing King and Kangyu King, guarded the exit, while Jiang Luo, Dragon Eagle King, and the others continued to sweep through the passages, collecting various resources and treasures. With the Blood King no longer competing with them, the entire interior of the Heavenly Cauldron Golden Ship practically became their domain. Storage treasures, mountains of precious materials, and all kinds of weapons were swept away. Dragon Eagle King, Illusion Sky King, and Kengyu King were all overjoyed. Even without considering the blood radiance armor worn by the venerable level blood beacon beast that Jiang Luo acquired, their gains this time were still extremely substantial. Preliminary estimates suggest that each person will gain at least several hundred billion mixed units. That's equivalent to the wealth of an invincible king. Ha ha, this is a huge win. King Kengyu exclaimed excitedly. I'll retire immediately after leaving the Bloodfire continent this time. Dragon Eagle King reminded them, if you want to leave Bloodbeam continent, you must first get off the Heavenly Cauldron golden ship. Don't forget that God Wing King and the others may still be hiding a powerful expert. Despite saying that, both Dragon Eagle King and Illusion Sky King could not hide their excitement. Of the 5 previous discoveries of the Heavenly Cauldron golden ship in history, only the first one yielded the greatest haul, comparable to this one. Although for the Bloodbeam Beast universe venerable, especially for the owner of the Heavenly Cauldron golden ship, who may have gathered many treasures from within the tribe during the most dangerous time for the tribe, his wealth is definitely far greater than what they have found. It's only a drop in the ocean. Normally, most powerful beings would keep their most precious treasures within their own divine realm. The treasures inside the Heavenly Cauldron golden ship are mostly just for the daily consumption of the numerous bloodbeacon beasts hiding inside. The quantity and value are probably less than 1% or 1/10,000th of the owner of the gold ship's wealth, if we don't count the precious blood radiance armor. This huge harvest is already a pleasant surprise. In a narrow space in the core area, a giant disk floated in midair. Dragon Eagle King's eyes lit up. This should be the core hub of the Heavenly Cauldron golden ship. If we can refine it, we can control the entire Heavenly Cauldron golden ship. Both King Kengyu and King Wanchong were eager to try. However, all 3 of them still looked at Jiang Luo. After Jiang Luo demonstrated his peak king level strength, he immediately became the absolute leader of this team. Ultimately, it is strength that determines one's status. Jiang Luo did not refuse, and stepped forward to touch the disc, infusing it with a trace of his mental power. However, the psychic power was completely absorbed as soon as it entered the disc, as if it had sunk into the sea. It did not elicit the slightest reaction. It really is the same as the armor of the Yan God clan. Jiang Luo shook his head slightly. He wasn't surprised at all, otherwise, the Heavenly Cauldron golden ship would have been taken away long ago. Jiang Luo thought to himself, I wonder if my beast god clone can refine it. He decided that after leaving the Heavenly Cauldron golden ship, he would bring his beast god clone and find an opportunity to come and try it out. Dragon Eagle King, Kengyu King, and Wanchong King all stepped forward one after another, but none of them could elicit any response from the disc. Although it was expected, I still couldn't help but show my disappointment. Dragon Eagle King said solemnly, we have searched almost all the passages inside the golden ship, but we haven't encountered God Wing King and Blood King. It seems that they are indeed blocking the exit. King Wanchong and King Kengyu also looked solemn. If the Winged God and the Blood King were also searching the space inside the golden ship, and even if they clashed with them over it, they would feel more at ease. This attitude, which seems to show absolutely no interest in the treasures inside the Heavenly Cauldron ship, is the most dangerous. This means that the other side seems confident in wiping them out in one fell swoop. That's why I'm too lazy to search and explore resource treasures. Jiang Luo's previous warnings seem to be becoming more and more true. Once we reach the exit, everyone must remain on high alert, Jiang Luo said. And when I take you into my world ring, do not resist. Dragon Eagle King, Illusion Sky King, and Kengyu King exchanged glances and nodded, saying, all right, if there really is an opponent stronger than Blood King, we will hold back God Wing King and Blood Mist King for you. Then, the 4 rushed toward the passage leading to the exit. Soon, they saw 3 figures blocking the exit. The true form of the God-winged king, as large as a small mountain, and the Blood King, who had fought against him and was suppressed and could only passively take the beating. And a strange figure shrouded in black robes. The source of the warning from Jiang Luoqin's soul was this black-robed figure. As expected, the Divine Wing King has hidden a third powerful figure. The 3 members of the illusionary Sky King were shocked. The Blood King, his eyes bloodshot, laughed loudly, "Despicable humans. The heavenly cauldron golden ship will be your burial ground." Before he could finish speaking, he transformed into a streak of blood and charged toward the Dragon Eagle King. Although he was very unwilling, he also knew that Jiang Luo was not someone he could deal with. The winged god also unleashed countless lightning-like divine power attacks and ethereal divine power soul attacks. Their bodies remained blocking the exit like a small mountain, without moving an inch. Even with the Evil Eye King present, the Divine Wing King remained extremely cautious. Prison King. A sinister and cold voice entered Jiang Luo's ears, disguised as a peak expert at the initial stage of the king level. "Interesting. But you're unlucky to have met me." Boom. A terrifying aura rose into the sky, sending chills down one's spine. The figure in black robes was surrounded by golden light. A body vibration type secret technique. The limit of the king level. The Dragon Eagle King was shocked and filled with despair. This is a change in the body caused by the use of a secret technique to amplify body amplitude. The hidden powerhouse of the Divine Wing King is actually at the limit of the King Ceiling realm. The black-robed man locked his gaze on Jiang Luo, and an invisible wave suddenly radiated outwards. Immediately, Jiang Luo, Dragon Eagle King, Kangyu King, and Wanchong King all fell into stillness, as if the insects were sealed inside amber. Time stands still.